A father's advice on investing. Years ago, I asked my rich dad, "What advice would you give to the average investor?" His reply was, "Don't be average." The 90-10 rule of money. Most of us have heard of the 80-20 rule. In other words, 80% of our success comes from 20% of our efforts. Originated by the Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto in 1897, it is also known as the principle of least effort. Rich Dad agreed with the 80-20 rule for overall success in all areas but money. When it came to money, he believed in the 90-10 rule. Rich Dad noticed that 10% of the people had 90% of the money. He pointed out that in the world of movies, 10% of the actors made 90% of the money. He also noticed that 10% of the athletes made 90% of the money, as did 10% of the musicians. The same 90-10 rule applies to the world of investing, which is why his advice to investors was, "Don't be average." An article in the Wall Street Journal recently validated his opinion. It stated that 90% of all corporate shares of stock in America are owned by just 10% of the people. This audiobook explains how some of the investors in the 10% have gained 90% of the wealth and how you might be able to do the same. Introduction: What you will learn from listening to this audiobook. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, of the United States defines an individual as an accredited investor if the individual has $200,000 or more in annual income or $300,000 or more in annual income as a couple or $1 million or more in net worth. The SEC established these requirements to protect the average investor from some of the worst and most risky investments in the world. The problem is that these investor requirements also shield the average investor from some of the best investments in the world, which is one reason why Rich Dad's advice to the average investor was, "Don't be average." Starting with nothing. This audiobook begins with my return from Vietnam in 1973. I had less than a year to go before I was going to be discharged from the Marine Corps. That meant that in less than a year I was going to have no job, no money, and no assets. So, this audiobook begins at a point that many of you may recognize, and that is a point of starting with nothing. All I had in 1973 was the dream of someday being very rich and becoming an investor who could qualify to invest in the investments of the rich. These are investments that few people ever hear about, that are not written about in the financial newspapers, and are not sold over the counter by investment brokers. This audiobook begins when I had nothing but a dream and my rich dad's guidance to become an investor. This audiobook should be of interest to you, whether you have very little money to invest or have a lot to invest, whether you know very little about investing or you know a lot about investing. It is about a very complex subject, but written as simply as possible. It is written for anyone interested in becoming a better informed investor, regardless of how much money they have. If this is your first audiobook on investing and you are concerned that it might be too complicated, please do not be concerned. All I ask is that you have a willingness to learn and listen to this audiobook from the beginning to the end with an open mind. If there are parts of the audiobook that you do not understand, then just listen to the words and continue on to the end. Even if you do not understand everything, you will know more about the subject of investing than many people who are currently investing in the market just by listening all the way through to the conclusion. In fact, by listening to the entire audiobook, you will know a lot more about investing than many people who are being paid to give their investment advice. This audiobook begins with the simple and goes into the sophisticated without getting too bogged down in detail and complexity. In many ways, this audiobook starts simple and remains simple, although it covers some very sophisticated investor strategies. This is a story of a rich man guiding a young man with pictures and diagrams to help explain the often confusing subject of investing. The 90-10 rule of money. My rich dad appreciated the Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto's discovery of the 80-20 rule, also known as the principle of least effort. Yet when it came to money, rich dad was more aware of the 90-10 rule, which says that 10% of the people make 90% of the money. I am personally concerned because more and more families are counting on their investments to support them in the future. The problem is that while more people are investing, very few of them are well-educated investors. When the market crashes, what will happen to all these new investors? The federal government of the United States insures our savings from catastrophic loss, but it does not insure our investments. That is why, when I asked my rich dad, what advice would you give the average investor, his reply was, don't be average. How not to be average? I became very aware of the subject of investing when I was just 12 years old. Up until that age, the concept of investing was not really in my head. Baseball and football were on my mind, but not investing. I had heard the word, but I had not really paid much attention until I saw what the power of investing could do. I remember walking along a beach with the man I call my rich dad and his son Mike, my best friend. Rich dad was showing his son and me a piece of real estate he had just purchased. Although only 12 years old, I realized that my rich dad had just purchased one of the most valuable pieces of property in our town. Even though I was young, I knew that oceanfront property with a sandy beach in front of it was more valuable than property without a beach on it. My first thought was, how can Mike's dad afford such an expensive piece of property? I stood there with the waves washing over my bare feet, looking at a man the same age as my real dad, who was making one of the biggest financial investments of his life. I was in awe of how he could afford such a piece of land. I knew that my dad made much more money because he was a highly paid government official with a bigger salary. But I also knew that my real dad could never afford to buy land right on the ocean. So, how could Mike's dad afford this land when my dad couldn't? Little did I know that my career as a professional investor had begun the moment I realized the power built into the word investing. Some 40 years after that walk on the beach with my rich dad and his son Mike, I now have people asking me many of the same questions I began asking that day. In the investment classes I teach, people ask me questions similar to those I began asking my rich dad. Questions such as, how can I invest when I don't have any money? I have $10,000 to invest. What would you recommend I invest in? Do you recommend investing in real estate, mutual funds, or stocks? Can I buy real estate or stocks without any money? Doesn't it take money to make money? Isn't investing risky? How do you get such high returns with low risk? Can I invest with you? People are beginning to realize the power hidden in the word investing. Many want to find out how to acquire that power for themselves. Many of these questions will be answered for you by the time you've finished listening to this audiobook. And if some are not answered here, it is my hope that you are inspired to dig further yourself to find the answers that work for you. Over 40 years ago, the most important thing my rich dad did for me was spark my curiosity on this subject of investing. My curiosity was aroused when I realized that my best friend's dad, a man who made less money than my real dad, at least when comparing paycheck to paycheck, could afford to acquire investments that only rich people could afford. I realized that my rich dad had a power my real dad did not have, and I wanted to have that power also. Many people are afraid of this power and stay away from it, and many even fall victim to it. Instead of running from the power or condemning it by saying such things as, the rich exploit the poor, or investing is risky, or I'm not interested in becoming rich, I became curious. It is my curiosity and my desire to acquire this power, also known as knowledge and abilities, that set me off on a lifelong path of inquiry and learning. Investing like a rich person. While this audiobook may not give you all the technical answers you may want, the intention is to offer you an insight into how many of the richest self-made individuals made their money and went on to acquire great wealth. Standing on the beach at the age of 12, looking at my rich dad's newly acquired piece of real estate, my mind was opened to a world of possibilities that did not exist in my home. I realized that it was not money that made my rich dad a rich investor. I realized that my rich dad had a thinking pattern that was almost exactly opposite and often contradicted the thinking of my real dad. I realized that I needed to understand the thinking pattern of my rich dad if I wanted to have the same financial power he had. I knew that if I thought like him, I would be rich forever. I also knew that if I did not think like him, I would never really be rich, regardless of how much money I had. Rich Dad had just invested in one of the most expensive pieces of land in our town, and he had no money. I realized that wealth was a way of thinking and not a dollar amount in the bank. It is this thinking pattern of rich investors that I want to deliver to you in this audiobook. Rich Dad's Answer. Standing on the beach 40 years ago, I finally worked up the courage to ask my rich dad, how can you afford to buy these 10 acres of very expensive oceanfront land when my dad can't afford it? Rich Dad then gave me an answer I have never forgotten. He put his arm around me and we turned and started walking down the beach at the waterline. Rich Dad began to warmly explain to me the fundamentals of the way he thought about money and investing. His answer began with, I can't afford to buy this land either, but my business can. We walked on the beach for an hour that day, Rich Dad with his son on one side and me on his other side. My investor lessons had begun. Some time ago, I was teaching a 3-day investment course in Sydney, Australia. The first day and a half, I discussed the ins and outs of building a business. Finally, in frustration, a participant raised his hand and said, I came to learn about investing. Why are you spending so much time on business? My reply was, there are 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is that what we ultimately invest in is a business. If you invest in stocks, you are investing in a business. If you buy a piece of real estate, such as an apartment building, that building is also a business. If you buy a bond, you are also investing in a business. In order to be a good investor, you first need to be good at business. Reason number 2 is that the best way to invest is to have your business buy your investments for you. The worst way to invest is to invest as an individual. The average investor knows very little about business and often invests as an individual. That is why I spend so much time on the subject of business in an investment course. And that is why this audiobook will spend some time on how to build a business as well as how to analyze a business. I will also spend time on investing through a business because that is how Rich Dad taught me to invest. As he said to me 40 years ago, I can't afford to buy this land either, but my business can. In other words, my rich dad's rule was, my business buys my investments. Most people are not rich because they invest as individuals and not as business owners. In this audiobook, you will see why most of the 10% who own 90% of the stocks are business owners and invest through their businesses and how you can do the same. I call these people 90-10 investors in this audiobook. Later in the course, the individual who had questioned me understood why I spent so much time talking about business. As the course progressed, that individual and the class began to realize that the richest investors in the world do not buy investments. Most of the 90-10 investors created their own investments. The reason we have billionaires who are still in their 20s is not because they bought investments. They created investments, called businesses, that millions of people want to buy. Nearly every day, I hear people say, "I have an idea for a new product that will make millions." Unfortunately, most of those creative ideas will never be turned into fortunes. The second half of this audiobook will focus on how the 10% turn their ideas into multi-million and even multi-billion-dollar businesses that other investors invest in. That is why Rich Dad spent so much time teaching me how to build businesses as well as how to analyze businesses to invest in. So if you have an idea that you think could make you rich, or maybe even help you join the 90-10 Investor Club, the second half of this audiobook is for you. Buy, hold, and pray. Over the years, Rich Dad pointed out that investing means different things to different people. Today, I often hear people saying such things as, "I just bought 500 shares of XYZ company for $5 a share. The price went up to $15 and I sold it. I made $5,000 in less than a week." My husband and I buy old houses and we fix them up and sell them for a profit. I trade commodity futures. I have over $1 million in my retirement account. Safe as money in the bank. I have a diversified portfolio. I'm investing for the long term. As Rich Dad said, investing means different things to different people. While the above statements reflect different types of investment products and procedures, Rich Dad did not invest in the ways reflected in the preceding statements. He said, most people are not investors. Most people are speculators or gamblers. Most people have the buy, hold, and pray mentality. Most investors live in the hope that the market stays up and live in fear of the market crashing. A true investor makes money regardless of whether the market is going up or crashing down. They make money regardless of whether they are winning or losing. The average investor does not know how to do that, and that is why most investors are average investors who fall into the 90% that make only 10% of the money. More than buying, holding, and praying. Investing meant more to Rich Dad than buying, holding, and praying. This audiobook will cover the following subjects. 1. The 10 investor controls that can reduce risk and increase profits. Rich Dad said, investing is not risky. Being out of control is risky. 2. The 5 phases of Rich Dad's plan to guide me from having no money to investing with a lot of money. Phase 1 of Rich Dad's plan was preparing my mind to become a rich investor. This is a simple yet very important phase for anyone who wants to invest with confidence. 3. The different tax laws for different investors. In Rich Dad's Cash Flow Quadrant book, I cover the 4 different people found in the world of business. The E stands for employee. The S stands for self-employed or small business. The B stands for business owner. The I stands for investor. Rich Dad encouraged me to invest from the B quadrant because the tax laws are better for investing. Rich Dad always said, the tax laws are not fair. They are written for the rich and by the rich. If you want to be rich, you need to use the same tax laws the rich use. One of the reasons that 10% of the people control most of the wealth is that only 10% know which tax laws to use. In 1943, the federal government plugged most tax loopholes for all employees. In 1986, the federal government took away the tax loopholes from individuals in the S quadrant. individuals such as doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers, and architects who had previously enjoyed them. In other words, another reason that 10% of the investors make 90% of the money is that only 10% of all investors know how to invest from the different quadrants in order to gain different tax advantages. The average investor often only invests from one quadrant. 4. Why and how a true investor will make money regardless of whether the market goes up or down. 5. The difference between fundamental investing and technical investing. 6. 5 types of top-level investors. In Rich Dad's Cash Flow Quadrant, I went into the 5 levels of investors. This audiobook classifies the top 2 levels of investors, professional and capitalist, into the following 5 types of investors. The accredited investor, the qualified investor, the sophisticated investor, the inside investor, the ultimate investor. By the end of this audiobook, you will know the different skill and education requirements for each of these investors. 7. The difference between not having enough money and having too much money. Many people say, when I make a lot of money, my money problems will be over. What they fail to realize is that having too much money is as big a problem as not having enough money. In this audiobook, you will learn the difference between the 2 kinds of money problems. One problem is the problem of not enough money. The other problem is the problem of too much money. Few people realize how big a problem having too much money can be. One of the reasons so many people go broke after making a lot of money is that they do not know how to handle the problem of too much money. In this audiobook, you will learn how to start with the problem of not having enough money, how to make a lot of money, and then how to handle the problem of too much money. In other words, this audiobook will not only teach you how to make a lot of money, but more importantly, it will teach you how to keep it. As Rich Dad said, what good is making a lot of money if you wind up losing it all? A stockbroker friend of mine once said to me, "The average investor does not make money in the market. I have seen so many investors make money one year and give it all back the next year." 8. How to make much more than just $200,000, the minimum income level to begin investing in the investments of the rich. Rich Dad said to me, "Money is just a point of view. How can you be rich if you think $200,000 is a lot of money? If you want to be a rich investor, you need to see that $200,000, the minimum dollar amount to qualify as an accredited investor, is just a drop in the bucket. And that is why Phase 1 of this audiobook is so important. Phase 1 of this audiobook, which is preparing yourself mentally to be a rich investor, has a short mental quiz for you at the end of each chapter. Although the quiz questions are simple, they are designed to have you think and maybe discuss your answers with the people you love. It was the soul-searching questions my rich dad asked me that helped me find the answers I was looking for. In other words, many of the answers I was looking for regarding the subject of investing were really inside me all along. What makes the 90-10 investor different? One of the most important aspects of this audiobook is the mental differences between the average investor and the 90-10 investor. Rich Dad often said, if you want to be rich, just find out what everyone else is doing and do exactly the opposite. As you listen to this audiobook, you will find out that most of the differences between the 10% of investors who make 90% of the money and the 90% that make only 10% of the money are not what they invest in, but the different ways they think. For example, most investors say, don't take risks. The rich investor takes risks. Most investors say, diversify. The rich investor focuses. The average investor tries to minimize debt. The rich investor increases debt in their favor. The average investor tries to decrease expenses. Rich investors know how to increase expenses to make themselves richer. The average investor has a job. The rich investor creates jobs. The average investor works hard. The rich investor works less and less to make more and more. The other side of the coin. So, an important aspect of listening to this audiobook is to notice when your thoughts are often 180 degrees out from the guiding thoughts of my rich dad. Rich Dad said, one of the reasons so few people become rich is that they become set in one way of thinking. They think there is only one way to think or do something. While the average investor thinks, play it safe and don't take risks, the rich investor must also think about how to improve skills so he or she can take more risks. Rich Dad called this kind of thinking on both sides of the coin. He went on saying, the rich investor must have more flexible thinking than the average investor. For example, while both the average investor and rich investor must think about safety, the rich investor must also think about how to take more risks. While the average investor thinks about cutting down debt, the rich investor is thinking about how to increase debt. While the average investor lives in fear of market crashes, the rich investor looks forward to market crashes. While this may sound like a contradiction to the average investor, it is this contradiction that makes the rich investor rich. As you listen to this audiobook, be aware of the contradictions in thinking between average investors and rich investors. As Rich Dad said, the rich investor is very aware that there are two sides to every coin. The average investor sees only one side. And it is the side the average investor does not see that keeps the average investor average and the rich investor rich. The second part of this audiobook is about the other side of the coin. Do you want to be more than an average investor? This audiobook is much more than just an audiobook about investing, hot tips, and magic formulas. One of the main purposes for writing it is to offer you the opportunity to gain a different point of view on the subject of investing. It begins with my returning from Vietnam in 1973 and preparing myself to begin investing as a rich investor. In 1973, Rich Dad began teaching me how to acquire the same financial power he possessed, a power I first became aware of at the age of 12. While standing on the beach in front of my Rich Dad's latest investment 40 years ago, I realized that when it came to investing, the difference between my Rich Dad and my Poor Dad went far deeper than merely how much money each man had to invest. The difference is first found in a person's deep desire to be much more than just an average investor. If you have such a desire, continue listening. Phase 1. Are you mentally prepared to be an investor? Chapter 1. Investor Lesson Number 1. What should I invest in? In 1973, I returned home from my tour of Vietnam. I felt fortunate to have been assigned to a base in Hawaii near home rather than to a base on the East Coast. After settling in at the Marine Corps Air Station, I called my friend Mike and we set up a time to have lunch together with his dad, the man I call my Rich Dad. Mike was anxious to show me his new baby and his new home, so we agreed to have lunch at his house the following Saturday. When Mike's limousine came to pick me up at the drab gray base, BOQ, Bachelor Officers' Quarters, I began to realize how much had changed since we had graduated together from high school in 1965. "Welcome home," Mike said as I walked into the foyer of his beautiful home with marble floors. Mike was beaming from ear to ear as he held his 7-month-old son. "Glad you made it back in one piece." "So am I. I replied as I looked past Mike at the shimmering blue Pacific Ocean, which touched the white sand in front of his home. The home was spectacular. It was a tropical one-level mansion with all the grace and charm of old and new Hawaiian living. There were beautiful Persian carpets, tall green potted plants, and a large pool that was surrounded on 3 sides by his home, with the ocean on the 4th side. It was very open, breezy, and the model of gracious island living, with the finest of detail. The home fit my fantasies of living the luxurious life in Hawaii. "Meet my son James," said Mike. "Oh," I said in a startled voice. I had slipped into a trance taking in the stunning beauty of this home. My jaw must have been hanging open. "What a cute kid," I replied, as any person should reply when looking at a new baby. But as I stood there making faces at a baby blankly staring back at me, my mind was still in shock at how much had changed in 8 years. I was living on a military base in old barracks, sharing a room with 3 other messy beer-drinking young pilots, while Mike was living in a multi-million-dollar estate with his gorgeous wife and newborn baby. "Come on in," Mike continued. "Dad and Connie are waiting for us on the patio." The lunch was spectacular and served by their full-time maid. I sat there enjoying the meal, the scenery, and the company when I thought about my 3 roommates who were probably dining at the officers' mess hall at that very moment. Since it was Saturday, lunch on the base was probably a sub sandwich and a bowl of soup. After the pleasantries and catching up on old times, Rich Dad said, "As you can see, Mike has done an excellent job investing the profits from the business. We have made more money in the last 2 years than I made in the first 20. There is a lot of truth to the statement that the first million is the hardest." "So, business has been good?" I asked, encouraging further disclosure on how their fortunes had jumped so radically. "Business is excellent," said Rich Dad. "These new 747s bring so many tourists from all over the world to Hawaii that business cannot help but keep growing. But our real success is from our investments more than from our business, and Mike is in charge of the investments." "Congratulations," I said to Mike. "Well done." "Thank you," said Mike, "but I can't take all the credit. It's Dad's investment formula that is really working. I'm just doing exactly what he has been teaching us about business and investing for all these years." "It must be paying off," I said. "I can't believe you live here in the richest neighborhood in the city. Do you remember when we were poor kids running with our surfboards between houses trying to get to the beach?" Mike laughed. "Yes, I do. And I remember being chased by all those mean old rich guys. Now I'm the mean old rich guy who's chasing those kids away. Who would have ever thought that you and I would be living—" Mike suddenly stopped talking once he realized what he was saying. That while he was living here, I was living on the other side of the island in drab military barracks. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to." "No apologies necessary," I said with a grin. "I'm happy for you. I'm glad you're so wealthy and successful. You deserve it because you took the time to learn to run the business. I'll be out of the barracks as soon as my contract with the Marine Corps is done." Rich Dad, sensing the tension between Mike and me, broke in and said, "And he's done a better job than I have. I'm very proud of him. I'm proud of both my son and his wife. They are a great team and have earned everything they have. Now that you're back from the war, it's your turn, Robert." "May I invest with you?" "I'd love to invest with you," I eagerly replied. "I saved nearly $3,000 while I was in Vietnam, and I'd like to invest it before I spend it. Can I invest with you?" "Well, I'll give you the name of a good stockbroker," Rich Dad said. "I'm sure he'll give you some good advice, maybe even a hot tip or two." No, I said. "I want to invest in what you are investing in. Come on, you know how long I've known you two. I know you've always got something that you're working on or investing in. I don't want to go to a stockbroker. I want to be in a deal with you guys." The room went silent as I waited for Rich Dad or Mike to respond. The silence grew into tension. "Did I say something wrong?" I finally asked. "No," said Mike. Dad and I are investing in a couple of new projects that are exciting, but I think it is best you call one of our stockbrokers first and begin investing with him." Again, there was silence, punctuated only by the clinking of the dishes and glasses as the maid cleared the table. Mike's wife Connie excused herself and took the baby to another room. "I don't understand," I said. Turning to Rich Dad more than Mike, I continued, "All these years I've worked right alongside the two of you building your business. I've worked for close to nothing. I went to college as you advised, and I fought for my country as you said a young man should. Now that I'm old enough and I finally have a few dollars to invest, you seem to hesitate when I say I want to invest in what you invest in. I don't understand. Why the cold shoulder? Are you trying to snub me or push me away? Don't you want me to get rich like you?" "It's not a cold shoulder," Mike replied, "and we would never snub you or not wish you to attain great wealth. It's that things are different now." Rich Dad nodded his head in slow and silent agreement. "We'd love to have you invest in what we invest in," Rich Dad finally said, "but it would be against the law." "Against the law?" I echoed in loud disbelief. "Are you two doing something illegal?" No, said Rich Dad with a chuckle. "We would never do anything illegal. It's too easy to get rich legally to ever risk going to jail for something illegal. And it is because we want to always remain on the right side of the law that we say it would be illegal for you to invest with us," said Mike. "It's not illegal for Mike and me to invest in what we invest in, but it would be illegal for you," Rich Dad tried to summarize. "Why?" I asked. "Because you are not rich," said Mike softly and gently. "What we invest in is for rich people only." Mike's words went straight through me. Since he was my best friend, I knew they were difficult words for him to say to me. And although he said them as gently as possible, they still hurt and cut like a knife through my heart. I was beginning to sense how wide the financial gap between us was. While his dad and my dad both started out with nothing, he and his dad had achieved great wealth. My dad and I were still from the other side of the tracks. I could sense that this big house with the lovely white sand beach was still far away from me, and the distance was measured in more than miles. Leaning back in my chair and crossing my arms in introspective thought, I sat there nodding quietly as I pondered that moment in our lives. We were both 25 years old, but in many ways, Mike was 25 years ahead of me financially. My own dad had just been more or less fired from his government job, and he was starting over with nothing at age 52. I had not even begun. "Are you okay?" asked Rich Dad gently. "Yeah, I'm okay," I replied, doing my best to hide the hurt that came from feeling sorry for myself and for my family. "I'm just doing some deep thinking and some soul searching," I said, mustering a brave grin. The room was silent as we listened to the waves and as the cool breeze blew through the beautiful home. Mike, Rich Dad, and I sat there while I came to terms with the message and its reality. "So, I can't invest with you because I'm not rich," I finally said as I came out of my trance. "And if I did invest in what you invest in, it would be against the law." Rich Dad and Mike Dad nodded. "In some instances," Mike added. "And who made this law?" I asked. "The federal government," Mike replied. "The SEC," Rich Dad added. "The SEC?" I asked. "What is the SEC?" "The Securities and Exchange Commission," Rich Dad responded. "It was created in the 1930s under the direction of Joseph Kennedy, father of the late President John Kennedy." "Why was it created?" I asked. Rich Dad laughed. "It was created to protect the public from wild, unscrupulous dealmakers, businessmen, brokers, and investors." "Why do you laugh?" I asked. "It seems like that would be a good thing to do." "Yes, it is a very good thing," Rich Dad replied, still chuckling a little. "Prior to the stock market crash of 1929, many shady, slippery, and shoddy investments were being sold to the public. A lot of lying and misinformation was being put forth. So the SEC was formed to be the watchdog. It is the agency that helps make, as well as enforce, the rules. It serves a very important role. Without the SEC, there would be chaos. So why do you laugh? I persisted. Because while it protects the public from the bad investments, it also keeps the public out of the best investments, replied Rich Dad in a more serious tone. So if the SEC protects the public from the worst investments and from the best investments, what does the public invest in? I asked. The sanitized investments, Rich Dad replied. The investments that follow the guidelines of the SEC. Well, what is wrong with that? I asked. Nothing, said Rich Dad. I think it's a good idea. We must have rules and enforce the rules. The SEC does that. But why the chuckle? I asked. I've known you too many years, and I know you are holding back something that is causing you to laugh. I've already told you, said Rich Dad. I chuckle because in protecting the public from the bad investments, the SEC also protects the public from the best investments. Which is one of the reasons the rich get richer, I asked tenuously. You got it, said Rich Dad. I chuckle because I see the irony in the big picture. People invest because they want to get rich, but because they're not rich, they're not allowed to invest in the investments that could make them rich. Only if you're rich can you invest in a rich person's investments, and so the rich get richer. To me, that is ironic. But why is it done this way? I asked. Is it to protect the poor and middle class from the rich? No, not necessarily, Mike responded. I think it is really to protect the poor and the middle class from themselves. Why do you say that? I asked. Because there are many more bad deals than good deals. If a person is not aware, all deals, good and bad, look the same. It takes a great deal of education and experience to sort the more sophisticated investments into good and bad investments. To be sophisticated means you have the ability to know what makes one investment good and the others dangerous. And most people simply do not have that education and experience, said Rich Dad. Mike, why don't you bring out the latest deal we are considering? Mike left the table for his office and returned with a 3-ring binder that was about 2 inches thick, filled with pages, pictures, figures, and maps. This is an example of something we would consider investing in, said Mike as he sat down. It is known as a non-registered security. This particular investment is sometimes called a private placement memorandum. My mind went numb as Mike flipped through the pages and showed me the graphs, charts, maps, and pages of written text that describe the risks and rewards of the investment. I felt drowsy as Mike explained what he was looking at and why he thought it was such a great investment opportunity. Rich Dad, seeing me begin to fade away with the overload of unfamiliar information, stopped Mike and said, "This is what I wanted Robert to see." Rich Dad then pointed to a small paragraph at the front of the book that read, "Exemptions from the Securities Act of 1933. "This is what I want you to understand," he said. I leaned forward to be better able to read the fine print his finger was pointing to. The fine print said, "This investment is for accredited investors only. An accredited investor is generally accepted to be someone who has a net worth of $1 million or more, or has had an annual income of $200,000 or more in each of the most recent years, or $300,000 jointly with a spouse, and who has a reasonable expectation of reaching the same income level in the current year." Leaning back in my chair, I said, "This is why you say I cannot invest in what you invest in. This investment is for rich people only." "Or people with high incomes," said Mike. "Not only are these guidelines tough, but the minimum amount you can invest in this investment is $35,000. That is how much each investment unit, as it is called, costs." $35,000, I said with a gasp. "That is a lot of money and a lot of risk. You mean that is the least someone can invest in this deal?" Rich Dad nodded. "How much does the government pay you as a Marine Corps pilot?" I was earning about $12,000 a year with flight pay and combat pay in Vietnam. I really don't know what my pay will be here now that I am stationed in Hawaii. I might get some COLA, cost of living allowance, but it sure isn't going to be much, and it certainly will not cover the cost of living in Hawaii. So for you to have saved $3,000 was quite an accomplishment, said Rich Dad, doing his best to cheer me up. You saved nearly 25% of your gross income. I nodded, yet silently I realized how very, very far behind I was from becoming a so-called accredited investor. I realized that even if I achieved the rank of general in the Marine Corps, I would probably not earn enough money to be considered an accredited investor. So what should I do? I finally asked. Why can't I just give you my $3,000 and you combine it with your money and we split the profits when the deal pays off? We could do that, said Rich Dad, but I wouldn't recommend it. Not for you anyway. Why? I asked. Why not for me? You already have a pretty good financial education foundation, so you can go way beyond just being an accredited investor. If you want, you could become a sophisticated investor. Then you will find wealth far beyond your wildest dreams. Accredited investor, sophisticated investor. What's the difference? I asked, actually feeling a spark of renewed hope. Good question, Mike said with a smile, sensing that his friend was coming out of a slump. An accredited investor is by definition someone who qualifies because he or she has money. That is why an accredited investor is often called a qualified investor, Rich Dad explained. But money alone does not qualify you to be a sophisticated investor. What is the difference? I asked. Well, did you see the headlines in yesterday's newspaper about the Hollywood movie star who lost millions in an investment scam? Asked Rich Dad. I nodded my head. Yes, I did. Not only did he lose millions, he had to pay the tax department for untaxed income that went into that deal. Well, that is an example of an accredited or qualified investor, Rich Dad continued. But just because you have money does not mean you're a sophisticated investor. This is why we often hear of so many high-income people such as doctors, lawyers, rock stars, and professional athletes losing money in less than sound investments. They have the money, but they lack the sophistication. They have money, but don't know how to invest it safely and for high returns. All the deals look the same to them. They can't tell a good investment from a bad one. People like them should stay only in sanitized investments or hire a professional money manager they trust to invest for them. So, what is your definition of a sophisticated investor? I asked. A sophisticated investor knows the 3 E's, said Rich Dad. The 3 E's, I repeated. What are the 3 E's? Rich Dad then turned over the private placement memorandum we were looking at and wrote the following on the back of one of the pages. Education, experience, excess cash. Those are the 3 E's, he said, looking up from the page. Achieve those 3 items, and you will be a sophisticated investor. Looking at the 3 items, I said, so the movie star had excess cash, but he lacked the first 2 items. Rich Dad nodded. And there are many people with the right education, but they lack the experience. And without real-life experience, they often lack the excess cash. People like that often say, I know, when you explain things to them, but they do not do what they know, added Mike. Our banker always says, I know, to what Dad and I do, but for some reason, he does not do what he claims he knows. And that is why your banker lacks the excess cash, I said. Rich Dad and Mike nodded. Again, the room went silent as the conversation ended. All 3 of us were deep in our own private thoughts. Rich Dad signaled the maid for more coffee, and Mike closed the 3-ring binder. I sat with my arms crossed, gazing out upon the deep blue Pacific Ocean at Mike's beautiful home and contemplating the next direction my life would take. I had finished college as my parents had wished. My military obligation would soon be over, and then I would be free to choose the path that was best for me. What are you thinking about? Asked Rich Dad, sipping from his fresh cup of coffee. "I'm thinking about what I want to become now that I have grown up," I replied. "And what is that?" asked Mike. "I'm thinking that maybe I should become a sophisticated investor," I replied quietly, "whatever that is." "That would be a wise choice," said Rich Dad. "You've got a pretty good start, a solid financial education foundation. Now it's time to get some experience." "And how will I know when I have enough of both?" I asked. "When you have excess cash," smiled Rich Dad. With that, the three of us laughed and raised our water glasses, toasting to excess cash. Rich Dad then toasted, "And to being a sophisticated investor." "To being a sophisticated investor and to excess cash," I repeated again silently to myself. I liked the ring of those words in my head. Mike's limousine driver was summoned, and I returned to my dingy bachelor officer's quarters to think about what I was going to do with the rest of my life. I was an adult, and I had fulfilled many of my parents' expectations, such as getting a college education and serving my country during a time of war. It was now time for me to decide what I wanted to do for myself. The thought of studying to become a sophisticated investor appealed to me. I could continue my education with Rich Dad as I gained the experience I needed. This time, my Rich Dad would be guiding me as an adult. 20 years later. By 1993, Rich Dad's wealth was split between his children, grandchildren, and their future children. For the next 100 years or so, his heirs would not have to worry about money. Mike received the primary assets of the business and has done a magnificent job of growing the balance of Rich Dad's financial empire, a financial empire that Rich Dad had built from nothing. I had seen it start and grow during my lifetime. It took me 20 years to achieve what I thought I should have been able to do in 10 years. There is some truth to the saying, "It's the first million that is the hardest." In retrospect, making $1 million was not that difficult. It's keeping the million and having it work hard for you that I found to be difficult. Nevertheless, I was able to retire in 1994 at the age of 47, financially free and with ample money to enjoy life. Yet it was not retirement that I found exciting. It was finally being able to invest as a sophisticated investor that was exciting. To be able to invest alongside Mike and Rich Dad was a goal worth achieving. That day back in 1973, when Mike and Rich Dad said I was not rich enough to invest with them, was a turning point in my life. It was the day I set the goal to become a sophisticated investor. The following is a list of some of the investments in which so-called accredited investors and sophisticated investors invest. Private placements, real estate syndication and limited partnerships, pre-initial public offerings, IPOs. IPOs. While available to all investors, IPOs are not usually easily accessible. Subprime financing, mergers and acquisitions, loans for startups, hedge funds. For the average investor, these investments are too risky, not because the investment itself is necessarily risky, but because all too often, the average investor lacks sufficient education, experience, and excess capital to handle the exigencies of the investment. I now tend to side with the SEC and agree that it is better to protect unqualified investors by restricting their access to these types of investments. This is because I made some errors and false steps along the way and know that others may do the same. As a sophisticated investor today, I now invest in such ventures. If you know what you're doing, the risk is very low while the potential reward can be huge. Investments such as these are where the rich routinely invest their money. Although I have taken some losses, the returns on the investments that do well have been spectacular, far exceeding the few losses. A 35% return is normal, but returns of 1,000% and more are occasionally achieved. I would rather invest in these investments than in others because I find them more exciting and more challenging. It's not simply a matter of buy 100 shares of this or sell 100 shares of that, nor is it Is the PE high or is the PE low? That is not what being a sophisticated investor is about. Investing in these investments is about getting very close to the engine of capitalism. In fact, some of the investments listed here are venture capital investments which, for the average investor, are far too risky. In reality, the investments are not risky. It's the lack of education, experience, and excess cash that makes it risky for the average investor. The Path. This audiobook is not necessarily about investments. This audiobook is specifically about the investor and the path to becoming a sophisticated investor. It is about your finding the path that's right for you to acquire the 3 E's: education, experience, and excess cash. Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a book about my educational path as a child. Cash Flow Quadrant is my educational path as a young adult between the years 1973 and 1994. This audiobook, Rich Dad's Guide to Investing, builds on the lessons from previous years and converts the lessons into the 3 E's so that you can qualify as a sophisticated investor. In 1973, I barely had $3,000 to invest, and I did not have much education and real-life experience. By 1994, I had become a sophisticated investor. Many years ago, Rich Dad said, "Just as there are houses for the rich, the poor, and the middle class, there are investments for each of them. If you want to invest in investments that the rich invest in, you have to be more than rich. You need to become a sophisticated investor, not just a rich person who invests." The 5 phases of becoming a sophisticated investor. Rich Dad broke my development program into 5 distinct phases, which I have organized into phases, lessons, and chapters. The phases are: 1. Are you mentally prepared to be an investor? 2. What type of investor do you want to become? 3. How do you build a strong business? 4. Who is a sophisticated investor? 5. Giving it back. This book is written as a guide. It will not give you specific answers. The purpose of this book is to help you understand what questions to ask. And if this book does that, it has done its job. Rich Dad said, "You cannot teach someone to be a sophisticated investor, but a person can learn to become a sophisticated investor. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. I cannot teach you to ride a bicycle, but you can learn to ride a bicycle. Learning to ride a bicycle requires risk, trial and error, and proper guidance. The same is true with investing. If you do not want to take risks, then you are saying you do not want to learn. And if you do not want to learn, then I cannot teach you." And if you are looking for a book on hot investment tips or how to get rich quick or the secret investment formula of the rich, this book is not for you. This book is really about learning more than investing. It is for people who are students of investing, students who seek their own path to wealth rather than look for the easy road to wealth. This book is about Rich Dad's 5 phases of development, the 5 phases that he went through and that I am currently going through. If you are a student of great wealth, you may notice while listening to this book that Rich Dad's 5 phases are the same 5 phases that the richest business people and investors in the world went through in order to become very, very rich. Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, America's richest investor, and Thomas Edison, founder of General Electric, all went through these 5 phases. They are the same 5 phases that the young new millionaires and billionaires of the internet are currently going through while still in their 20s and 30s. The only difference is that because of the information age, these young people went through the same phases faster, and maybe you can as well. Are you part of the revolution? Great wealth, vast fortunes, and mega-rich families were created during the Industrial Revolution. The same is going on today during the Information Revolution. I find it interesting that today we have self-made multimillionaires and billionaires who are 20, 30, and 40 years of age. Yet we still have people 40 and over who have a tough time hanging on to $50,000 a year jobs. One reason for this great disparity is the shift from the industrial age to the information age. When we shifted into the industrial age, people like Henry Ford and Thomas Edison became billionaires. Today, in the information age, we have Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, and the founders of internet companies becoming young millionaires and billionaires. Today's 20-somethings will soon be passing Bill Gates in wealth. That is the power of a shift in ages, the shift from the industrial age to the information age. It has been said that there is nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. And there is nothing so detrimental than someone who is still thinking old ideas. For you, this audiobook may be about looking at old ideas and possibly finding new ideas for wealth. It may also be about a paradigm shift in your life. It may be about a transition as radical as the shift from the industrial age to the information age. It may be about defining a new financial path for your life. It may be about thinking more like a business person and investor rather than an employee or a self-employed person. It took me years to go through the phases, and in fact, I am still going through them. After listening to this audiobook, you may consider going through the same 5 phases, or you may decide that this developmental path is not for you. If you decide to embark upon the same path, how fast you choose to go through these 5 phases of development is up to you. Remember that this audiobook is not about getting rich quickly. The choice to undergo such a personal development and education program begins in phase 1, the phase of mental preparation. Are you mentally prepared to be an investor? Rich Dad often said, "Money will be anything you want it to be." What he meant was that money comes from our minds, our thoughts. If a person says money is hard to get, it will probably be hard to get. If a person says, "Oh, I'll never be rich," or "It's really hard to get rich," it will probably be true for that person. If a person says, "The only way to get rich is to work hard," then that person will probably work hard. If the person says, "If I had a lot of money, I would put it in the bank because I wouldn't know what to do with it," then it will probably happen just that way. You'd be surprised how many people think and do just that. And if a person says investing is risky, then it is. As Rich Dad said, money will be anything you want it to be. Rich Dad warned me that the mental preparation it takes to become a sophisticated investor is probably similar to the mental preparation it would take to climb Mount Everest or to prepare for the priesthood. He was kidding, yet he was putting me on notice that such an undertaking is not to be taken lightly. He said to me, "You start as I did. You start without any money. All you have is hope and a dream of attaining great wealth. While many people dream of it, only a few achieve it. Think hard and prepare mentally because you are about to learn to invest in a way that very few people are allowed to invest. You will see the investment world from the inside rather than from the outside. There are far easier paths in life and easier ways to invest. So think it over and be prepared if you decide this is the path for your life." Chapter 2. Investor Lesson Number 2. Pouring a Foundation of Wealth. Returning to the dingy gray officers' quarters on base that night was very difficult. They had been fine when I left earlier that day, but after spending the afternoon in Mike's new home, the officers' quarters seemed cheap, old, and tired. As expected, my 3 roommates were drinking beer and watching a baseball game on television. There were pizza boxes and beer cans everywhere. They did not say much as I passed through the shared living area. They just stared at the TV set. As I retired to my room and closed the door, I felt grateful that we all had private rooms. I had much to think about. At 25 years of age, I finally realized things that I could not understand as a kid of 9 years old, the age at which I first began working with Rich Dad. I realized that my rich dad had been working hard for years, pouring a solid foundation of wealth. They had started on the poor side of town, living frugally, building businesses, buying real estate, and working on their plan. I now understood that Rich Dad's plan was to become very wealthy. While Mike and I were in high school, Rich Dad had made his move by expanding to different islands of the Hawaiian chain, buying businesses and real estate. While Mike and I were in college, he made his big move and became one of the major private investors in businesses in Honolulu and parts of Waikiki. While I was flying for the Marine Corps in Vietnam, his foundation of wealth was set in place. It was a strong and firm foundation. Now, he and his family were enjoying the fruits of their labor. Instead of living in the poorest of neighborhoods on an outer island, they lived in one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in Honolulu. They did not just look rich on the surface, as many of the people in that neighborhood did. I knew that Mike and his dad were rich because they allowed me to review their audited financial statements. Not many people were given that privilege. My real dad, on the other hand, had just lost his job. He had been climbing the ladder in the state government when he fell from grace from the political machine that ran the state of Hawaii. My dad lost everything he had worked to achieve when he ran against his boss for governor and lost. He had been blacklisted from state government and was trying to start over. He had no foundation of wealth. Although he was 52 and I was 25, we were in exactly the same financial position. We had no money. We both had a college education and we could both get another job, but when it came to real assets, we had nothing. That night, lying quietly on my bunk, I knew I had a rare opportunity to choose a direction for my life. I say rare because very few people have the luxury of comparing the life paths of two fathers and then choosing the path that was right for them. It was a choice I did not take lightly. Investments of the rich. Although many things ran through my mind that night, I was most intrigued by the idea that there were investments only for the rich, and then there were investments for everyone else. I remembered that when I was a kid working for Rich Dad, all he talked about was building his businesses. But now that he was rich, all he talked about was his investments. Investments for the rich. That day over lunch, he had explained, the only reason I built businesses was so I could invest in the investments of the rich. The only reason you build a business is so that your business can buy your assets. Without my businesses, I could not afford to invest in the investments of the rich. Rich Dad went on to stress the difference between an employee buying an investment and a business buying an investment. He said, most investments are too expensive when you purchase them as an employee, but they are much more affordable if my business buys them for me. I did not know what he meant by that statement, but I knew this distinction was important. I was now curious and anxious to find out what the difference was. Rich Dad had studied corporate and tax law and had found ways to make a lot of money using the laws to his advantage. I drifted off to sleep that night, excited about calling Rich Dad in the morning. Different quadrants, different paths. When I was young, I did not know which dad to listen to when it came to the subject of money. Both were good, hardworking men. Both were strong and charismatic. Both said I should go to college and serve my country in the military. But they did not say the same things about money or give the same advice about what to become when I grew up. Now I could compare the results of the career paths chosen by my rich dad and my poor dad. My poor dad advised me, go to school, get good grades, and then find a safe, secure job with benefits. He was recommending a career path in the E and S quadrants. On the other hand, my rich dad said, learn to build businesses and invest through your businesses. He was recommending a career in the B and I quadrants. There are core emotional differences, and technical differences among the people found in each of the quadrants in the cash flow quadrant. These emotional and technical differences are important because they ultimately determine which quadrant a person tends to favor and operate from. For example, a person who needs job security will most likely seek the E quadrant. In the E quadrant are people in all walks of life, from janitors to presidents of companies. A person who needs to do things on his or her own is often found in the S quadrant, the quadrant of the self-employed or small business. I also say that S stands for specialists, solo, and smart, because this is where many of the professionals, such as doctors, attorneys, accountants, and other technical consultants, are found. The Cash Flow Quadrant book explains the differences between the S quadrant, which is where most small business owners operate, and the B quadrant, which is the quadrant where big businesses are found. In this audiobook, we will go into much more detail about the technical differences, because it is here that the differences between the rich and everyone else are found. The lessons resume. I had spent many hours as a child sitting at a table in one of Rich Dad's restaurants as Rich Dad discussed the affairs of his business. At these discussions, I would sit and sip my soda while Rich Dad talked with his bankers, accountants, attorneys, stockbrokers, real estate brokers, financial planners, and insurance agents. It was the beginning of my business education. Between the ages of 9 and 18, I spent hours listening to these men and women solve intricate business problems. But those lessons around the table ended when I left for 4 years of college in New York, followed by 5 years of service with the Marine Corps. Now that my college education was complete and my military duty nearly over, I was ready to continue the lessons with Rich Dad. I called Rich Dad, ready to begin my lessons again. Rich Dad had turned the businesses over to Mike and was now semi-retired. He was looking for something to do rather than play golf all day. While Mike was busy running their empire, Rich Dad and I had lunch at a hotel on Waikiki Beach. The sun was warm, the ocean beautiful, the breeze light, and the setting as close to paradise as you can get. Rich Dad was shocked to see me walk in wearing my uniform. He had never seen me in uniform before. He had only seen me as a kid dressed in casual clothes like shorts, jeans, and t-shirts. I guess he finally realized that I had grown up since leaving high school and had seen a lot of the world and fought in a war. I wore my uniform to the meeting because I was between flights and had to get back to the base to fly that evening. "So, that is what you have been doing since leaving high school," said Rich Dad. I nodded my head and said, 4 years at the military academy in New York and 4 years in the Marine Corps. 1 more year to go. "I am very proud of you," said Rich Dad. "Thanks," I replied, "but it will be nice to get out of a military uniform. It's really tough being spit on or stared at or called baby killers by all these hippies and people who are against the war. I just hope it ends soon for all of us." "I'm glad Mike did not have to go," said Rich Dad. "He wanted to enlist, but his poor health kept him out." "He was fortunate," I replied. "I lost enough friends to that war. I would have hated to have lost Mike, too." Rich Dad nodded his head and asked, "So what are your plans once your military contract is up next year?" "Well, 3 of my friends have been offered jobs with the airlines as pilots. It's tough getting hired right now, but they say they can get me in through some contacts they have." "So you're thinking of flying with the airlines?" asked Rich Dad. I nodded slowly. "Well, that's all I've been doing, thinking about it. The pay is okay, and benefits are good. And besides, my flight training has been pretty intense," I said. "I've become a pretty good pilot after flying in combat. If I fly for a year with a small airline and get some multi-engine time, I will be ready for the major carriers." "So is that what you think you were going to do?" asked Rich Dad. "No," I replied. "Not after what has happened to my dad and after having lunch with you 2 yesterday at Mike's house. I lay awake for hours last night, and I thought about what you said about investing. I realized that if I took a job with the airlines, I might someday become an accredited investor. But I realized that I might never go beyond that level. Rich Dad sat in silence, nodding ever so slightly. "So what I said hit home," he said in a low voice. "Very much so," I replied. "I reflected on all the lessons you gave me as a kid. Now I am an adult and the lessons have a new meaning to me." "And what did you remember?" asked Rich Dad. "I remember you were taking away my 10 cents per hour and making me work for free," I replied. "I remember that lesson of not becoming addicted to a paycheck." Rich Dad laughed at himself and said, "That was a pretty tough lesson." "Yes, it was," I replied, "but a great lesson. My dad was really angry with you then, but now he is the one trying to live without a paycheck at 52 years old. I was only 9 when I got that lesson. After lunch at Mike's yesterday, I vowed that I would not spend my life clinging to job security just because I need a paycheck. That is why I doubt that I will seek a job with the airlines, and that is why I'm here having lunch with you. I want to review your lessons on how to have money work for me so I don't have to spend my life working for money. But this time, I want your lessons as an adult. Make the lessons harder and give me more detail." "And what was my first lesson?" asked Rich Dad. "The rich don't work for money," I said promptly. "They know how to have money work for them." A broad smile came over Rich Dad's face. He knew that I had been listening to him all those years as a kid. "Very good," he said, "and that is the basis of becoming an investor. All investors learn how to have their money work hard for them." "And that is what I want to learn," I said quietly. "I want to learn and maybe teach my dad what you know. He is in a very bad way right now, trying to start over again at the age of 52. "I know," said Rich Dad. "I know." So, on a sunny day, with surfers riding the beautiful waves of the deep blue ocean, my lessons on investing began. The lessons came in 5 phases, each phase taking me to a higher level of understanding Rich Dad's thought process and his investment plan. The lessons began with preparing mentally and taking control of myself, because that is the only place that investing really takes place anyway. Investing ultimately begins and ends with taking control of yourself. The lessons on investment in Phase 1 of Rich Dad's investment plan are all about the mental preparation it takes before actually beginning to invest. Lying in my bunk that night in 1973 in a dingy room on the Marine Corps base, my mental preparation had begun. Mike was fortunate enough to have a father who had accumulated great wealth. I was not that fortunate. In many ways, he had a 50-year head start on me. I had yet to start. That night, I began my mental preparation by choosing between seeking job security, the road my poor dad chose, and pouring a foundation of real wealth, the road my rich dad chose. That is where the process of investing truly begins and where Rich Dad's lessons on investing start. It starts with a very personal decision, a mental choice to be rich, poor, or middle class. It is an important decision because whichever financial position in life you choose, be it rich, poor, or middle class, everything in your life then changes. Chapter 3. Investor Lesson Number 3. The Choice. Rich Dad's lessons on investing began. When it comes to money and investing, people have 3 fundamental reasons or choices for investing. To be 1, secure, 2, comfortable, or 3, rich. Rich Dad continued, all 3 choices are important. The difference in one's life occurs when the choices are prioritized. He continued by saying that most people make their money and investment choices in that exact order. In other words, their first choice when it comes to money decisions is security. Second is comfort. And third is to be rich. That is why most people make job security their highest priority. After they have a secure job or profession, then they focus on comfort. The last choice for most people is to be rich. That day in 1973, Rich Dad said, "Most people dream of becoming rich, but it is not their first choice. Only 3 out of 100 people in America are rich because of this priority of choices. For most people, if becoming rich disturbs their comfort or makes them feel insecure, they will forsake becoming rich. That is why so many people want that one hot investment tip. People who make security and comfort their first and second choices look for ways to get rich quick that are easy, risk-free, and comfortable. A few people do get rich on one lucky investment, but all too often, they lose it all." Rich or happy? I often hear people say, "I'd rather be happy than be rich." That comment has always sounded very strange to me. I have been both rich and poor, and in both financial positions, I have been both happy and unhappy. I wonder why people think they have to choose between happiness and being rich. When I reflect upon this lesson, it occurs to me that what people are really saying is that I'd rather feel secure and comfortable than be rich. That is because when they are insecure or uncomfortable, they are not happy. For me, I was willing to feel insecure and uncomfortable in order to be rich. I have been rich and poor as well as happy and unhappy, but I assure you that when I was poor and unhappy, I was much unhappier than when I was rich and unhappy. I have also never understood the statement, "Money does not make you happy." While there is some truth in it, I have always noticed that when I have money, I feel pretty good. The other day, I found a $10 bill in my jeans pocket. Even though it was only $10, it felt great finding it. Receiving money has always felt better than receiving a bill for money I owe. At least, that is my experience with money. I feel happy when it comes in and sad when it leaves. Back in 1973, I put my priorities in this order: to be 1, rich, 2, comfortable, 3, secure. As stated earlier, when it comes to money and investing, all 3 priorities are important. Which order you put them in is a very personal decision that should be made before beginning to invest. My poor dad put to be secure as priority 1, and Rich Dad put to be rich as priority 1. Before beginning to invest, it is important to decide what your priorities are. Mental attitude quiz. To be rich, comfortable, and secure are personal core values. One is not better than the other. I do know, however, that making the choice of which core values are most important to you often has a significant long-term impact upon the kind of life you choose. That is why it is important to know which core values are most important to you, especially when it comes to the subject of money and financial planning. So the mental attitude question is, what are your core values? List in order of importance which core values are most important to you. Some of you may need to work through your true feelings. Talk seriously with your spouse or mentor. Make pro and con lists. Knowing what your personal priorities are will save you many agonizing decisions and sleepless nights later. One of the reasons the 90-10 rule of money applies may be because 90% of the people choose comfort and security over being rich. Chapter 4. Investor lesson number 4. What kind of world do you see? One of the most startling differences between my rich dad and poor dad was the kind of world they saw. My poor dad always saw a world of financial scarcity. That view was reflected when he said, "Do you think money grows on trees?" Or, "Do you think I'm made of money?" Or, "I can't afford it." When I spent time with my rich dad, I began to realize that he saw a completely different world. He would see a world of too much money. That view was reflected when he said, Don't worry about money. If we do the right things, there will always be plenty of money. Don't let not having money be an excuse for not getting what you want. In 1973, during one of Rich Dad's lessons, he said, "There are only two kinds of money problems. One problem is not enough money. The other problem is too much money. Which type of money problem do you want?" In my classes on investing, I spend a lot of time on this subject. Most people come from families where the money problem was not enough money. Since money is only an idea, if your idea is that there is not enough money, then that is what your reality will be. One of the advantages I had, coming from two families, was that I could see both types of problems. And rest assured, both are problems. My poor dad always had problems of not enough money, and my rich dad always had problems of too much money. Rich Dad had a comment on that strange phenomenon. He said, "People who suddenly become rich by things such as inheritance, a big jackpot from Las Vegas, or the lottery, suddenly become poor again because, psychologically, all they know is a world of not enough money. So they lose all their suddenly found wealth and go back to the only world of money they know, a world of not enough money." One of my personal struggles was shaking the idea that the world was a world of not enough money. From 1973 on, Rich Dad had me become very aware of my thoughts when it came to the subjects of money, working, and becoming rich. Rich Dad truly believed that poor people remained poor simply because that was the only world they knew. Rich Dad would say, "Whatever your reality is about money inside of you is the reality of money outside of you. You cannot change your outside reality until you first change your inside reality about money." Rich Dad connected what he saw as some of the causes of scarcity to the effect it has on people's attitudes. The more security you need, the more scarcity there is in your life. The more competitive you are, the more scarcity there is in your life. That is why people compete for jobs and promotions at work and compete for grades in school. People who are creative, cooperative, and have good financial and business skills often have lives of increasing financial abundance. I could see these differences in attitudes between my two dads. My real dad always encouraged me to play it safe and seek security. My rich dad encouraged me to develop skills and be creative. The second half of this audiobook is about how to take your creative ideas and create a world of abundance rather than a world of scarcity. During our discussions about scarcity, Rich Dad would take a coin out of his pocket and say, "When a person says, 'I can't afford it,' that person sees only one side of the coin. The moment you say, 'How can I afford it?' you begin to see the other side. The problem is that even when people see the other side, they see it with only their eyes. That is why poor people see rich people doing what rich people do on the surface, but they fail to see what rich people are doing inside their minds. If you want to see the other side of the coin, you have to see what is going on inside a very rich person's mind. The second half of this audiobook is about what goes on in a rich person's mind. I asked Rich Dad why lottery winners usually go broke. His reply was, "A person who suddenly comes into a lot of money and goes broke because they still only see one side of the coin. In other words, they handle the money in the same way they always did, which is the reason they were poor or struggled in the first place. They see only a world of not enough money. The safest thing that person can do is just put money in the bank and live off the interest only. People who can see the other side of the coin would take that money and multiply it rapidly and safely. They can do that because they see the other side of the coin where there is a world of too much money. They use their money to get to the other side faster while everyone else uses money to become poorer faster." In the late 1980s, after Rich Dad retired completely and turned his empire over to Mike, he called me in for a brief meeting. Before the meeting began, he showed me a bank statement with $39 million in cash and said, "And this is only in one bank. I am retired now because it is a full-time job to keep taking this cash out of my banks and moving it into more productive investments. I repeat, it is a full-time job that becomes more challenging every year." As the meeting ended, Rich Dad said, "I spent years training Mike to build the engine that produces this much money. Now that I am retired, he is running the engine that I built. The reason I can retire with confidence is because Mike knows not only how to run the engine, but how to fix it if it breaks." Most rich kids lose their parents' money because, although they grow up in extreme wealth, they never really learn how to build an engine or fix it after it is broken. In fact, too many rich kids are the very people who break the engine. They grow up on the rich side of the coin, but they never learn what it takes to get to that side. You have a chance, with my guidance, to make the transition and stay on the other side. A big part of taking control of myself was taking control of my internal reality about money. I have had to constantly remind myself that there is a world of too much money because in my heart and soul, I have often felt like a poor person. One of the exercises Rich Dad had me do whenever I felt the surge of panic in my heart and stomach, the panic that comes from the fear of not having enough money, was to simply say, "There are two kinds of money problems. One problem is not enough money, and the other is too much money. Which one do I want?" I would ask this question mentally, even though my core being was in a state of financial panic. I am not one of these wishful thinking people or a person who believes solely in the power of affirmation. I asked myself that question to combat my inherited point of view on money. Once my gut was calmed down, I would then ask my mind to begin finding solutions to whatever was financially challenging me at the time. Solutions could mean seeking new answers, finding new advisors, or attending a class on a subject I was weak on. The main purpose for combating my core panic was to allow me to calm down so I could move forward again. I have noticed that most people let their panic about money defeat them and dictate the terms and conditions of their lives. Hence, they remain terrified about risk and money. As I wrote in Cash Flow Quadrant, people's emotions often run their lives. Emotions such as fear and doubt lead to low self-esteem and a lack of self-confidence. In the early 1990s, Donald Trump was nearly $1 billion in debt personally and $9 billion in debt corporately. An interviewer asked him if he was worried. He replied, "Worrying is a waste of time. Worrying gets in my way of working to solve these problems. I have noticed that one of the main reasons people are not rich is that they worry too much about things that might never happen." Rich Dad's investor lesson number 2 was to mentally choose to see both worlds, a world of not enough money and a world of too much money. Later, Rich Dad went into the importance of a financial plan. Rich Dad strongly believed in having a financial plan for when you did not have enough money, as well as a financial plan for when you will have too much money. He said, "If you do not have a plan for having too much money, then you will lose all your money and go back to the only plan you know, which is what 90% of the population knows, a world of not enough money." Security and scarcity. Rich Dad said, the more a person seeks security, the more scarcity they will have in their life. Security and scarcity go hand in hand. That is why people who seek job security or guarantees are often the people with less abundance in their life. One of the reasons the 90-10 rule of money holds true is that most people spend their lives seeking more security instead of seeking more financial skills. The more financial skills you have, the more abundance you will have in your life. It was these financial skills that gave Rich Dad the power to begin acquiring some of the most valuable real estate in Hawaii, even though he had very little money. These same financial skills give people the power to take an opportunity and turn it into millions of dollars. Most people can see opportunities. They just cannot turn that opportunity into money. That is why they often seek even more security. Rich Dad also said, the more a person seeks security, the less they can see of the opportunities that abound. They see only one side of the coin and never see the other side. That is why the more they seek security, the less opportunity they see on the flip side of the coin. As the great baseball player Yogi Berra once said, strike out just 7 out of 10 times and you're in the Hall of Fame. In other words, if he came to bat 1,000 times in his baseball career, and if he struck out only 700 times, he would be in the Hall of Fame. After reading Yogi Berra's quote, Rich Dad said, most people are so security conscious that they live their entire lives avoiding striking out just once. Mental Attitude Quiz. I came from a family that saw the world as a world of not enough money. My personal challenge was to repeatedly remind myself that another kind of world existed, a world of too much money, and that I needed to keep an open mind to see a world of both possibilities for me. So the mental attitude questions are: 1. Can you see that two different worlds of money can exist? A world of not enough money and a world of too much money. 2. If you currently live in a world of not enough money, are you willing to see the possibility of your living in a world of too much money? Chapter 5. Investor Lesson Number 5. Why investing is confusing. One day, I was waiting in Rich Dad's office, and he was speaking on the phone. He was saying things such as, "So you're long today? If the prime drops, what will that do to the spread? Okay. Now I understand why you're buying an option straddle to cover that position. You're going to short that stock? Why not use a put option instead of a short?" After Rich Dad put his phone down, I said, "I have no idea what you were talking about. Investing seems so confusing." Rich Dad smiled and said, "What I was talking about was not really investing." "It wasn't investing? Then what was it? It sounded like what investors on TV and in the movies sound like." Rich Dad smiled and laughed, saying, "First of all, investing means different things to different people. That is why it seems so confusing. What most people call investing is not really investing. People are all talking about different things, yet they often think they are talking about the same thing." "What?" I said, screwing up my face. "People are talking about different things, yet think they are talking about the same thing?" Again, Rich Dad laughed. The lesson had begun. Investing means different things to different people. As Rich Dad began the lesson that day, he repeatedly stressed that main point. Investing means different things to different people. The following are some of the highlights of this important lesson. Different people invest in different things. Rich Dad explained some of the differences in value. Some people invest in large families. A large extended family is a way to ensure care for the parents in their old age. People invest in a good education, job security, and benefits. The individual and his or her marketable skills become the assets. Some people invest in external assets. In America, about 45% of the population owns shares in companies. This number is growing as people realize that job security and lifetime employment are no longer guaranteed. There are many different investment products. Here is a sample of some of the different types of investments: stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, insurance, commodities, savings, collectibles, precious metals, hedge funds, and others. Each one of these groups can then be broken down into different subgroups. Let's take stocks, for example. Stocks can be subdivided into common stock, preferred stock, stocks with warrants, small cap stock, blue chip stock, convertible stock, technical stock, industrial stock, and on and on and on. Real estate can be subdivided into single family, commercial office, commercial retail, multifamily, warehouse, industrial, raw land to the curb, and on and on and on. Insurance can be subdivided into whole, term, variable life, universal, variable universal, blended, whole and term in one policy, first, second, or last to die, used for funding buy-sell agreement, used for executive bonus and deferred compensation, used for funding estate taxes, used for non-qualified retirement benefits, and on and on and on. There are many different investment products, each designed to do something different. That is another reason why the subject of investing is so confusing. There are different investment procedures. Rich Dad used the word procedure to describe the technique, method, or formula for buying, selling, trading, or holding these investment products. The following are some of the different types of investment procedures. Buy, hold, and pray, long. Buy and sell, trade. Sell, then buy, short. Option buying and selling, trade. Dollar cost averaging, long. Brokering, trade no position. Saving, collecting. Many investors are classified by their investing procedures and their products. For example, I am a stock trader. I speculate in real estate. I collect rare coins. I trade commodity future options. I am a day trader. I believe in money in the bank. All of this adds to the confusion on the subject of investing because under the banner of investing, there are people who are really gamblers, speculators, traders, savers, dreamers, losers. Many of these individuals call themselves investors, and technically they are, which is why the subject of investing is even more confusing. No one is an expert at everything. Rich Dad said investing means different things to different people. Rich Dad also said there is no one person who can possibly be an expert at the entire subject. Everyone has a bias. A person who is good at stocks will say, stocks are your best investment. A person who loves real estate will say, real estate is the basis of all wealth. Someone who hates gold will say, gold is an obsolete commodity. When you add procedure bias, you can really get confused. Some people say, diversify, don't put all your eggs in one basket. There are others, such as Warren Buffett, America's greatest investor, who says, don't diversify, put all your eggs in one basket and watch that basket closely. All of this personal bias from so-called experts adds to the confusion that shrouds the subject of investing. Same market, different directions. Adding to the confusion is that everyone has a different opinion on the direction of the market and the future of the world. If you watch the financial news stations, they will have one so-called expert who says, the market is overheated. It will crash in the next 6 weeks. 10 minutes later, another expert will come on and say, the market is set to go up even further. There will be no crash. Late to the party. A friend of mine recently asked, every time I hear of a hot stock, by the time I buy it, the stock is heading down. I buy at the top because it's the hot popular stock, and then a day later it starts heading down. Why am I always late to the party? Another complaint I often hear is, the stock drops in price, so I sell it, and the next day it goes up. Why does that happen? I call this the late to the party phenomenon, or the you sold too early phenomenon. The problem with investing in something because it's popular or rated as the #1 fund for the past 2 years is that real investors have already made their money in that investment. They were in it early and got out at the top. For me, nothing is more frustrating than to hear someone say, "I bought it at $2 a share and it's now at $35 a share." Such stories or hot tips do me no good and only frustrate me. That is why today, when I hear such tales of instant wealth and fast money in the market, I just walk away and choose not to listen, because such stories are not really stories about investing. This is why investing is confusing. Rich Dad often said, investing is confusing because it is a very large subject. If you look around you, you'll see that people have invested in many different things. Look at your appliances. Those are all products from companies that people invested in. You receive your electricity from a utility company that people invest in. Once you understand that, then look at your car, the gas, the tires, seat belts, windshield wipers, spark plugs, the roads, the stripes on the road, your soft drinks, the furniture in your house, the shopping center your favorite store is in, the office buildings, the bank, the hotels, the airplane overhead, the carpet in the airport, and so on. All of these things are there because someone invested in the business that delivers you the things that make life civilized. That is what investing really is all about. Rich Dad often ended his lessons on investing with this statement: investing is such a confusing subject for most people because what most people call investing is not really investing. In the next chapter, Rich Dad guides me into reducing the confusion and into understanding what investing really is. Mental Attitude Quiz. Investing is a vast subject with many different people having as many different opinions. So, the mental attitude questions are: 1. Do you realize that investing means different things to different people? 2. Do you realize that no one person can know all there is to know about the subject of investing? 3. Do you realize that one person may say an investment is good and another person may say the same investment is bad, and that both could have valid points? 4. Are you willing to keep an open mind to the subject of investing and listen to different points of view on the subject? 5. Are you now aware that focusing on specific products and procedures may not necessarily be investing? 6. Do you realize that an investment product that is good for one person may not be good for you? Chapter 6. Investor Lesson Number 6. Investing is a plan, not a product or procedure. I am often asked questions like, "I have $10,000 to invest. What do you recommend I invest in?" And my standard reply is, "Do you have a plan?" A few months ago, I was on a radio station in San Francisco. The program was on investing and was hosted by a very popular local stockbroker. A call came in from a listener wanting some investment advice. "I am 42 years old. I have a good job, but I have no money. My mother has a house with a lot of equity in it. Her home is worth about $800,000, and she owes only $100,000 on it. She said she would let me borrow some of the equity so I could begin investing. What do you think I should invest in? Should it be stocks or real estate?" Again, my reply was, "Do you have a plan?" "I don't need a plan," was the reply. "I just want you to tell me what to invest in. I want to know if you think the real estate market is better or the stock market." "I know that is what you want to know, but do you have a plan?" I again asked as politely as possible. "I told you, I don't need a plan," said the caller. "I told you my mother will give me the money, so I have the money. That's why I don't need a plan. I'm ready to invest. I just want to know which market you think is better, the stock market or the real estate market. I also want to know how much of my mom's money I should spend on my own home. Prices are going up so fast here in the Bay Area that I don't want to wait any longer." Deciding to use another approach, I asked, "If you're 42 years old and have a good job, why is it that you have no money? And if you lose your mother's equity money from her home, can she continue to afford the home with the added debt? And if you lose your job or the market crashes, can you continue to afford a new house if you can't sell it for what you paid for it? To an estimated 400,000 listeners came his answer. That is none of your business. I thought you were an investor. You don't need to dig into my private life to give me tips on investing, and leave my mother out of this. All I want is investment advice, not personal advice. Investment advice is personal advice. One of the most important lessons I learned from my rich dad was this. Investing is a plan, not a product or procedure. He went on to say investing is a very personal plan. During one of my lessons on investing, he asked, "Do you know why there are so many different types of cars and trucks?" I thought about the question for a while, finally replying, "I guess because there are so many different types of people, and people have different needs. A single person may not need a large 9-passenger station wagon, but a family with 5 kids would need one. And a farmer would rather have a pickup truck than a 2-seater sports car." "That's correct," said Rich Dad, "and that is why investment products are often called investment vehicles." "They're called vehicles?" I repeated. "Why investment vehicles?" "Because that is all they are," said Rich Dad. "There are many different investment products or vehicles because there are many different people with many different needs, just as a family with 5 children has different needs than a single person or a farmer." "But why the word vehicles?" I asked again. "Because all a vehicle does is get you from point A to point B," said Rich Dad. "An investment product or vehicle simply takes you from where you are financially to where you want to be sometime in the future financially." "And that is why investing is a plan," I said, nodding my head quietly. I was beginning to understand. Investing is like planning a trip, let's say, from Hawaii to New York. Obviously, you know that for the first leg of your trip, a bicycle or car will not do. That means you will need a boat or a plane to get across the ocean, said Rich Dad. And once I reach land, I can walk, ride a bike, travel by car, train, or bus to New York, I added. All are different vehicles. Rich Dad nodded his head, and one is not necessarily better than the other. If you have a lot of time and really want to see the country, then walking or riding a bike would be the best. Not only that, you will be much healthier at the end of the trip. But if you need to be in New York tomorrow, then obviously flying from Hawaii to New York is your best and only choice if you want to make it on time. Many people focus on a product, such as stocks, and then a procedure, such as trading, but they don't really have a plan. Is that what you were saying? I asked. Rich Dad nodded. Most people are trying to make money by what they think is investing, but trading is not investing. What is it if it is not investing? I asked. It's trading, said Rich Dad, and trading is a procedure or technique. A person trading stocks is not much different than a person who buys a house, fixes it up, and sells it for a higher profit. One trades stocks, the other trades real estate. It's still trading. In reality, trading is centuries old. Camels carried exotic wares across the desert to consumers in Europe, so a retailer is also a trader in a sense. And trading is a profession, but it is not what I call investing. And to you, investing is a plan to get you from where you are to where you want to be, I said, doing my best to understand Rich Dad's distinctions. Rich Dad nodded and said, I know it's picky and seems a minor detail. Yet I want to do my best to reduce the confusion around this subject of investing. Every day I meet people who think they're investing, but financially they're going nowhere. They might as well be pushing a wheelbarrow in a circle. It takes more than one vehicle. In the previous chapter, I listed a few of the different types of investment products and procedures available. More are being created every day because so many people have so many different needs, When people are not clear on their own personal financial plans, all these different products and procedures become overwhelming and confusing. Rich Dad used the wheelbarrow as his vehicle of choice when describing many investors. Too many so-called investors get attached to one investment product and one investment procedure. For example, a person may invest only in stocks or a person may invest only in real estate. The person becomes attached to the vehicle and then fails to see all the other investment vehicles and procedures available. The person becomes an expert at that one wheelbarrow and pushes it in a circle forever. One day, when he was laughing about investors and their wheelbarrows, I had to ask for further clarification. His response was, some people become experts at one type of product and one procedure. That is what I mean by becoming attached to the wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow works. It hauls a lot of cash around, but it is still a wheelbarrow. A true investor does not become attached to the vehicles or the procedures. A true investor has a plan and has multiple options for different investment vehicles and procedures. All a true investor wants to do is get from point A to point B safely and within a desired time frame. That person doesn't want to own or push the wheelbarrow. Still confused, I asked for greater clarification. Look, he said, becoming a little frustrated, if I want to go from Hawaii to New York, I have a choice of many vehicles. I don't really want to own them. I just want to use them. When I get on a plane, I don't want to fly it. I don't want to fall in love with it. I just want to get from where I am to where I am going. When I land at the airport, I want to use the taxi to get from the airport to my hotel. Once I arrive at the hotel, the porter uses a handcart to move my bags from the curb to the room. I don't want to own or push that handcart. So what is the difference? I asked. Many people who think they are investors get attached to the investment vehicle. They think they have to like stocks or like real estate to use them as investment vehicles. So they look for investments they like and fail to put together a plan. These are the investors who wind up traveling in circles, never getting from financial point A to financial point B. So you don't necessarily fall in love with the plane you fly on, just as you don't necessarily fall in love with your stocks, bonds, or office buildings. They are all simply vehicles, I stated, vehicles to take you to where you want to go. Rich Dad nodded. I appreciate those vehicles. I trust that people take care of those vehicles. I just don't get attached to the vehicles, nor do I necessarily want to own or spend my time driving them. What happens when people get attached to their investment vehicles, I asked. They think that their investment vehicle is the only vehicle, or that it is the best vehicle. I know people who invest only in stocks as well as people who invest only in real estate. That is what I mean by getting attached to the wheelbarrow. There is not anything necessarily wrong with that type of thinking. It's just that they often focus on the vehicle rather than their plan. So even though they may make a lot of money buying, holding, and selling investment products, that money may not take them to where they want to go. So I need a plan, I said, and my plan will then determine the different types of investment vehicles I will need. Rich Dad nodded, saying, in fact, don't invest until you have a plan. Always remember that investing is a plan, not a product or procedure. That is a very important lesson. Mental attitude quiz. Before a person builds a house, he or she usually calls in an architect to draw up the plans. Could you imagine what could happen if someone just called in some people and began to build a house without a plan? Well, that is what happens to many people's financial houses. Rich Dad guided me in writing out financial plans. It was not necessarily an easy process, nor did it make sense at first. But after a while, I became very clear on where I was financially and where I wanted to go. Once I knew that, the planning process became easier. In other words, for me, the hardest part was figuring out what I wanted. The mental attitude questions are: 1. Are you willing to invest the time to find out where you are financially today and where you want to be financially? And are you willing to spell out how you plan to get there? In addition, always remember that a plan is not really a plan until it is in writing and you can show it to someone else. 2. Are you willing to meet with at least one financial professional and find out how his or her services may help you with your long-term investment plans? You may want to meet with 2 or 3 professionals just to find out the differences in their approaches. Chapter 7. Investor lesson number 7. Are you planning to be rich or are you planning to be poor? Most people are planning to be poor, said Rich Dad. What? I replied in disbelief. Why do you say that? How can you say that? Just listen to what people say, said Rich Dad. If you want to see a person's past, present, and future, just listen to his or her words. The power of words. Rich Dad's lesson on the power of words was very powerful. He asked, have you ever heard someone say, it takes money to make money? Standing to get 2 soft drinks from the refrigerator, I replied, yes, I hear it all the time. Why do you ask? Because the idea that it takes money to make money is one of the worst ideas there is, especially if a person wants more money, said Rich Dad. Handing Rich Dad his soft drink, I said, I don't understand. You mean it doesn't take money to make money? No, said Rich Dad, shaking his head. It does not take money to make money. It takes something available to all of us and is a lot less expensive to obtain than money. In fact, in many cases, what it takes is free. That statement made me very curious, but he would not tell me what it was. Instead, as the lesson on investing ended, he gave me an assignment. Before we meet again, I want you to invite your dad out to dinner, a long, slow dinner. All through the dinner, I want you to pay careful attention to the specific words he uses. After you hear his words, begin to pay attention to the message his words are sending. By this time, I was accustomed to Rich Dad giving me strange assignments that seemed unrelated to the subject we were discussing or studying. Yet, he was a firm believer in experience first and lesson second. So I called my dad and set up a date for dinner at his favorite restaurant. About a week later, Rich Dad and I met again. How was dinner? He asked. Interesting, I replied. I listened very carefully to his choice of words, the meaning of the words, and the thoughts behind the words. And what did you hear? I heard, I'll never be rich, I said. But I've heard that most of my life. In fact, he often said to the family, the moment I decided to become a school teacher, I knew I'd never be rich. So you've heard some of the same lines before, inquired Rich Dad. I nodded, saying, many times, over and over again. What else have you heard repeatedly? Asked Rich Dad. Do you think money grows on trees? Do you think I'm made of money? The rich don't care about people like I do. Money is hard to get, and I'd rather be happy than be rich, I replied. Now do you know what I mean when I say you can see people's past, present, and future by listening to their words? Asked Rich Dad. Nodding, I said, and I noticed something else. And what was that? Asked Rich Dad. You have the vocabulary of a businessman and an investor. My dad has the vocabulary of a school teacher. You use words such as capitalization rates, financial leverage, EBIT, producer price index, profits, and cash flow. He uses words such as test scores, grants, grammar, literature, government appropriations, and tenure. Rich Dad smiled as he said, "It does not take money to make money. It takes words. The difference between a rich person and a poor person is the person's vocabulary. All a person needs to do to become richer is to increase his or her financial vocabulary. And the best news is that most words are free. During the 1980s, I spent much time teaching entrepreneurship and investing and became acutely aware of people's vocabulary and how their words related to their financial well-being. I did some research and found out that there are approximately 1 million words in the English language. The average person has command of only a few thousand words. If people want to begin increasing their financial success, it begins with increasing their vocabulary in a certain subject. For example, when I was investing in small real estate deals such as single-family rental properties, my vocabulary increased in that subject area. When I shifted to investing in private companies, my vocabulary had to increase before I felt comfortable investing in such companies. In school, lawyers learn the vocabulary of law, medical doctors learn the vocabulary of medicine, and teachers learn the vocabulary of teachers. If a person leaves school without learning the vocabulary of investing, finance, money, accounting, corporate law, and taxation, it is difficult to feel comfortable as an investor. One reason I created the cash flow board game was to familiarize non-investors with the vocabulary of investing. In all our games, players quickly learn the relationships behind the words of accounting, business, and investing. By repeatedly playing the games, the players learn the true definition of such misused words as asset and liability. Rich Dad often said, more than not knowing the definitions of words, using the wrong definition of a word is what really causes long-term financial problems. Nothing is more destructive to a person's financial stability than to call a liability an asset. That is why he was a stickler for the definition of financial words. He taught me that the word mortgage comes from mortir, which is French for death. So a mortgage is an engagement until death. And that is why Rich Dad would often say, it does not take money to make money. It takes a rich person's vocabulary to make money, and more importantly, to keep money. As you listen to this audiobook, please be aware of the different words that may be used. And always remember that one of the fundamental differences between a rich person and a poor person is his or her words, and words are free. Planning to be poor. After this lesson with Rich Dad, by simply listening to others' words, I began to notice why most people are unconsciously planning to be poor. Today, I often hear people say, when I retire, my income will go down. And it does. They also often say, my needs will go down after I retire, so that is why I will need less income. But what they often fail to realize is that while some expenses do go down, other expenses go up. And often these expenses, such as full-time nursing home care when they are very old, if they are lucky enough to become very old, are large. An average nursing home for the elderly can cost more than many people's monthly incomes today. Other people say, I don't need a plan. I have a retirement and medical plan from my work. The problem with such thinking is that there is more to an investment plan than simply investments and money. A financial plan is important before someone begins to invest because it needs to take into consideration many different financial needs. These needs include college education, retirement, medical costs, and long-term health care. Many of these often large and pressing needs can be provided for by investing in products other than stocks and bonds or real estate, such as insurance products and different investment vehicles. The future. I talk about money to help educate people to provide for their long-term financial well-being. Ever since the advent of information age retirement plans, which are 401ks in America, superannuation plans in Australia, and registered retirement savings plans, RRSP, in Canada, I have grown concerned about the people who are not prepared for the information age. At least in the industrial age, a company and the government did provide some financial aid for a person after his or her working days were over. Today, when a person's 401k or cash balance retirement plan, which isn't a traditional pension, is drained dry, it will be the individual's problem, not the company's. It is imperative that our schools begin to teach young people to invest for their long-term health and financial well-being. If we do not, we will have a massive socioeconomic time bomb on our hands. I often say to my classes, be sure you have a plan. First, ask yourself if you are planning to be rich or if you are planning to be poor. If you are planning to be poor, the older you get, the more difficult you will find the financial world. Rich Dad said to me many years ago, the problem with being young is that you don't know what it feels like to be old. If you knew what being old felt like, you would plan your financial life differently. Planning for being old. It is important to plan as early in life as possible. When I say this to my classes, most of my students nod in agreement. No one disagrees on the importance of planning. The problem is that very few people actually do it. Realizing that most people agreed that they needed to write a financial plan, but that few were going to actually take the time to do it, I decided to do something about it. About an hour before lunch in one of these classes, I found a cotton clothesline and cut it into different lengths. I asked the students to take one piece of line and tie each end around one of their ankles, much like one would hobble a horse. With their ankles tied about a foot apart, I gave them another piece of the line and had them loop it around their neck and tie it back down at their ankles. The overall result was that they were hobbled at the ankles, and instead of standing erect, they stooped over at about a 45-degree angle. One of the students asked if this was a new form of torture. No, I replied, I'm just taking each of you into the future, if you are lucky to live so long. The ropes now represent what old age could feel like. A slow moan came from the class. A few were getting the picture. The hotel staff then brought in lunch on long tables. The lunch consisted of sandwiches, salads, and beverages. The problem was that the cold cuts were simply stacked, the bread was not sliced, the salad was not made, and the beverages were the dry mix type that had to be combined with water. The students, now stooped and aged, had to prepare their own lunch. For the next 2 hours, they struggled to slice their bread, stack their sandwiches, make their salads, mix their drinks, sit, eat, and clean up. Naturally, many also needed to go to the restroom during the 2 hours. When the 2 hours were up, I asked them if they wanted to take a few minutes to write out a financial plan for their life. The answer was an enthusiastic yes. It was interesting to observe them actively taking an interest in what they planned to do once the ropes came off. Their interest in planning had increased dramatically once their point of view on life had been changed. As Rich Dad said, the problem with being young is that you don't know what it feels like to be old. If you knew what being old felt like, you would plan your financial life differently. He also said, the problem with many people is that they plan only up to retirement. Planning up to retirement is not enough. You need to plan far beyond retirement. In fact, if you're rich, you should plan for at least 3 generations beyond you. If you don't, the money could be gone soon after you are gone. Besides, if you don't have a plan for your money before you depart from this earth, the government does. Mental Attitude Quiz. We frequently do not pay close attention to our silent and seemingly unimportant thoughts. Rich Dad said, it's not what we say out loud that determines our lives. It's what we whisper to ourselves that has the most power. So the mental attitude questions are, 1. Are you planning to be rich or are you planning to be poor? 2. Are you willing to pay more attention to your deep, often silent thoughts? 3. Are you willing to invest time to increase your financial vocabulary? Your first goal could be to learn one new financial word a week. Simply find a financial word, look it up in the dictionary, Find more than one definition for the word and make a mental note to use the word in a sentence that week. Rich Dad was a stickler for words. He often said, "Words form thoughts, thoughts form realities, and realities become life." The primary difference between a rich person and a poor person is the words he or she uses. If you want to change a person's external reality, you need to first change that person's internal reality. That is done through changing, improving, or updating the words he or she uses. If you want to change people's lives, first change their words. The good news is that words are free. Chapter 8. Investor Lesson Number 8. Getting rich is automatic if you have a good plan and stick to it. My friend Tom is an excellent stockbroker. He often says, "The sad thing is that 9 out of 10 investors do not make money." Tom explains that while 9 out of 10 investors may not lose money, they still fail to make money. Rich Dad said a similar thing to me. Most people who consider themselves investors make money one day and then give it back a week later. Even though they do not lose money, they simply fail to make money. Yet they consider themselves investors. Years ago, Rich Dad explained to me that much of what people think is investing is really the Hollywood version of investing. The average person often has mental images of floor traders shouting buy-sell orders at the start of the trading day, or images of tycoons making millions of dollars in a single trade, or images of stock prices plummeting and investors diving out of tall office buildings. To Rich Dad, that was not investing. I remember watching a program where Warren Buffett was being interviewed. During the course of the interview, I heard him say, "The only reason I go to the market is to see if someone is about to do something silly." Buffett went on to explain that he did not watch the pundits on TV or watch the ups and downs of share prices to gain his investing advice. In fact, his investing was actually done far away from all the noise and promotion of stock promoters and people who make money from so-called investment news. Investing is not what most people think. Years ago, Rich Dad explained to me that investing is not what most people think it is. He said, "Many people think investing is this exciting process where there is a lot of drama. Many people think investing involves a lot of risk, luck, timing, and hot tips. Some realize they know little about this mysterious subject of investing, so they entrust their faith and money to someone they hope knows more than they do. Many other so-called investors want to prove they know more than other people, so they invest, hoping to prove that they can outsmart the market. But while many people think this is investing, that is not what investing means to me. To me, investing is a plan, often a dull, boring, and almost mechanical process of getting rich." When I heard Rich Dad make that statement, I repeated it back to him several times. Investing is a plan, often a dull, boring, and almost mechanical process of getting rich? I asked. "What do you mean by a dull, boring, and almost mechanical process of getting rich?" "That is exactly what I said and what I mean," said Rich Dad. "Investing is simply a plan, made up of formulas and strategies, a system for getting rich, almost guaranteed." "A plan that guarantees that you get rich?" I asked. "I said almost guarantees," repeated Rich Dad. "There is always some risk." "You mean investing doesn't have to be risky, dangerous, and exciting?" I asked hesitantly. "That's correct," Rich Dad answered. "Unless, of course, you want it to be that way, or you think that is the way investing has to be. But for me, investing is as simple and boring as following a recipe to bake bread. Personally, I hate risk. I just want to be rich. So I'll simply follow the plan, the recipe, or the formula. That is all investing is to me." So, if investing is simply a matter of following a recipe, then how come so many people don't follow the same formula? I asked. "I don't know," said Rich Dad. I've often asked myself the same question. I've also wondered why only 3 out of every 100 Americans is rich. How can so few people become rich in a country that was founded on the idea that each of us has the opportunity to become rich? I wanted to be rich. I had no money. So to me, it was just common sense to find a plan or recipe to be rich and follow it. Why try to make up your own plan when someone else has already shown you the way? I don't know, I said. I guess I did not know that it was a recipe. Rich Dad continued, I now realize why it is so hard for most people to follow a simple plan. And why is that? I asked. Because following a simple plan to become rich is boring, said Rich Dad. Human beings are quickly bored and want to find something more exciting and amusing. That is why only 3 out of 100 people become rich. They start following a plan, and soon they are bored. So they stop following the plan, and then they look for a magic way to get rich quick. They repeat the process of boredom, amusement, and boredom again for the rest of their lives. That is why they do not get rich. They cannot stand the boredom of following a simple, uncomplicated plan to get rich. Most people think there is some magic to getting rich through investing, or they think that if it is not complicated, it cannot be a good plan. Trust me, when it comes to investing, simple is better than complex. And where did you find your formula? I asked. Playing Monopoly, said Rich Dad. Most of us have played Monopoly as children. The difference is that I did not stop playing the game once I grew up. Do you remember that years ago I would spend many hours playing Monopoly with you and Mike? I nodded. And do you remember the formula for tremendous wealth that this simple game teaches? Again, I nodded. And what is that simple formula and strategy? Asked Rich Dad. Buy 4 greenhouses, then exchange the 4 greenhouses for a red hotel, I said quietly as my childhood memories came rushing back. You told us over and over again while you were poor and just starting out that playing Monopoly in real life was what you were doing. And I did, said Rich Dad. Do you remember when I took you to see my greenhouses and red hotels in real life? I do, I replied. I remember how impressed I was that you actually played the game in real life. I was only 12 years old, but I knew that for you, Monopoly was more than a game. I just didn't realize that this simple game was teaching you a strategy, a recipe, or a formula to become rich. I did not see it that way. Rich Dad then said, once I learned the formula, the process of buying 4 greenhouses and then exchanging them for 1 red hotel, the formula became automatic. I could do it in my sleep, and many times it seemed like I did. I did it automatically without much thinking. I just followed the plan for 10 years, and one day I woke up and realized I was rich. Was that the only part of your plan? I asked. No, it wasn't. But that strategy was one of the simple formulas I followed. To me, if the formula is complex, it is not worth following. If you can't do it automatically after you learn it, you shouldn't follow it. That is how automatic investing and getting rich is, as long as you have a simple strategy and follow it. A great book for people who think investing is difficult. In my investment classes, there is always a cynic or doubter of the idea that investing is a simple and boring process of following a plan. This type of person always wants more facts, more data, and more proof from smart people. Since I am not a technical specialist, I did not have the scholarly proof that these types of individuals demand. That is, until I read a great book on investing. James P. O'Shaughnessy wrote the perfect book for people who think that investing has to be risky, complex, and dangerous. It is also the perfect book for those who think that they can outsmart the market. This book has the academic and numerical proof that a passive or mechanical system of investing will, in most cases, beat a human system of investing, even a system using professional investors such as fund managers. This book also explains why 9 out of 10 investors do not make money. O'Shaughnessy's best-selling book is titled What Works on Wall Street: The Classic Guide to the Best-Performing Investment Strategies of All Time. O'Shaughnessy distinguishes between 2 basic methods of decision-making. 1. Clinical or intuitive. This method relies on knowledge, experience, and common sense. 2. Quantitative or actuarial. This method relies solely on proven relationships based on large samples of data. O'Shaughnessy found that most investors prefer the intuitive method of investment decision-making. In most instances, investors who used the intuitive method were wrong or beaten by the nearly mechanical method. He writes, "There is a chasm of difference between what we think might work and what really works." He quotes David Faust, author of The Limits of Scientific Reasoning, who writes, "Human judgment is far more limited than we think." O'Shaughnessy also writes, "All, speaking of money managers, of them think they have superior insights, intelligence, and ability to pick winning stocks, yet 80% are routinely outperformed by the S&P 500 index." In other words, a purely mechanical method of picking stocks outperforms 80% of the professional stock pickers. That means that even if you knew nothing about stock picking, you could beat most of the so-called well-trained and educated professionals if you followed a purely mechanical, non-intuitive method of investing. It is exactly as Rich Dad said, it's automatic. Said another way, the less you think, the more money you make with less risk and with a lot less worry. Other interesting ideas that O'Shaughnessy's book points out are: 1. Most investors prefer personal experience to simple basic facts or base rates. Again, they prefer intuition to reality. 2. Most investors prefer complex rather than simple formulas. There seems to be this idea that if the formula is not complex and difficult, it can't be a good formula. 3. Keeping it simple is the best rule for investing. He states that instead of keeping things simple, we make things complex, follow the crowd, fall in love with the story of a stock, let our emotions dictate decisions, buy and sell on tips and hunches, and approach each investment on a case-by-case basis with no underlying consistency or strategy. 4. Professional institutional investors tend to make the same mistakes that average investors make. O'Shaughnessy writes, "Institutional investors say they make decisions objectively and unemotionally, but they don't." Here's a quotation from the book Fortune and Folly by William M. O'Barr and John M. Conley. While institutional investors' desks are cluttered with in-depth analytical reports, the majority of pension executives select outside managers based on gut feelings and keep managers with consistently poor performance simply because they have good personal relationships with them. 5. The path to achieving investment success is to study long-term results and find a strategy or group of strategies that make sense. Then stay on the path. He also states, we must look at how well strategies, not stocks, perform. 6. History does repeat itself. Yet people want to believe that this time things will be different. He writes, people want to believe that the present is different from the past. Markets are now computerized, block traders dominate, individual investors are gone, and in their place sit money managers controlling huge mutual funds to which they have given their money. Some people think these masters of money make decisions differently and believe that a strategy perfected in the past offers little insight into how it will perform in the future. But not so much has changed since Sir Isaac Newton, a brilliant man indeed, lost a fortune in the South Sea Trading Company bubble of 1720. Newton lamented that he could calculate the motions of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of men. 7. The longer period of time for which you have data, the better your judgment. O'Shaughnessy looked for the formula that performed the best over the longest amount of time. O'Shaughnessy was not necessarily saying to invest in the S&P 500, although he used that example as a comparison between intuitive human investors and a mechanical formula. He went on to say that investing in the S&P 500 was not necessarily the best performing formula, although it was a good one. He explained that while a certain sector such as large cap stocks may have done the best in the last 5 to 10 years, over the past 50 years of data, it may actually be another sector of stocks, such as small cap stocks, that may make investors the most money. Rich Dad had a similar view. That is why his formula was to build businesses and have his businesses buy his real estate as well as his paper assets. That formula has been a winning formula for wealth for at least 200 years. Rich Dad said, "The formula I use and the formula I am teaching you is the formula that has created the richest individuals over a long period of time." Many people think the Indians who sold Manhattan Island, aka New York City, to Peter Minuit of the Dutch West India Company for $24 in beads and trinkets got a bad deal. Yet if the Indians had invested that money for an 8% annual return, that $24 would be worth over $27 trillion today. They could buy Manhattan back and have plenty of money left over. The problem was not the amount of money they were given, but the lack of a plan for their money. Find a formula that works and follow it. Rich Dad's simple message to me years ago was, find a formula that will make you rich and follow it. I am often disturbed when people come up to me and start telling me about the stock they bought for $5 and how it went up to $30 and they sold it. I find myself disturbed because those kinds of stories distract from their plan, their success. Such stories of hot tips and quick cash often remind me of a story Rich Dad told me. He said, "Many investors are like a family taking a drive in the country. Suddenly, on the road ahead of them appear several large deer with massive horns. The driver, usually the male of the household, shouts, 'Look at the big bucks.' The bucks instinctively bolt from the road and onto the farmland alongside the road. The driver veers the car off the road and begins chasing the big bucks across the farm and into the trees. The ride is rough and bumpy. The family is screaming for the driver to stop. Suddenly, the car goes over a stream embankment and crashes into the water below. The moral of the story is that this is what happens when you stop following your simple plan and begin chasing the big bucks." Mental attitude quiz. Whenever I hear someone say to me, "It takes money to make money," I cringe. I cringe because my rich dad said, "You don't have to be a rocket scientist to be rich. You don't need a college education, a high-paying job, or any money at all to start. All you have to do is know what you want, have a plan, and stick to it." In other words, all it takes is a little discipline. The problem when it comes to money, however, is that a little discipline is often a rare commodity. O'Shaughnessy highlights one of my favorite quotations. It comes from the famous comic strip character Pogo, created by Walt Kelly, who said, "We've met the enemy, and he is us." That statement is very true for me. I'd be a lot better off financially if I had simply listened to Rich Dad and just followed my formula. So, the mental attitude question is, are you ready to find a simple formula as part of your plan and stick to it until you reach your financial goal? Chapter 9. Investor Lesson Number 9. How can you find the plan that is right for you? How do I find the plan that is right for me? Is a question I am asked often. My standard answer is that it comes in steps. 1. Take your time. Think quietly about your life up to this point. Take days to think quietly. Take weeks if you need to. 2. Ask yourself in these moments of quiet, what do I want from this gift called my life? 3. Don't talk to anyone else for a while, at least until you are certain you know what you think you want. All too often, people either innocently or intentionally want to impose on others what they want for those people instead of respecting what others want for themselves. The biggest killers of deep inner dreams are your friends and family members who say, "Oh, don't be silly," or "You can't do that." 4. Remember that Bill Gates was in his 20s when he started with $50,000 and became the richest man in the world with $90 billion. It's a good thing he did not ask too many people for their ideas on what they thought was possible for his life. 5. Call professional investors. All investment plans begin with a financial plan. If you do not like what the professional says, find another one. You would ask for a second opinion for a medical problem, so why not ask for many opinions for financial challenges? Financial advisors come in many forms. The advisor could be a coach or a mentor, someone who has already done what you want to do. Choose an advisor who is equipped to assist you in developing a written financial plan. Many financial advisors sell different types of products. One such product is insurance. Insurance is a very important product and needs to be considered as part of your financial plan, especially when you are first starting out. For example, if you have no money but have 3 children, insurance is important in case you die, are injured, or for whatever reason are unable to complete your investment plan. Insurance is a safety net, or a hedge against financial liabilities and weak spots. Also, as you become rich, the role of insurance and the type of insurance in your financial plan may change as your financial position and financial needs change. So keep that part of your plan up to date. 2 years ago, a tenant in one of my apartment buildings left his Christmas tree lights on and went out for the day. A fire broke out. Immediately, the fire crews were there to put out the fire. I was never so grateful to a bunch of men and women. The next people on the scene were my insurance agent and his assistant. They were the second most important group of people I was grateful to see that day. Rich Dad always said, insurance is a very important product in anyone's life plan. The trouble with insurance is that you can never buy it when you need it. So you have to anticipate what you need and buy it, hoping you'll never need it. Insurance is simply peace of mind. Important note, some financial advisors specialize in helping people at different financial levels. In other words, some advisors work only with rich people. Regardless of whether or not you have money, find an advisor you like and who is willing to work with you. If your advisor does a good job, you may find yourself outgrowing your advisor. My wife, Kim, and I have often changed our professional advisors, which include doctors, attorneys, and accountants. If the person is a professional, he or she will understand. But even if you change advisors, be sure you stick to your plan. So, how do you find your plan? I had a goal of being a multimillionaire before I was 30 years old. That was the end result of my plan. Even though I achieved my goal by the time I was 30, the problem was that I then immediately lost all my money. Through that experience, I discovered flaws in my plan which needed to be corrected, but I kept my overall strategy. After I lost my money, I simply needed to refine my plan according to what I had learned from that experience. I then reset my goal, which was to be financially free and a millionaire by age 45. It took me until age 47 to reach the new goal. The point is that my plan remained the same. I just improved upon it as I learned more and more. So, how do you find your own plan? The answer is to begin with a financial coach or mentor who has already done what you want to do. Ask them to provide their qualifications and interview several. It will very likely be an eye-opening experience. Set realistic goals. I set a goal of becoming a multimillionaire in 5 years because it was realistic for me. It was realistic because I had my rich dad guiding me. Yet, even though he guided me, it did not mean I was free from making mistakes, and I made many of them, which is why I lost my money so quickly. As I said, life would have been easier if I had just followed Rich Dad's plan. Being young, however, I had to do things my way. So start with realistic goals, and then improve upon or add to the goals as your education and experience increase. Always remember that it is best to start by walking before you run in a marathon. You find your own plan first by taking action. Begin by calling a professional and set realistic goals, knowing the goals will change as you change, but stick to the plan. For most people, the ultimate plan is to find a sense of financial freedom, freedom from the day-to-day drudgery of working for money. Realize that investing is a team sport. In this audiobook, I will go into the importance of my financial team. I have noticed that too many people think they need to do things on their own. Well, there are definitely things you need to do on your own, but sometimes you need a team. Financial intelligence helps you know when to do things on your own and when to ask for help. When it comes to money, many people often suffer alone and in silence. It's likely their parents did the same thing. As your plan evolves, you will begin to meet the new members of your team who will assist you by helping make your financial dreams come true. Members of your financial team may include banker, accountant, lawyer, broker, bookkeeper, insurance agent, successful mentor. You may want to hold meetings over lunch with all these people on a regular basis. That is what Rich Dad did, and it was at these meetings that I learned the most about business, investing, and the process of becoming very rich. Remember that finding a team member is much like finding a business partner, because that is what team members are in many ways. They are partners in minding the most important business of all, the business of your life. Always remember what Rich Dad said. Regardless of whether you work for someone else or for yourself, if you want to be rich, you've got to mind your own business. And in minding your own business, the plan that works best for you will slowly appear. So take your time, yet keep taking one step a day, and you will have a good chance of getting everything you want in your life. Mental Attitude Quiz. My plan has not really changed, yet in many ways it has changed dramatically. What has not changed about my plan is where I started and what I ultimately want for my life. Through many of the mistakes, the learning experiences, the wins, the losses, the highs, and the lows, I have grown up and gained knowledge and wisdom along the way. Therefore, my plan is constantly under revision because I am under revision. As someone once said, life is a cruel teacher. It punishes you first and then gives you the lesson. Yet, like it or not, that is the process of true learning. Most of us have said, if I knew back then what I knew today, life would be different. Well, for me, that is exactly what happened as I followed my plan. So my plan is basically the same, yet it is very different since I am different. I would not do today what I did 20 years ago. However, if I had not done what I did 20 years ago, I would not be where I am today and know what I know today. For example, I would not run my business today the way I ran my business 20 years ago. Yet, it was losing my first major business and digging myself out from under the rubble and wreckage that helped me become a better business person. So, although I did reach my goal of becoming a millionaire by age 30, it was losing the money that made me a millionaire today, all according to plan. It just took a little longer than I wanted. And when it comes to investing, I learned more from my bad investments where I lost money, than I learned from the investments that went smoothly. My rich dad said that if I have 10 investments, 3 of them will go smoothly and be financial home runs. 5 will probably be dogs and do nothing, and 2 would be disasters. Yet I would learn more from the 2 financial disasters than I would from the 3 home runs. In fact, those 2 disasters made it easier to hit the home runs the next time I was up to bat. And that is all part of the plan. So the mental attitude question is, are you willing to start with a simple plan, keep the plan simple, but keep learning and improving as the plan reveals to you what you need to learn along the way? In other words, the plan doesn't really change, but are you willing to allow the plan to change you? Chapter 10. Investor Lesson Number 10. Decide now what you want to be when you grow up. In Investor Lesson Number 1, which was the importance of choice, there were 3 financial core value choices offered. They were to be 1, secure, 2, comfortable, or 3, rich. These are very important personal choices and should not be taken lightly. In 1973, when I returned from the Vietnam War, I was faced with these choices. When Rich Dad had discussed my option of taking a job with the airlines as a pilot, he said, "A job with the airlines may not be that secure. I suspect that they will be having a rough time in the next few years. Yet, if you keep your record clean, you might find job security in that profession, if that is what you really want." He then asked me if I wanted to get my job back with Standard Oil of California, a job I held for only 5 months, the 5 months before I went to flight school for the Marine Corps. "Didn't you receive a letter saying that Standard Oil would take you back as an employee once your military duty was over?" "They said they would be happy to have me reapply," I replied, "but they guaranteed nothing." "But wouldn't that be a good company to work for? Wasn't the pay pretty good?" asked Rich Dad. "Very good," I said. "It is an excellent company to work for, but I don't want to go back. I want to move on." "And what do you want most?" asked Rich Dad as he pointed to the 3 choices. "Do you want security, comfort, or to be rich the most?" From deep inside me, the answer was aloud, to be rich. It had not changed in years, although that desire and core value was pushed down quite a bit in my family, a family where job and financial security was the highest priority, and rich people were considered evil, uneducated, and greedy. I grew up in a family where money was not discussed at the dinner table because it was an unclean subject, a subject not worthy of intellectual discussion. But now that I was 25 years old, I could let my personal truth out. I knew that the core values of security and comfort were not highest on my list. To be rich was the number 1 core value for me. My Rich Dad then had me list my core financial priorities. My list went in this order: to be 1, rich, 2, comfortable, 3, secure. Rich Dad looked at my list and said, "Okay, step 1 is to write out a financial plan to become financially secure." "What?" I asked. "I just told you I wanted to be rich. Why should I bother with a plan to be secure?" Rich Dad laughed. "Just as I thought," he said. "The world is filled with guys like you who only want to be rich. The problem is that most guys like you don't make it because you don't understand what being financially secure or financially comfortable really means. While a few people like you do make it, the reality is that the road to wealth is littered with wrecked lives of reckless people just like you." I sat there ready to scream. All my life, I had lived with my poor dad, a man who valued security above all. Now that I was finally old enough to be outside of my poor dad's values, my rich dad was telling me the same thing. I was ready to scream. I was ready to get rich, not be secure. It was 3 weeks before I could talk to Rich Dad again. I was very upset. He had thrown back in my face everything I had done my best to get away from. I finally calmed down and called him for another lesson. "Are you ready to listen?" Rich Dad asked when we met again. I nodded, saying, "I'm ready, but not really willing." "Step 1, Rich Dad started. Call my financial advisor. Say, I want a written financial plan for lifetime financial security." "Okay," I said. "Step 2, said Rich Dad. "After you have written a plan for basic financial security, call me and we'll go over it. Lesson is over. Goodbye." It was a month before I called him. I had my plan and I showed it to him. "Good," he said. "Are you going to follow it?" "I don't think so," I said. "It's just too boring and automatic." "That is what it is supposed to be," said Rich Dad. "It's supposed to be mechanical, automatic, and boring. But I can't make you follow it, although I do recommend you do so." I was calming down as I said, "Now what?" "Now find your own advisor and you write a plan on how to be financially comfortable," said Rich Dad. "You mean a long-term financial plan that is a little bit more aggressive?" I asked. "That is correct," said Rich Dad. "That is more exciting," I said. "That one I can get into." "Good," said Rich Dad. "Call me when you have that one ready." It was 4 months before I could meet with Rich Dad again. This plan was not that easy, or as easy as I thought it would be. I checked in by phone with Rich Dad every so often, but the plan was still taking longer than I wanted. Yet the process was extremely valuable because I learned a tremendous amount by talking to different financial advisors. I was gaining a better understanding of the concepts Rich Dad was trying to teach me. The lesson I learned was that unless I am clear about what I want, it is hard for the advisor to be clear about it and help me achieve my goals. Finally, I was able to meet with Rich Dad and show him my plan. "Good," was all he said for a while. He sat there looking at the plan and then asked, "So, what did you learn about yourself?" I learned that it is not that easy to really define what it is I want from my life because today we have so many choices, and so many of them look exciting. "Very good," he said, "and that is why so many people today go from job to job or from business to business, never really getting to where they want to go financially. So they often spend their most precious asset, their time, and wander through life without much of a plan. They may be happy doing what they are doing, but they really do not know what they are missing out on." "Exactly," I agreed. This time, instead of just being secure, I really had to think what I wanted to do with my life. And surprisingly, I had to explore ideas that would never have occurred to me before. "Like what?" asked Rich Dad. "Well, if I really want to be comfortable with my life, then I have to think about what I want to have in my life. Things like travel to faraway lands, fancy cars, expensive vacations, nice clothes, big houses, and so on. I really have to expand my thoughts into the future and find out what I want for my life." "And what did you find out?" asked Rich Dad. "I found out that security was so easy because I was planning on being secure only. I did not know what true comfort meant. So security was easy. Defining comfort was more difficult, and I now cannot wait to define what rich means and how I plan to achieve great wealth." "That's good," said Rich Dad. "Very good." He continued by saying, "So many people have been conditioned to live below their means or save for a rainy day that they never know what could be possible for their lives. So people splurge or get into debt by taking the annual vacation or buying a nice car, and then they feel guilty. They never take the time to figure out what could be financially possible if only they had a good financial plan. And that is a waste." "That is exactly what happened," I said. "By meeting with advisors and discussing what was possible, I learned a lot. I learned that I was really selling myself short. In fact, I felt like I have been walking in a house with a low ceiling for years, trying to scrimp, save, be secure, and live below my means. Now that I have a plan of what is possible relative to being comfortable, I am excited about defining what the word rich means." "Good," said Rich Dad with a smile. "The key to staying young is to decide what you want to be when you grow up, and then keep growing up. Nothing is more tragic than to see people who have sold themselves short on what is possible for their lives. They try to live frugally, scrimping and saving, and they think that is being financially smart. In reality, it is financially limiting, and it shows up in their faces and in their attitude in life the older they get. Most people spend their lives mentally caged in financial ignorance. They begin to look like wild lions trapped in small cages at the zoo. They just pace back and forth, wondering what happened to the life they once knew. One of the most important discoveries people can make by taking the time to learn how to plan is finding out what is financially possible for their lives. And that is priceless. The continual planning process also keeps me young. I am often asked why I spend my time building more businesses, investing, and making more money. The reason is that I feel good doing it. While I make a lot of money doing what I do it because making money keeps me young and alive. You wouldn't ask a great painter to stop painting once he or she was successful. So why should I stop building businesses, investing, and making more money? That is what I do, just as painting is what artists do to keep their spirits young and alive, even though the body ages. So the reason you asked me to take the time to plan at different levels is for me to find out what is financially possible for my life? I asked. That's it, said Rich Dad. That is why you want to plan. The more you find out what might be possible for this tremendous gift called life, the younger at heart you remain. People who plan only for security or who say, my income will go down when I retire, are planning for a life of less, not a life of more. If our Maker has created a life of unlimited abundance, why should you plan on limiting yourself to having less? Maybe that is what they were taught to think, I said. And that is tragic, Rich Dad replied. Very tragic. As Rich Dad and I sat there, my mind and heart drifted to my poor dad. I knew he was hurting and struggling to start his life over again. Many times, I had sat down with him and attempted to show him a few of the things I knew about money. However, we usually got into an argument. I think there is often that kind of breakdown in communication when two parties communicate from two different core values, one of security and the other of being rich. As much as I loved my dad, the subject of money, wealth, and abundance was not a subject we could communicate about. Finally, I decided to let him live his life and I would focus on living mine. If he ever wanted to know about money, I would let him ask, rather than trying to help when my help had not been requested. He never asked. Instead of trying to help him financially, I decided to just love him for his strengths and not get into what I thought were his weaknesses. After all, love and respect are far more important than money. Mental Attitude Quiz. In retrospect, my real dad had a plan only for financial security via job security. The problem was that his plan failed when he ran for public office against his boss. He failed to update his plan and continued to plan only for security. Luckily, he did have his financial security needs covered by a teacher's pension, Social Security, and Medicare. If not for those safety nets, he would have been in very bad financial shape. The reality was that he planned for a world of scarcity, a world of bare minimum survival, and that is what he got. My rich dad, on the other hand, planned for a world of financial abundance, and that is what he achieved. Both lifestyles require planning. Sadly, most people plan for a world of not enough, although a parallel world of financial plenty is also possible. All it requires is a plan. So the mental attitude question is, do you have a written financial plan to be 1, secure, 2, comfortable, 3, rich? Please remember Rich Dad's lesson that all 3 plans are important, but security and comfort still come before being rich, even though being rich may be your first choice. The point is that if you want to be rich, you will need all 3 plans: a plan to be secure, a plan to be comfortable, and a plan to be rich. To be comfortable, you need only 2 plans. And to be secure, you need only 1 plan. Remember that only 3 out of every 100 Americans are rich. Most fail to have more than 1 plan. Many don't have any kind of written financial plan at all. Chapter 11. Investor Lesson Number 11. Each plan has a price. What is the difference between the plan to be rich and the plan to be comfortable or secure? I asked. Rich Dad turned to his yellow legal tablet, wrote down the following words: 1. Secure, 2. Comfortable, 3. Rich, and then asked, "You mean the difference between rich and secure and comfortable?" "That's what I am asking," I responded. "The difference is the price," said Rich Dad. "There is a tremendous price difference between a financial plan to be rich and the other 2 positions." "You mean the investments in the rich financial plan cost more money?" I asked. "Well, to most people, it looks like the price is measured in terms of money. But if you look closer, you'll see that the price is not measured in money. It is really measured in time. And of the assets of time and money, time is really the more precious asset." A scowl came over my face as I tried to comprehend what Rich Dad was telling me. "What do you mean by the price is measured in time? Give me an example." "Sure," said Rich Dad. "If I want to go from Los Angeles to New York, how much would a bus ticket cost?" "I don't know. I'd guess under $100, I replied. "I've never purchased a bus ticket from LA to New York." "Neither have I," said Rich Dad. "Now, tell me how much an airplane ticket from LA to New York would cost." "Again, I don't really know, but I guess it would be around $500, I replied. "That's close enough," said Rich Dad. "Now, let me ask you, why the difference in price? You're traveling from Los Angeles to New York in both instances. Why would you pay so much more for a plane ticket?" "Oh, I got it," I said as I began to understand what Rich Dad was getting at. "I pay more for the plane ticket because I am saving time. Think of it more like buying time than saving time. The moment you begin to think of time as precious and that it has a price, the richer you will become." I sat thinking. I really was not getting what Rich Dad was talking about, yet I knew that it was important to him. I wanted to say something, but I did not know what to say. I did understand the idea that time was precious, but I never really thought of it as having a price. And the idea of buying time rather than saving time was important to Rich Dad, but it was not important to me yet. Finally, sensing my mental struggle, Rich Dad broke the silence by saying, "I'll bet your family uses the words save or saving a lot. I'll bet your mom often says she's going shopping and tries to save money. And your dad thinks that how much money he has in savings is important." "Yes, they do," I replied. "So what does that mean to you?" "Well, they may work hard at trying to save, but they waste a lot of time. I've seen shoppers in grocery stores spend hours trying to save a few dollars," said Rich Dad. "They may save money, but they waste a lot of time." "But isn't saving important?" I asked. "Can't you get rich by saving?" "I'm not saying that saving is not important," Rich Dad continued. "And yes, you can become rich by saving. All I am saying is that the price is really measured in time." Again, I scrunched up my face, struggling with what he was saying. "Look," said Rich Dad, "you can get rich by saving, and you can become rich by being cheap, but it takes a heck of a long time, just as you can go from Los Angeles to New York by bus so you can save some money. However, your real price will be measured in time. In other words, it takes 5 hours by plane for $500, or it can take up to 5 days by bus for $100. Poor people measure in money. Rich people measure in time. That may be why there are more poor people who ride buses." "Because they have more time than money?" I asked. "Is that why they ride the bus?" "That is part of it," said Rich Dad, shaking his head, indicating that he was not happy with the way our conversation was going. Because they value money more than time? I asked, guessing in the dark. Closer, said Rich Dad. I have noticed that the less money a person has, the harder that person clings to it. I have met a lot of poor people with a lot of money. Poor people with a lot of money? I asked. Yes, said Rich Dad. They have a lot of money because they cling to money like it has some magical value. So they have a lot of money, but they are just as poor as if they had no money. So poor people often cling to money more than rich people, I asked. I think of money only as a medium of exchange. In reality, money by itself has very little value. So as soon as I have money, I want to exchange it for something of real value. The irony is that many people who cling desperately to money spend that money on things of very little value, and that is why they are poor. They say things like, safe as money in the bank, and when they do spend their hard-earned money, they turn their cash into trash. So they value money more than you do, I said. Yes, said Rich Dad. In many cases, the poor and middle class struggle because they place far too much importance on money itself. So they cling to it, work hard for it, work hard at living frugally, shop at sales, and do their best to save as much of it as they can. Many of these people try to get rich by being cheap. But at the end of the day, you may have a lot of money, but you're still cheap. I don't understand, I replied. You're talking about the values my mom and dad tried to instill in us. You're talking about the way I think right now. I'm in the Marine Corps, and they don't pay much money, so I find myself naturally thinking that way. I understand, Rich Dad replied. Thrift and frugality have their place. But today, we are talking about the difference between the plan to be rich and the other two plans. And the difference is the price, I restated. Yes, said Rich Dad, and most people think the price is measured in money. And what you're saying is that the price is measured in time, I added, beginning to understand what Rich Dad was getting at. Because time is more important than money. Nodding, Rich Dad said, many people want to get rich or invest in the investments the rich invest in, but most are not willing to invest the time. That is why only 3 out of 100 Americans are rich, and one of those 3 inherited that money. Rich Dad again wrote on his yellow legal tablet the 3 core values we had been discussing: to be 1, secure, 2, comfortable, 3, rich. You can invest to be secure and comfortable using an automatic system or plan. In fact, I recommend that for most people. Simply work and turn your money over to professional managers or institutions and invest for the long term. People who invest in this manner will probably do better than the individual who thinks he or she is the Tarzan of Wall Street. A steady program of putting money away following a plan is the best way to invest for most people. But if I want to be rich, I have to invest in something more valuable than money, and that is time. Is this what you've been getting at with this lesson? I wanted to make sure you understood the lesson, said Rich Dad. You see, most people want to be rich, but they are not willing to first invest the time. They operate on hot tips or wild get-rich-quick schemes. Or they want to start a business, so they rush out and start a business without the basic skills of business. And then we wonder why 95% of all small businesses fail in the first 5 to 10 years. They are in such a hurry to make money that they eventually lose both time and money, I added. They want to do things on their own rather than invest in a little study. Or follow a simple long-term plan, Rich Dad repeated. You see, almost anyone in the Western world can easily become a millionaire if he or she simply follows a long-term plan. But again, most people aren't willing to invest the time. They want to get rich now. Instead of investing the time, they say things like, investing is risky. It takes money to make money. Or, I don't have the time to learn to invest. I'm too busy working and I have bills to pay, I added as I began to understand Rich Dad's point. Rich Dad nodded. And those very common ideas or excuses are why so few people achieve great wealth in a world that is filled with money. Those ideas or words are why 90% of the population has the problem of not having enough money rather than the problem of having too much money. Their ideas about money and investing cause their money problems. All they have to do is change a few words, a few ideas, and their financial world will change like magic. But most people are too busy working, and they do not have the time. Many often say, "I'm not interested in learning to invest. It is a subject that does not interest me." Yet they fail to see that when they say those words, they become slaves to money, working for money, having money dictate the financial boundaries of their lives, living frugally and within their means, instead of investing a little time, following a plan, and having money work for them. "So time is more important than money?" I said. "That is true for me," said Rich Dad. "So if you want to move on to the rich level of investing, you are going to have to invest much more time than you do at the other two levels. Most people do not go beyond secure and comfortable because they are not willing to invest the time. That is a personal decision we all need to make. At least the person has a financial plan to be secure or comfortable. There is nothing more high risk than a person who does not have those two basic plans, who is focused only on becoming rich. While a few make it, most don't. You see them in the later years of their lives, broke, spent, and talking about the deal they almost made or the money they once had. At the end of their lives, they have neither time nor money. So I think it is time I begin to invest more time, especially since I want to invest at the rich level," I said, shuddering at the thought of being a broke and broken old man, muttering in my beer about the deals that almost happened. I had already seen and met such investors. It is not pretty to see a person who is out of both time and money. Mental Attitude Quiz. Investing at the secure level and the comfortable level should be as mechanical or as formula-driven as possible. They should be no-brainers. Do your homework and work with professional and hopefully reputable managers so they follow your plan. If you start early and if the stars shine on you, at the end of the rainbow should be the pot of gold. Investing can and should be that simple at these two fundamental levels. There is a word of caution, however. There is no such thing in life as risk-free. There are lower-risk things, however, and that is true for investing. So if you feel uncertain about the fate of the financial world and don't trust the people or the industry, then you have much more research to do to learn the facts and the truth. It is important to be true to your emotions and instincts, but don't let them run your entire life. So if you cannot shake this nervousness, then invest with greater caution, but always remember the price. The more secure an investment, the more time it takes to make money, if it makes money. There is always a trade-off, or, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a price, and in the investment world, that price is measured in both time and money. Once your investment plans of being financially secure or comfortable are in place and on track, you are better able to speculate on that hot stock tip you heard from a friend. Speculating in the world of financial products is fun, yet it should be done responsibly. There are many so-called investors in the markets who are really addicts with a gambling problem. When people ask me questions such as, "What stocks are you investing in?" I have to say, I don't pick stocks. Professional money managers do that for me. They then often say, "I thought you were a professional investor." And I reply, "I am, but I do not invest in the ways that most people invest. I invest the way my rich dad taught me to invest." I personally and actively invest in the rich level of investing. Very few people invest or play the game of investing at this level. The remainder of this audiobook is dedicated to the level of investing which my rich dad taught me. It is not a method for everyone, especially if you do not already have the secure and comfort levels already in place. So, the mental attitude questions are: 1. Are you willing to set in place an investment plan to cover your financial needs to be secure or comfortable? 2. Are you willing to invest the time to learn to invest at the rich level, the level of my rich dad? If you are not sure of your answers and want to find out what level of study commitment Rich Dad's investment requires, the rest of the audiobook will give you some insights as to what it takes to invest at the rich level. Chapter 12. Investor Lesson Number 12. Why investing isn't risky. People say that investing is risky for three main reasons. First, they have not been trained to be investors. If you have read or listened to Cash Flow Quadrant, the sequel to Rich Dad Poor Dad, you will recall that most people go to school to be trained for the left side of the cash flow quadrant rather than for the right side. 2. Second, most investors lack control or are out of control. As an example, my rich dad would say, "There is some risk just driving a car, but driving the car with your hands off the steering wheel is really risky." He then said, "When it comes to investing, most people are driving with their hands off the steering wheel." Phase 1 of this audiobook is about taking control of yourself before investing. If you don't have a plan, a little discipline, and some determination, the other investor controls will not mean much. The rest of this audiobook will go into the remainder of Rich Dad's 10 investor controls. 3. Third, people say investing is risky because most people invest from the outside rather than from the inside. Most of us know intuitively that if you want a real deal, you have to be on the inside. You often hear someone say, "I have a friend in the business." It does not matter what the business is. It could be to buy a car, tickets to a play, or a new dress. We all know that on the inside is where the deals are made. The investment world is no different. As Gordon Gekko, the villainous character played by Michael Douglas in the movie Wall Street, said, "If you're not on the inside, you're outside." We will review this relationship between being on the outside or inside later. What is interesting to note at this time is that people on the left side of the cash flow quadrant usually invest from the outside. In contrast, B's and I's are able to invest from the inside as well as from the outside. An important note: as this audiobook progresses, many sacred money cows may be slaughtered. Inside investing is one of them. In the real world, there is legal inside investing and there is illegal inside investing. That is an important distinction. What makes the news is the illegal insider investing. Yet there is more legal insider investing in the real world that does not make the news, and that is the type of inside investing I am talking about. A hot tip from a taxi driver is in many ways an insider tip. The real question in insider investing is really, how close to the inside are you? Rich Dad's Plan. When Rich Dad listed the 3 core financial values, to be secure, comfortable, and rich, he said, "It makes perfect sense to invest from the outside when you invest at the secure and the comfortable level of investing. That is why you turn your money over to a professional you hope is closer to the inside than you are. But if you want to be rich, you have to be closer to the inside than the professional to whom most people entrust their money." And that was the focus of Rich Dad's plan to be rich. That is what he did, and that was why he was so rich. To follow his plan, I needed the education and experiences found on the right side of the cash flow quadrant, not the left. To do that, I needed to invest a lot more time than the average investor, and that is what the rest of this audiobook is really about. This audiobook is about what it takes to move from the outside to the inside. Before you decide, I realize that many people do not want to invest that much time into the subject of investing just to get to the inside. But before you decide, and before getting into more detail about Rich Dad's plan, I thought I would give you a very simplified overview of the subject of investing. I hope that after listening to the next few chapters, you will have learned a few new ways to reduce your investment risk so that you can become more successful as an investor, even if you do not want to be an inside investor. As I said earlier, investing is a very personal subject, and I completely respect that reality. I know that many people do not want to commit the time to the subject of investing the way Rich Dad and I did. Before going into Rich Dad's educational plan to teach me to be an investor at the rich level, I offer you a simple overview of Rich Dad's investment plan in the next few chapters. Mental Attitude Quiz. The business of investing has many parallels to the business of professional sports. For example, let's use the game of professional football. At Super Bowl time, millions of football fans watch the game. On the field are the players, the fans, the cheerleaders, the vendors, the sports commentators, and the fans at home watching the event on TV. Today, for many investors, the world of investing looks like a professional football game. You have the same cast of characters. You have the TV commentators describing the play-by-play battle of the blue-chip giants on the field. There are the adoring fans purchasing shares instead of tickets, cheering for their favorite team. You also have the cheerleaders telling you why the stock price is going up, or if the market goes down, they want to keep cheering you up with new hope that the price will soon rise. There are the bookmakers, called stockbrokers, who give you stock quotes over the phone and record your bets. Instead of reading the sports page, you read the financial pages. Financial ticket scalpers don't sell overpriced tickets to latecomers. They sell overpriced financial tip sheets to people who want to get closer to the inside game. Then there are the hot dog vendors, who also dispense antacid pills, as well as the people who sweep up the mess after the trading day is over. And of course, we have the viewers at home. What most people do not see in both arenas of the sports world and the investment world is what is going on behind the scenes. And that is the business behind both games. Oh, you may see the owner of the team occasionally, just as you may see a CEO or the president of the company. But the figurehead is not really the business. So, as Rich Dad said, the business behind the business is the real game. It's the business behind the business that makes money regardless of who wins the game or which way the market goes, up or down. It's the business that sells the tickets to the game. It does not buy the tickets. That is the investment game Rich Dad taught me that creates the richest people in the world. So, the mental attitude questions are: 1. Are you willing to start taking control over yourself? 2. Based on what you know so far, are you willing to invest the time to gain the education and experience to become a successful investor as an insider? Chapter 13. Investor Lesson Number 13. On which side of the table do you want to sit? My poor dad always said, work hard and save money. My rich dad said, working hard and saving money are important if you want to become secure and comfortable. But if you want to be rich, working hard and saving money will probably not get you there. On top of that, people who work hard and save money are often the same people that say, investing is risky. There were many reasons Rich Dad reminded Mike and me that working hard and saving money was not the way he got rich. He knew that working hard and saving money was good for the masses, but not for anyone wanting to become rich. There were 3 reasons why he recommended finding a different plan for becoming rich. 1. First, he would say, People who work hard and save money have a hard time getting rich because they pay more than their fair share of taxes. The government taxes these people when they earn, when they save, when they spend, and when they die. If you want to be rich, you will need greater financial sophistication than merely working hard and saving money. Rich Dad explained further by saying, if you want $1,000 in savings, plan on the government taking its share out in taxes. So it might take $1,300 or more in earnings just to save $1,000. Then that $1,000 is immediately being eaten away by inflation. So each year, your $1,000 is worth less. The meager sum of interest you are paid is also eaten by inflation as well as taxes. So let's say your bank pays you 5% interest. Inflation runs at 4%, and taxes take 30% of the interest. Your net result is a loss of money. That is why Rich Dad thought that working hard and saving money was a hard way to try to get rich. 2. The second reason he recommended a different plan to become rich is because people who work hard and save often think investing is risky. People who think things are risky often also avoid learning something new. 3. The third reason was because people who believe in hard work and saving and believe that investing is risky rarely ever see the other side of the coin. This chapter covers some of the reasons why investing does not have to be risky. Why investing isn't risky. Rich Dad had a way of taking very complex subjects and simplifying them so almost everyone could understand at least the basics of what he was talking about. In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I shared the diagrams of the income statement and the balance sheet that he used to teach me the basics of accounting and financial literacy. In Cash Flow Quadrant, I shared his diagram that explains the core emotional and educational differences between the people found in the 4 quadrants. In order for me to understand investing, I first needed to fully understand the lessons taught in those 2 books. When I was between the ages of 12 and 15, Rich Dad would occasionally have me sit at his side while he interviewed people who were looking for a job. At 4:30 p.m., which was the time he did all his interviews, I would sit behind a large brown wooden table in a chair next to Rich Dad. Across the table was a single wooden chair for the person who was being interviewed. One by one, his secretary would let the prospective employees into the large room and instruct each person to sit in the lone open chair. I saw grown adults asking for jobs that paid $1 an hour with minimal benefits. Even though I was a young teenager, I knew that it was difficult to raise a family, much less get rich, on $8 a day. I also saw people with college degrees, even several with doctorates, asking Rich Dad for managerial or technical jobs that paid less than $500 a month. After a while, the novelty of sitting behind the table on Rich Dad's side of the table wore off. Rich Dad never said anything to me before, during, or after these interviewing days. Finally, when I was 15 and bored of sitting behind the table, I asked him, "Why do you want me to sit here and watch people ask for jobs? I'm not learning anything, and it's getting boring. Besides, it is painful to see grown-ups so needy for a job and money. Some of those people are really desperate. They can't afford to quit their present job unless you give them another job. I doubt some of them could last 3 months without a paycheck. And some of them are older than you and obviously have no money. What's happened to them? Why do you want me to see this? It hurts me every time I do this with you. I have no problem with their asking for a job, but it's the desperation for the money. I can see it in their eyes, and that really bothers me." Rich Dad sat still at the table for a moment, collecting his thoughts. "I've been waiting for you to ask this question," he said. "It hurts me too, and that is why I wanted you to see this before you got much older." Rich Dad took his legal pad and drew the cash flow quadrant. "You are just starting high school. You are soon going to be making some very important decisions about what you will be when you grow up, if you haven't already made them. I know your dad is encouraging you to go to college so you can get a high-paying job. If you listen to his advice, you will be going in this direction." Rich Dad then drew an arrow to the E and S side. "If you listen to me, you will be studying to become a person on the right side of the cash flow quadrant." He then drew an arrow to the B and I side. "You've shown me this and told me this many times," I replied quietly. "Why do you continue to go over it?" "Because if you listen to your dad, you will soon find yourself sitting in that solitary wooden chair on the other side of the table. If you listen to me, you will be sitting in the wooden chair on my side of the table. That is the decision you are making, consciously or unconsciously, as you enter high school. I've had you sit on my side of the table because I wanted you to know that there is a difference in points of view. I'm not saying one side of the table is better than the other side. Each side has its pluses and minuses. I just want you to start choosing now which side you want to sit on, because what you study from this day forward will determine which side of the table you wind up on. Will you wind up on the E and S side or the B and I side of the table?" A gentle reminder 10 years later. In 1973, Rich Dad reminded me of that discussion we had when I was 15 years old. "Do you remember me asking you which side of the table you wanted to sit on?" he asked. I nodded and said, "Who could have predicted back then that my dad, the proponent for job security and lifelong employment, would be sitting on the other side of the table again at the age of 52. He had everything going for him at 40, and it was all over just 10 years later. Well, your dad is a very courageous man. Unfortunately, he did not plan for this happening to him, and now he's getting into professional as well as financial trouble. It could get worse if he does not make some rapid changes. If he keeps going with his old beliefs about jobs and job security, I'm afraid he will waste the last years of his life. I cannot help him right now, but I can help guide you," said Rich Dad. "So you're saying choose which side of the table to sit on?" I asked. "You mean I should choose a job as a pilot with the airlines or make my own path?" "Not necessarily," said Rich Dad. "All I want to do in this lesson is point something out to you." "And what is that?" I asked. Rich Dad again drew the cash flow quadrant. He then said, "Too many young people focus on only one side of the cash flow quadrant. Most people are asked as children, 'What do you want to be when you grow up?' If you notice, most children will reply with such things as a fireman or a ballerina or a doctor or a teacher. So most kids choose the E and S side," I added. "Yes," said Rich Dad, "and the I quadrant, the investor quadrant, is an afterthought, if any thought is given to it at all. In many families, the only thought given to the I quadrant is when parents say, 'Make sure you get a job with excellent benefits and a strong retirement plan.' In other words, the idea is to let the company be responsible for your long-term investment needs. That is changing rapidly as we speak." "Why do you say that?" I asked. "Why do you say it's changing?" "We are entering a period of a global economy," said Rich Dad. "For companies to compete in the world, they need to get their costs down. And one of their major costs is employee compensation and employee retirement plan funding. You mark my words, in the next few years, businesses will begin shifting the responsibility of investing for retirement to the employee." "You mean people will have to provide for their own pension instead of relying on their employer or the government?" I asked. "Yes. The problem will be the worst for poor people. They are the people I worry about," said Rich Dad. "That is why I reminded you about sitting across the table from people whose only financial support was a job. By the time you are my age, figuring out what to do with people who have no financial and medical support when they are older will be a massive problem. And your generation, the baby boomer generation, will probably be tasked with solving that problem. The severity of this problem will be very prominent starting around 2010. So what should I do?" I asked. Make the I quadrant the most important quadrant. Choose to be an investor when you're grown up. You'll want to have your money working for you so you don't have to work if you don't want to work or if you cannot work. You don't want to be like your dad at 52, starting all over again, trying to figure out which quadrant he can earn the most money from and realizing he is trapped in the E quadrant, said Rich Dad. You want to learn how to operate from all quadrants. Being able to sit on both sides of the table allows you to see both sides of the coin, Rich Dad said in summary, referring to his two-sided coin story. The most important quadrant. Rich Dad explained to me that one of the differences between rich people and poor people comes from what the parents teach their kids at home. He said, Mike already had a personal investment portfolio of over $200,000 by the time he was 15. You had nothing. All you had was the idea of going to school so you could get a job with benefits. That is what your dad thought was important. Rich Dad reminded me that his son Mike knew how to be an investor before he left high school. I never tried to influence him in his choice of careers, said Rich Dad. I wanted him to follow his interests, even if it meant he did not take over my business. But whether he chose to be a policeman, politician, or a poet, I wanted him to first be an investor. You'll become far richer if you learn to be an investor, regardless of what you do to earn the money along the way. Years later, as I met more and more people who came from well-to-do families, many of them said the same thing. Many of my wealthy friends said that their families started an investment portfolio for them when they were very young and then guided them in learning to be investors before they decided what type of profession they wanted to enter. Mental Attitude Quiz. In the industrial age, the rules of employment were that your company would employ you for life and take care of your investing needs once your working days were over. In 1960, the average length of retirement before death was only 1 year for men and 8 years for women. In other words, all you had to do was focus on the E quadrant and your employer would take care of the I quadrant. That message was very comforting, especially to my parents' generation, since they lived through a horrible world war and the Great Depression. Those events had a tremendous impact upon our mental attitude and financial priorities. Many lived with that financial attitude, and they often taught that same attitude to their children. Many people also continue to believe that their home is an asset and their most important investment. That idea is an industrial age way of thinking. In the industrial age, that was all a person needed to know about money management because the company or labor union and the government took care of the rest. The rules have changed. In today's information age, most of us need greater financial sophistication. We need to know the difference between an asset and a liability. We are living much longer and therefore need more financial stability for our retirement years. If your home is your biggest investment, then you're probably in financial trouble. Your financial portfolio needs to be a much bigger investment than your home. The good news is that the I quadrant is a great quadrant to place as a top priority and to learn to be responsible for, because freedom comes from this quadrant. So, the mental attitude questions are: 1. Which quadrant will you place first? Which is the most important to you? 2. Which side of the table do you eventually plan to sit on? I have asked question 2 because of this phenomenon. You may have noticed that when a major company announces a layoff of thousands of employees, the company's share price often goes up. That is an example of the two sides of the table. When a person shifts to the other side of the table, his or her point of view of the world also changes. And when a person shifts quadrants, if only mentally and emotionally, then loyalties often change. I believe that this shift is brought on by the change of ages, the change from industrial age thinking to information age thinking. This shift will create some of the biggest challenges in the future for businesses and business leaders. The rules have just begun to change. Chapter 14, Investor Lesson Number 14, Basic Rules of Investing. One day, I was feeling frustrated about my financial progress in life. I had about 4 months before I was to leave the military and enter the civilian world. I had stopped all efforts to get a job with the airlines. I had decided that I was going to enter the business world in June of 1974 and see if I could make it in the B quadrant. It was not a hard decision since Rich Dad was willing to guide me, but the pressure to become financially successful was building. I felt that I was so far behind financially, especially when I compared myself to Mike. During one of our meetings, I shared my thoughts and frustrations with Rich Dad. I've got my 2 plans in place. One plan is to ensure that I have basic financial security, and the other, more aggressive investment plan is so I will be comfortable financially. But at the rate those plans will be successful, if they even are successful, I'll never be rich like you and Mike, I said. Rich Dad grinned when he heard that. Smiling and laughing quietly to himself, he said, "Investing is not a race. You are not in competition with anyone else. People who compete usually have huge ups and downs in their financial life. You are not here to try to finish first. All you need to do to make more money is simply focus on becoming a better investor. If you focus on improving your experience and education as an investor, you will gain tremendous wealth. If all you want to do is get rich quickly or have more money than Mike, then chances are you will be the big loser. It's okay to compare and compete a little, but the real objective of this process is for you to become a better and more educated investor. Anything other than that is foolish and risky." I sat there nodding and feeling a little bit better. I knew then that rather than try to make more money and take bigger risks, I would focus on studying harder. That made more sense to me. It seemed less risky, and it certainly took less money, and money was not something I had much of then. Rich Dad went on to explain his reasons for starting Mike out in the I quadrant rather than the B or E quadrant. Since the objective of the rich is to have your money work for you so you don't have to work, why not start where you want to wind up? He went on to explain why he encouraged Mike and me to play golf when we were 10 years old. He said, "Golf is a game you can play all your life. Football is a game you can play for only a few years. So why not start with the game you will end up with?" Of course, I had not listened to him. Mike continued playing golf. I went on to baseball, football, and rugby. I was not very good at any of them, but I loved the games and I am glad I played them. 15 years after starting to play golf and beginning to invest, Mike was now a great golfer, had a substantial investment portfolio, and had years more investment experience than I did. At age 25, I was just beginning to learn the basics of the game of golf and the game of investing. I make this point because, regardless of how young or old you are, learning the basics of anything, especially a game, is important. Most people take some kind of golf lessons to learn the basics before playing golf, but unfortunately, most people never learn the simple basics of investing before investing their hard-earned money. The basics of investing. Now that your 2 plans are in place, the plan for security and the plan for comfort, I will explain the basics of investing, said Rich Dad. He went on to explain that too many people begin investing without having the first 2 plans in place, and that was risky in his mind. He said, after you have those 2 plans firmly in place, then you can experiment and learn more exotic techniques utilizing different investment vehicles. That is why I waited for you to take the time to put those 2 automatic or mechanical investment plans in place before I continued on with your lessons. Basic rule number 1. Investment basic rule number 1, said Rich Dad, is to always know what kind of income you are working for. For years, Rich Dad had always said to Mike and me that there were 3 different kinds of income. 1. Ordinary earned income is generally derived from a job or some form of labor. In its most common form, it is income from a paycheck. It is also the highest taxed income, so it is the hardest income with which to build wealth. When you say to a child, "Get a good job," you are advising the child to work for ordinary earned income. 2. Portfolio income is generally derived from paper assets such as stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. Portfolio income is by far the most popular form of investment income, simply because paper assets are easier to manage and maintain. 3. Passive income is generally derived from real estate. It can also be derived from royalties from patents or license agreements. Yet, approximately 80% of the time, passive income is from real estate. There are many tax advantages available for real estate. One of the conflicting viewpoints between my 2 dads was what a parent should say to a child. My poor dad always said to me, "Work hard at school so you can get good grades. When you get good grades, you will be able to get a good job. Then you become a good, hardworking man." While Mike and I were in high school, Rich Dad would snicker at that idea. He used to say, "Your dad is a good, hardworking man, but he will never get rich if he continues to think that way. If you boys listen to me, you will work hard for portfolio income and passive income if you want to become rich." Back then, I did not fully understand what either man was saying or what the difference in philosophies was all about. At age 25, I was beginning to understand a little better. My dad was 52 and starting all over again, focused only on ordinary earned income, something he had thought was the right thing to do all his life. My rich dad was rich and enjoying life simply because he had worked hard for passive and portfolio income. I now knew which type of income I was going to work hard for, and it was not earned income. Basic rule number 2. Investment basic rule number 2, said Rich Dad, is to convert ordinary earned income into portfolio income or passive income as efficiently as possible. And that, in a nutshell, is all an investor is supposed to do, Rich Dad summarized with a smile. That is about as basic as it can get. But how do I do it? I asked. How do I get the money if I don't already have the money? What happens if I lose the money? How, said Rich Dad. You sound like an Indian chief from an old movie. But those are real questions, I whined. I know they are real questions, but for now, I just want you to understand the basics. Later, I'll go into the how, okay? And watch out for the negative thoughts. Look, risk is always part of investing, as it is with life. People who are too negative and avoid risk back themselves out of most opportunities because of their negativity and fear of risk. Got it? I nodded. I got it. Start with the basics. Basic rule number 3. Investment basic rule number 3, said Rich Dad, nodding to my last statement, is to keep your ordinary earned income secure by purchasing a security you hope converts your earned income into passive income or portfolio income. Secure in a security? I asked. I'm confused. What happened to assets and liabilities? Good question, said Rich Dad. I'm now expanding your vocabulary. It is time for you to go beyond the simple understanding of assets and liabilities. An understanding that most people never achieve, I might add. But the point I am making here is that all securities are not necessarily assets, as many people think they are. You mean a stock or a piece of real estate is a security, but it may not be an asset? I asked. That is correct. However, many average investors cannot distinguish between a security and an asset. Many people, including many professionals, do not know the difference. Many people call any security an asset. So, what is the difference? I asked. A security is something you hope will keep your money secure. And generally, these securities are bound up tightly by government regulations. And that is why the U.S. government organization that watches over much of the world of investing in this country is called the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. You may notice that its title is not the Assets and Exchange Commission. So the government knows that securities are not necessarily assets, I stated. Rich Dad nodded and said, and neither is it called the Securities and Guarantees Commission. The government knows that all it can do is maintain a tight set of rules and do its best to maintain order by enforcing those rules. It does not guarantee that everyone who acquires a security will make money. That is why securities are not called assets. If you remember the basic definition, an asset puts money in your pocket, or the income column. A liability takes money out of your pocket, and that shows up in your expense column. It's simply a matter of basic financial literacy. I nodded. So it is up to the investor to know which securities are assets and which securities are liabilities, I stated, beginning to understand where Rich Dad was going with this. That is correct, said Rich Dad. The confusion begins for most investors when someone tells them that securities are assets. Average investors are nervous about investing because they know that just because they buy a security, it does not mean they will make money. The problem with buying a security is that the investor can also lose money, said Rich Dad. He went on. So, if the security makes money, it puts money into the income column of the financial statement and it is an asset. But if it loses money and that event is recorded in the expense column of the financial statement, then that security is a liability. In fact, the same security can change from being an asset into a liability. For example, I bought 100 shares of stock in ABC Company in December, for which I paid $20 per share. In January, I sold 10 shares for $30 per share. Those 10 shares of stock were assets because they generated income for me. But in March, I sold 10 more shares for only $10, so that same stock had become a liability because it generated a loss, an expense. Rich Dad cleared his throat before continuing. So the way I look at that is that there are instruments called securities in which I invest. It is up to me as the investor to determine if each security is an asset or liability. And that is where the risk comes in, I said. It is the investor not knowing the difference between an asset and a liability that makes investing risky. Basic rule number 4. Investor basic rule number 4 is that it is the investor who is really the asset or the liability, said Rich Dad. What? I asked. The investor is the asset or liability, not the investment or security? Rich Dad nodded. You often hear people say, investing is risky, but really it is the investor who is risky. It is ultimately the investor who is the asset or the liability. I have seen many so-called investors lose money when everyone else is making money. I have sold businesses to many so-called business people and watched the businesses soon go bust. I have seen people take a perfectly good piece of real estate that is making a lot of money, and in a few years, that same piece of real estate is running at a loss and falling apart. And then I hear people say that investing is risky. It's the investor who is risky, not the investment. In fact, a good investor loves to follow behind a risky investor because that is where the real investment bargains are found. And that is why you love to listen to investors who are crying the blues about their investment losses, I said. You want to find out what they did wrong and see if you can find a bargain. You've got it, said Rich Dad. I'm always looking for the skipper of the Titanic. And that is why you don't like to hear stories about people making a lot of money in the stock market or the real estate market. You hate it when someone tells you that he or she bought a stock at $5 and it went to $25. You have observed me well, said Rich Dad. Listening to tales of quick money and instant wealth is a fool's game. Such stories draw in only the losers. If a stock is well known or has made a lot of money, the party is often already over or soon to be over. I'd rather hear tales of woe and misery because that is where the bargains are. As a person who operates on the B and I side, I want to find securities that are liabilities and turn them into assets, or wait for someone else to begin turning them into assets. So, that would make you a contrarian investor, I ventured, a contrarian who goes against the popular sentiment of the market. That is the layperson's idea of what a contrarian investor is. Most people just think a contrarian investor is antisocial and does not like going along with the crowd. I like to think of myself as a repairman. I want to look at the wreck and see if it can be fixed. If it can be fixed, then it would still be a good investment only if other investors also want it fixed. If it cannot be fixed, or if no one would want it even after it is fixed, I don't want it either. So a true investor must also like what the crowd likes, and that is why I would not say I am a pure contrarian. I will not buy something just because no one else wants it. So, is there an investor basic rule number 5? I asked. Basic rule number 5. Yes, there is, said Rich Dad. Investor basic rule number 5 is that a true investor is prepared for whatever happens. A non-investor tries to predict what and when things will happen. What does that mean? I asked. Have you ever heard someone say, I could have bought that land for $500 an acre 20 years ago. And look at it now. Someone built a shopping center right next to it, and now that same land is $500,000 an acre. Yes, I have heard those stories many times. We all have, said Rich Dad. Well, that is a case of someone who was not prepared. Most investments that will make you rich are available for only a narrow window of time. A few moments in the world of trading or a window of opportunity that is open for years, as it is in real estate. But regardless of how long the window of opportunity is open, if you are not prepared with education and experience or extra cash, a good opportunity will pass. So, how does one prepare? You need to focus and keep in mind what others are already looking for. If you want to buy a stock, then attend classes on how to spot bargains in stocks. The same is true for real estate. It all begins with training your brain to know what to look for and being prepared for the moment the investment is presented to you. It is much like the sport of soccer. You play, and then all of a sudden, the winning kick at the goal appears. You're either prepared or you're not. You're either in position or you're not. But even if you miss the shot in soccer or in investing, there is always another shot at the goal or another opportunity of a lifetime investment right around the corner. The good news is that there are more and more opportunities every day, but first you need to choose your game and learn to play the game. So that is why you chuckle when someone complains about missing out on a good deal or tells you that you must get into this deal or that deal? Exactly. Again, there are so many people who come from the mindset that there is scarcity instead of abundance in the world. They often cry about missing a deal and hang on to a deal too long, thinking that it is the only deal. Or they buy thinking that what they are looking at is the only deal. If you are good at the B and I side of the cash flow quadrant, you have more time and more deals to look at. And your confidence is high because you know you can take a bad deal that most people would reject and turn it into a good deal. That is what I mean about investing the time in order to be prepared. If you're prepared, there is a deal of a lifetime being presented to you every day of your life. And that is how you found that big piece of raw land, just walking down the street, I commented, recalling how Rich Dad found one of his best pieces of real estate. You saw that the for sale sign had fallen down and had been trampled on so no one knew the land was for sale. You called the owner and offered him a low but fair price at your terms, and he took it. He took your offer because no one else had made him an offer in over 2 years. That is what you mean, isn't it? Yes, that is what I mean. And that piece of raw land was a better deal than most. That is what I mean about being prepared. I knew what the land was worth, and I also knew what was going to happen in that neighborhood in a few months. So, there was very low risk coupled with a very low price. I would love to find 10 more pieces of land today in that same neighborhood. And what do you mean by don't predict? I asked. Well, have you ever heard someone say, what if the market crashes? What will happen to my investment then? That is why I am not going to buy. I am going to wait and see what happens. Many times, I said. Rich Dad said, I have heard many people, when presented with a good investment opportunity, back away from the investment because their core fears begin to predict the disasters that will occur. They send out their negative vibes and never invest, or they sell when they shouldn't sell, and they buy something they shouldn't buy based on either optimistic or pessimistic emotional predictions. They could have handled that investment opportunity more wisely if they were a little educated, had a little experience, and were prepared, I said. Exactly, said Rich Dad. Besides, one of the basics of being a good investor is being prepared to profit when the market moves up or if it moves down. In fact, the best investors make more money in a down market simply because the market falls faster than it rises. As the saying goes, the bull comes up the stairs and the bear goes out the window. If you are not covered for either direction, you as the investor are too risky, not the investment. That means many people predict themselves right out of being rich investors. Rich Dad nodded. I have heard so many people say, I don't buy real estate because I don't want calls at midnight to fix toilets. Well, I don't either. That is why I have property managers. But I do love the tax advantages of cash flow from real estate that do not come from stocks. So, people often predict themselves right out of opportunities instead of being prepared, I echoed, beginning to understand why being prepared was so important. How do I learn to be prepared? I'll teach you some basic trading techniques that all professional investors should know. Techniques such as shorts, call options, put options, straddles, and so on. But that will come later. Right now, that is enough about the advantages of preparation over prediction for you. But I have one more question about preparation, I protested. And what is that? Asked Rich Dad. What if I find a deal and I don't have any money? I asked. Basic rule number 6. That is investment basic rule number 6, said Rich Dad. If you are prepared, which means you have education and experience, and you find a good deal, the money will find you, or you will find the money. Good deals seem to bring out the greed in people. So when a person finds a good deal, the deal, because it promises great rewards, attracts the cash. If the deal is bad and doesn't promise great rewards, then it is really hard to raise the cash. Have you ever seen a good deal that did not attract the money? I asked. Many times, Rich Dad said, but it was not the deal that did not attract the cash. The person controlling the deal did not attract the cash. In other words, the deal would have been good if the guy in charge of the deal had stepped aside. It is like having a world-ranked race car with an average driver. No matter how good the car is, no one would bet on it with an average driver at the wheel. In real estate, people often say the key to success is location, location, location. I think differently. In reality, in the world of investing, regardless of whether it is real estate, business, or paper assets, the key is always people, people, people. I have seen the best real estate in the best location lose money because the wrong people were in charge. I said, so again, if I am prepared, if I have done my homework and have some experience and a track record, and I find something that is a good investment, then finding the money is not that hard. That has been my experience, Rich Dad said. Unfortunately, all too often, the worst deals, which are deals that investors like me would not invest in, are presented to unsophisticated investors, and the unsophisticated investors often lose their money. And that is why there is the Securities and Exchange Commission, I said. Its job is to protect the average investor from these bad deals. Correct, said Rich Dad. The primary job of investors is to make sure their money is secure. The next step is to do their best to convert that money into cash flow or capital gains. That is when you find out if you or the person to whom you entrusted your money can turn that security into an asset or if it will become a liability. Again, it is not the investment that is necessarily safe or risky. It is the investor. So, is that the last investor basic rule? I asked. No, not by a long shot, said Rich Dad. Investing is a subject you can learn the basics of for the rest of your life. The good news is that the better you are at the basics, the more money you make and the less risk you have. But there is one more investor basic rule I would like to leave you with, and that is investor basic rule number 7. Basic rule number 7. And what is number 7? It is the ability to evaluate risk and reward, said Rich Dad. Give me an example, I requested. Let's say your 2 basic investment plans are in place. Your nest egg is doing well, and you happen to have, let's say, an extra $25,000 you can invest on something more speculative. I wish I had $25,000 right now, I commented dryly. But tell me more about evaluating the risk and reward. So you have this $25,000 that you can more or less afford to lose, which means that if you lost it all, you would cry a little, but you could still put food on the table and gas in the car and save another $25,000. Then you begin to evaluate risk and rewards of the more speculative investments. And how do I do that? Let's say you have a nephew who has an idea for a hamburger stand. The nephew needs $25,000 to start. Would this be a good investment? Emotionally, it could be, but financially, it would not be, I replied. Why not? Asked Rich Dad. Too much risk and not enough reward, I replied. On top of that, how would you get your money back? The most important thing here is not return on investment. The most important thing here is return of investment. As you said, security of capital is very important. Very good, said Rich Dad. But what if I told you that this nephew has been working for a major burger chain for the past 15 years, has been a vice president of every important aspect of the business, and is ready to go out on his own and build a worldwide burger chain? And what if for a mere $25,000 you could buy 5% of the entire company? Would that be of interest to you? Yes, I said. Definitely, because there is more reward for the same amount of risk, yet it is still a high-risk deal. That is correct, said Rich Dad. And that is an example of an investor basic, which is to evaluate risk and reward. So, how does a person evaluate such speculative investments? I asked. Good question, said Rich Dad. That is the rich level of investing, the level of investing that follows the investment plans to be secure and comfortable. You're now talking about acquiring the skills to invest in investments that the rich invest in. So again, I summarized, It is not the investment that is risky. It is the investor who doesn't have the adequate skills that makes the investment a higher risk. The 3 E's. Correct, said Rich Dad. At this level, the level at which the rich invest in, the investor should have the 3 E's. And the 3 E's are 1. Education, 2. Experience, 3. Excess cash. Excess cash, I asked. Not just extra cash? No, I use the words excess cash for a reason. Investing in the investments of the rich takes excess cash, which means you can truly afford to lose and still profit from the loss. Profit from the loss, I asked. What does that mean? We will get into that, said Rich Dad. In the rich level of investing, you will find out that things are different. At the rich level, you will find out that there are good losses and bad losses, good debt and bad debt, good expenses and bad expenses. At the rich level, your educational requirements and experience will need to go up dramatically. If not, you will not be there for long. Got it? I'm getting it, I replied. Rich Dad went on to explain that if things do not follow the KISS, keep it simple, sweetheart, formula, then the risk is probably high. He said, if someone cannot explain the investment to you in less than 2 minutes in a way that allows you to understand it, then either you don't understand, he doesn't understand, or you both don't understand. Whatever the case, it is best that you pass on the investment. He also said, all too often, people try to make investing sound complex, so they use intelligent-sounding jargon. If someone does that, ask him or her to use simple English. If he or she can't explain the investment so a 10-year-old can understand at least the overall concept, chances are he or she does not understand it either. All PE means is how expensive the stock is, and a cap rate, which is a term used in real estate, just measures how much money the property puts or does not put in your pocket. So if it is not simple, don't do it? I asked. No, I'm not saying that either, said Rich Dad. All too often, people who lack interest in investing or have a loser's attitude will say, man, if it's not easy, I won't do it. I often say to that type of person, when you were born, your parents had to work hard and potty train you. So even going to the toilet was at one time difficult. Today, hopefully, you are potty trained, and going to the potty by yourself is just part of the basics. Mental attitude quiz. I have found that too many people want to invest in the investments of the rich without first having a strong financial foundation under them. All too often, people want to invest at the rich person's level because they are hurting financially and often need money desperately. Obviously, I do not recommend investments at a rich person's level unless you were already rich. Neither did my Rich Dad. Some people are fortunate enough that their financial plan to be comfortable creates enough excess cash to make them think they are rich. But unless they learn to think as rich people think, they will still be poor people. They will just be poor people with money. So the mental attitude question is, if you are going to invest or intend to invest in what the rich invest in, are you willing to gain what Rich Dad called the 3 E's? Again, they are education, experience, excess cash. If the answer is no, then the remainder of this audiobook may not be of much value to you, nor could I in good conscience recommend any of the investments I will be talking about, which are the investments of the rich. If you are uncertain or are curious about some of the requirements involved in the education and experience that can lead to acquiring excess cash, then continue listening. At the end of this audiobook, you can decide whether or not you want to go after the 3 E's. Along the way, you may discover that your plans to be financially safe and then financially comfortable will allow you to raise the bar. Just as a high jumper or pole vaulter raises the bar after succeeding at each level, you can succeed financially at the safety and comfort levels. You can then raise the bar, and your goals, and focus more of your time on becoming rich. As Rich Dad said, investing is a subject you can learn the basics of for the rest of your life. What he meant was that it sounds complex at the start, and then it gets simple. The simpler you can make this subject or the more basics you learn, the richer you can become while reducing risk. But the challenge for most people is to invest the time. Chapter 15. Investor lesson number 15. Reduce risk through financial literacy. It was still early in the spring of 1974. I only had a couple of months to go before I would be discharged from my military contract. I still did not know what I was going to do once I drove off the base for the last time. President Nixon was in trouble with Watergate, and the trials were about to begin, so I realized that he had larger concerns than I did at that moment. We all knew the war in Vietnam was over, and we had lost. I still had a very short military haircut, and I stood out each time I went into the civilian world where long hippie hair was the style. I began to wonder what I would look like in shoulder-length hair. I had worn a military haircut since 1965, ever since I entered the military academy for college. It was the wrong period of time to have short hair. The stock market had been going down for the past 4 days, and people were nervous. Even in the pilot's ready room on base, the few pilots that did play the market were nervous and edgy. One had sold all his stock to stand aside with cash. I was not invested in the stock market at the time, so I could objectively watch the effect that the ups and downs of the market had on people. Rich Dad and I met for lunch at his favorite beachside hotel. He was as happy as ever. The market was falling, and he was making even more money. I thought it strange that he would be calm and happy while everyone else, even the commentator on the radio, was nervous. How is it that you are happy and everyone else I meet who is in the stock market is nervous? Well, we talked about it earlier, said Rich Dad. We talked about how one of the basics of being an investor is to be prepared for whatever happens, rather than attempt to predict what is about to happen. I doubt if anyone can predict the market, although there are many people who claim they can. A person can predict something happening maybe once, maybe even twice, but I have never seen anyone predict anything regarding the market 3 times in a row. If there is such a person, he or she must have a high-powered crystal ball. I knew we had covered this, but I needed to ask Rich Dad the questions anyway. But isn't investing risky? Isn't it risky to not know what will happen? I asked. No, said Rich Dad. Most people I talk to believe that investing is risky, so they keep their money in the bank, in money market funds, or in CDs. As they should, said Rich Dad, pausing for a moment and then continuing. For most people, investing is risky, but always remember that it is not necessarily investing that is risky. It is the investor who is risky. Many people who think they are investors are not really investors. In reality, they are speculators, traders, or, even worse, gamblers. There are final lines of distinction between those characters and a true investor. Don't get me wrong, there are speculators, traders, and gamblers who do very well financially, but they are not who I would categorize as investors. So, how does an investor become less risky? I asked. Good question, said Rich Dad. Or maybe a better question might be, how do I become an investor who makes a lot of money with very little risk, and then hangs on to the money I make? Yes, that is definitely a more accurate question, I replied. My answer is the same. It is to keep things simple and understand the basics. Begin with having your investment plans for security and comfort in place. Those plans are often handled by someone else you hope is competent and following an automatic no-brainer formula. Then, you have to pay the price to become an investor who wants to make more money with less risk. And what is that price? I asked. Time, said Rich Dad. Time is your most important asset. If you are not willing to invest your time, then leave your investment capital with people who are following the investment plan of your choice. Many people dream of getting rich, but most will not pay the price of investing their time. I could tell that Rich Dad was still very much into the mental preparation mode of our lessons, but by now I was ready to go. I really wanted to learn to invest following his investment formula, yet he was still testing my determination to invest my time and effort to learn what I needed to learn. I therefore raised my voice so the tables around me could hear and said, "I want to learn. I am willing to invest my time. I will study. I won't quit on you. You are not wasting your time teaching me. Just tell me what the basics are to becoming a successful investor with very low risk." "Good," said Rich Dad. "I've been waiting for some fire. I got concerned this morning when you came in concerned about the market going down. If you let the ups and downs of the stock market run your life, you should not be an investor. The number one control you must have to be an investor is control over yourself. If you cannot control yourself, the highs and lows of the market will run you, and you will lose during one of those ups or downs. The number one reason people are not good investors is that they lack control over themselves and their emotions. Their desire for security and comfort takes control of their heart, their soul, their mind, their view of the world, and their actions. As I said, a true investor does not care which direction the market goes. A true investor will make money in either direction. So control over yourself is the first and most important control. Got it?" "I got it," I said as I backed up in my chair a little. I had come in a little wimpy and concerned. Yet I had been studying with Rich Dad for years, and I knew that his intensity was letting me know that the lessons on investing were just about to begin. Rich Dad continued at a rapid-fire pace. "So if you want to invest with very low risk and high returns, you have to pay the price. And the price involves study. Lots of study. You need to study the basics of business. So, to be a rich investor, you also have to either be a good business owner or know what a business owner knows. In the stock market, investors want to invest in successful Bs. If you possess the skills of a B, you can either create your own business as a B or analyze other businesses as potential investments as an I. The problem is that most people are trained to be E's or S's in school. They do not have the skills needed by a B. That is why so few people become very rich investors. And that is why so many people say or think that investing is risky," I said. "Exactly," said Rich Dad. "This is what fundamental investing is. In the world of investing, there are 3 basic asset classes you can invest in. We already covered the idea of ordinary earned income, passive income, and portfolio income. Building a business is probably the best investment of all if you want to become a rich investor. Roughly 80% of the very rich became rich through building a business. Most people work for people who build businesses or invest in businesses. Then they wonder why the person who built the business is so rich. The reason is that the builder of a business will always trade money for the asset." "You mean the builder or owner of the business values the asset more than the money?" I asked. "That is part of the picture because all an investor really does is trade time, expertise, or money for a security that they hope or intend will become an asset. So, just as you trade money to buy an investment piece of real estate, like a rental house, or pay money for a share or stock, a business owner will pay people money to build a business asset. One of the main reasons the poor and middle class struggle is that they value money over true assets." "So the poor and the middle class value money and the rich don't really value it? Is that what you're saying?" "Partially," said Rich Dad. "Always remember Gresham's Law." "Gresham's Law?" I replied. "I've never heard of Gresham's Law." "What is that?" Gresham's Law is an economic law that states that bad money will always drive out good money. Good money? Bad money? I asked, shaking my head. "Let me explain," said Rich Dad. "Gresham's law has been in effect since humans began valuing money. Back in Roman times, people used to clip silver and gold coins. Clipping coins meant that people would shave a little bit off the coin before handing it to someone else, so the coin began to lose value. The Roman people were not stupid and soon noticed that the coins were lighter. Once the Roman people knew what was happening, they hoarded the coins with high silver and gold content and spent only the lighter coins. That is an example of bad money driving good money out of circulation. To combat this clipping of coins, the government began distributing coins with reeded or grooved edges. That is why coins of value have the tiny grooves on the edge. If a coin had the grooves filed down, a person knew the coin had been tampered with. Ironically, it is the government that does the most clipping of the value of our money. But that was back in Roman times. How does that law apply today? I asked. In 1965, less than 10 years ago, Gresham's law began working in the United States when the government stopped producing coins with silver in them. In other words, the government began producing bad coins, or coins without any real value to them. Immediately, people began hoarding the real silver coins and spending the debased or fake coins. In other words, people somehow intuitively know that government money is not worth much, I stated. It seems that way, said Rich Dad, which may be why I think people save less and spend more. Unfortunately, the poor and middle class buy things that have even less value than their money. They turn cash into trash. Meanwhile, the rich buy things like businesses, stocks, and real estate with their money. They are looking for secure securities in a time when money has an ever-decreasing real value. That is why I've constantly said to you and Mike, the rich do not work for money. If you want to be rich, you have to know the difference between good money and bad money, assets and liabilities. Good securities and bad securities, I added. Rich Dad nodded. I say that the rich don't work for money because the rich are smart enough to know that money is worth less and less. If you work hard for bad money and do not know the difference between assets, liabilities, good securities, and bad securities, you may struggle financially all your life. It is truly a shame that those who work the hardest and are paid the least suffer the most from this constant erosion of money's value. People who do the hardest work have the hardest time getting ahead due to the effects of Gresham's law. Since money has ever-declining value, a financially wise person must constantly seek things that do have value and can also produce more and more debased money. If you don't do that, you fall behind financially over time rather than get ahead. Your dad has chosen to work hard for job security. So when he lost his job, he found out that he had worked hard for nothing. And worst of all, he was successful. He worked himself all the way to the top of the state education system, but then he bucked the system. There goes his job security with the state government. I feel for your dad almost as much as you do. But you cannot talk to someone who has very set core values and is not willing to change. He is out looking for another job rather than asking himself if a job will get him what he really wants. So he clung to job security and false assets. However, he failed to convert his ordinary earned income into real assets so he could have a rich person's income, which is passive income or portfolio income, I said. He should have done that, converting his paycheck into real securities before taking on the system. Your dad is a brave man and highly educated, but not financially well educated, and that was his downfall. If he were rich, he could influence the system with campaign contributions. But since he had no money, all he could do was protest and defy the government. Protest is effective, but it takes a heck of a lot of people protesting to make any change in the government. Just look at how many protesting people it is taking to stop this war in Vietnam. The irony is that he was protesting against the power of the rich to influence government by campaign contributions, I said. He saw the power that people with money have over politicians and the favors the rich receive or the laws that are passed in favor of the rich. My dad saw the money involved in politics, and so he ran for lieutenant governor to try to stop that financial abuse. Now it has cost him his position in the government. He knows the laws are written in favor of the rich. Well, that is another subject on money, but not our subject today, said Rich Dad. Why investing is not risky. I've already made up my mind, I said. I have not followed up on any of the jobs for pilots. I will soon begin looking for a job with a company that has sales training so I can overcome my fear of rejection and learn to sell or communicate, as you recommend. Good, said Rich Dad. Both IBM and Xerox have excellent sales training programs. If you're going to be in the B quadrant, then you must know how to sell as well as market. You also have to have a very thick skin and not mind people saying no to you. But you also have to be able to change their mind if it is appropriate to do so. Selling is a very necessary skill for anyone who wants to become rich, especially in the B quadrant and very often in the I quadrant. But I have one burning question, I said. Ask it, said Rich Dad. How can you say investing is not risky when most people say investing is risky? Easy, said Rich Dad. I can read financial statements, and most people cannot. Do you remember me saying to you years ago that your dad was word literate but not financially literate? I nodded, saying, I remember you saying that very often. Financial literacy is one of the most important investor basics, especially if you want to be a safe investor, an inside investor, and a rich investor. Anyone who is not financially literate cannot see into an investment. Just as a doctor uses X-rays to look into the human body, a financial statement allows you to look into an investment and see the truth, the facts, the fiction, the opportunities, and the risk. Reading a financial statement of a business or individual is like reading a biography or an autobiography. So, one of the reasons many people say investing is risky is simply that they have never been taught to read financial statements? I asked in surprise. And that is why you began teaching Mike and me to read financial statements when we were 9 years old. Well, if you remember, you told me when you were just 9 years old that you wanted to be rich. When you told me that, I began with the basics. Never work for money. Learn to spot opportunities, not jobs. Learn to read financial statements. Most people leave school looking for jobs, not opportunities. They have been taught to work hard for ordinary earned income rather than passive income or portfolio income, and most have never been taught how to balance a checkbook, much less read and write a financial statement. Small wonder they say investing is risky. A business has a financial statement, a stock certificate is a reflection of a financial statement, every real estate property has a financial statement, and each individual human being has a financial statement, said Rich Dad. Every security and human being, I asked. Even my dad? Even my mom? Sure, said Rich Dad. Everything, regardless of whether it is a business, stock, real estate, or human being, that transacts money has an income statement and balance sheet, whether or not they know it. People who are not aware of the power of a financial statement often have the least money and the biggest financial problems. You mean like my dad is having right now, I said. Unfortunately, that is true, said Rich Dad. Not knowing the simple difference between assets and liabilities, earned income from passive and portfolio income, and not knowing where they all appear and how they flow on a financial statement has been a costly oversight for your dad. So, when you look at a business, you look at the financial statement, not the price of its stock that day, I asked, doing my best to move the discussion away from my dad. That is correct, said Rich Dad. That is called fundamental investing. Financial literacy is fundamental to fundamental investing. When I look at the financials of a business, I look at the guts of a business. When I look at the financials, I can tell if the business is fundamentally strong or weak, growing or declining. I can tell if the management is doing a good job or wasting a lot of the investor's money. The same is true with an apartment building or office building. So, by reading the financials, you can tell for yourself if the investment is risky or safe, I added. Yes, said Rich Dad. The financials of a person, a business, or a real estate property will tell me much more than that. But a cursory look at a financial statement does 3 more important things. And they are: for one thing, being financially literate gives me a checklist of what is important. I can look at each line and determine what is not being done right, or what I can do to improve the business and make things right. Most investors look at the price and then the stock's PE, or price-earnings ratio. The PE of a stock is an outsider's indicator of the business. An insider needs other indicators, and that is what I will teach you. Those indicators are part of a safety checklist to make sure that all the parts of the business are functioning well. If you are not financially literate, you cannot tell the differences. Then, of course, investing becomes risky for that person. And the second thing? I asked. The second thing is that when I look at an investment, I overlay it on my personal financial statement and see where it fits. As I said, investing is a plan. I want to see how the financial statement of the business, the stock, the bond, or the real estate will impact my personal financial statement. I want to know that this investment will get me to where I want to go. I can also analyze how I can afford the investment. By knowing my numbers, I know what will happen if I borrow money to buy an investment and the long-term impact balanced with income and outflow due to debt payments. And the third thing? I want to know that this investment is safe and will make me money. I can tell if it is going to make money or lose money in a very short period of time. So, if it does not make me money, or I cannot fix the reason why it will not make me money, why should I buy it? That would be risky. So, if you do not make money, you don't invest? I asked. In most instances, said Rich Dad. Yet, as simple as that sounds, it always amazes me when I meet people who are losing money or making no money and they think they are investors. Many people who invest in real estate lose money every month and then say, "But the government gives me a tax break for my losses." That is like saying, if you lose $1, the government will give you 30 cents back. A few very sophisticated business people and investors know how to use that government ploy to their advantage, but very few people really do. Why not make $1 and get an additional 30-cent bonus from the government? That is what a real investor does. People actually do that? They actually lose money and think it is investing? On top of that, they think losing money for tax advantages is a good idea. Do you know how easy it is to find an investment that loses money? Asked Rich Dad. I imagine it would be pretty easy, I said. The world is filled with stocks, mutual funds, real estate, and businesses that do not make any money. So a real investor first wants to make money, and then, after making money, they want an additional bonus from the government. So a real investor will make $1 as well as get a 30-cent bonus from the government. An unsophisticated investor will lose $1 and be thrilled to get 30 cents from the government in the form of a tax write-off. Just because that person cannot read a financial statement? I asked. That is one of the basics. Financial literacy is definitely an important investor basic at the rich investment level. The other basic is to invest to make money. Never invest with the intent to lose money and then be happy with a tax write-off. You invest for one reason only, to make money. Investing is risky enough without investing to lose money. Your report card. As we ended the lesson for the day, Rich Dad said, Now do you realize why I had you do your personal financial statements so often? I nodded and said, as well as analyze the financial statements of businesses and real estate investments. You kept saying you wanted me to think in financial statements. Now I understand why. While you were in school, you got a report card once a quarter. A financial statement is your report card once you leave school. The problem is that since most people have not been trained to read financial statements or trained in how to keep a personal financial statement, they have no idea how they were doing once they leave school. Many people have failing marks on their personal financial statements, but think they are doing well because they have a high-paying job and a nice home. Unfortunately, if I were handing out the grades, anyone who was not financially independent by age 45 would receive a failing grade. It is not that I want to be cruel. I just want people to wake up and maybe do a few things differently before they run out of their most important asset, time. So you reduce risk by being able to read financial statements, I replied. A person needs to get his or her personal financial statement under control before investing. Definitely, said Rich Dad. This whole process I have been talking about is the process of taking control of yourself, which also means your financial statement. So many people want to invest because they are deep in debt. Investing in the hopes of making more money so you can pay bills or buy a bigger house or a new car is a fool's investment plan. You should invest for only one reason: to acquire an asset that converts ordinary earned income into passive income or portfolio income. That conversion of one form of income into another form of income is the primary objective of a true investor. To do that requires a higher degree of financial literacy than simply balancing a checkbook. So you're not concerned about the price of a stock or a real estate property as much as the operating fundamentals that you can see with the financial statement. Right, said Rich Dad. That is why I got upset when you were concerned about the stock market prices. While price is important, it is far from the most important thing in fundamental investing. Price is more relevant in technical investing, but technical investing is another lesson. Now do you understand why I had you do so many personal financial statements and analyze businesses and real estate investments? I nodded. I hated it at the time, but now I'm glad you had me do so many of them. I realize now how much I analyze things using mental pictures of my financial statement. I visualize how what I do with my money is affecting my financial statement. I did not realize that most people do not think with these types of visual reference points. The magic carpet. You are far ahead of the game, said Rich Dad, the game of getting rich. I have a term for the income statement and the balance sheet, the two primary reports that make up financial statements. The magic carpet. Why do you call them the magic carpet? I asked. Because they seem to magically take you behind the scenes into any business, any piece of real estate, and any country in the world. It is much like taking a diving mask and suddenly looking below the surface of the water. The mask, symbolizing the financial statement, lets you see clearly what is going on beneath the surface. Alternatively, a financial statement is like having Superman's X-ray vision. Instead of trying to jump over the tall building, a financially literate person can see right through the building's concrete walls. Another reason I call them the magic carpet is that they free you to see and do so many things in so many parts of the world while sitting at your desk. You can invest in so many parts of the world or just in your backyard with so much more knowledge and insight. Improving my financial literacy ultimately reduces my risk and improves my investment returns. A financial statement lets me see what the average investor cannot see. It also gives me control over my personal finances, and that allows me to go where I want to go in my life. Having control over financial statements also allows me to operate multiple businesses without being in the business physically. Truly understanding financial statements is one of the keys necessary for a person in the S quadrant to move to the B quadrant. And that is why I call the income statement and balance sheet the magic carpet. Mental attitude quiz. If we were going to buy a used car, we would probably want a mechanic to look it over and hook it up to an electronic analyzer before deciding if it was worth the asking price. If we were looking at a house, we would ask a home inspector to go through a checklist and check out the condition of the foundation, plumbing, electricity, roof, and so on before buying the house. If we were going to marry someone, we would probably want to know what was really going on beneath the pretty face before deciding to spend a lifetime with that pretty face. Yet, when it comes to investing, most investors never read the financial statements of the company they are investing in. Most investors would rather invest on a hot tip or a low price or high price, depending upon the momentum of the market. Most people get their cars tuned up and checked out annually or have an annual health physical. But most people never have their financial statements analyzed for flaws or potential problems. The reason is that most people leave school unaware of the importance of a financial statement, much less how to control one. It's no wonder that so many people say investing is risky. Investing is not risky, but being financially illiterate is. How to see investment opportunities. If you plan to become rich by being an investor, I would say that having a good working knowledge of a financial statement is a minimum requirement. It will not only improve your safety factor, but it will also allow you to make much more money in a shorter period of time. Being able to read a financial statement will allow you to see investment opportunities that the average investor misses. The average investor looks primarily at price as the opportunity to buy or sell. The sophisticated investor has trained his or her brain to see opportunities other than price. The sophisticated investor knows that most of the best investment opportunities are not visible to the untrained eye. Rich Dad taught me that you make the most money as an investor by being financially literate as well as knowing internal strengths and weaknesses of the investment. He said, where you find the best investment opportunities is from understanding accounting, the tax code, business law, and corporate law. It is in these invisible realms where the real investors shop for the biggest investment bargains. That is why I call the income statement and balance sheet the magic carpet. So, the mental attitude question is, if you plan to become wealthy as an investor and invest in the investments of the rich, are you willing to keep an updated personal financial statement and practice reading other financial statements on a regular basis? Chapter 16, Investor Lesson Number 16, Financial Literacy Made Simple. Your dad struggles financially because he is word literate, but not financially literate, Rich Dad often said to me. If he just took the time to learn how to read numbers and the vocabulary of money, his life would change dramatically. Financial literacy was one of Rich Dad's 6 lessons in Rich Dad, Poor Dad. To Rich Dad, financial literacy was crucial for anyone who was sincere about being a business owner or a professional investor. I will quickly review financial literacy in the simple and easy to understand way that Rich Dad explained it to me. The basics. A sophisticated investor should be able to read many different financial documents. The income statement and balance sheet are at the center of all the documents. I am not an accountant, but I have attended several classes on accounting. In most of those classes, what struck me was how the instructors focused on either one of the documents, but not the relationship between the income statement and the balance sheet. In other words, the instructors never explained why one document was important to the other or how one affected the other. Rich Dad thought the relationship between the income statement and the balance sheet was everything. He would say, how can you understand one without the other? How can you tell what an asset or liability really is without the income column or the expense column? He would go on and say, just because something is listed under the asset column does not make it an asset. I think that statement was the single most important point he made. He would say, the reason most people suffer financially is that they purchase liabilities and list them under the asset column. That is why so many people call their home an asset when it is really a liability. If you understand Gresham's law, you can see why such a seemingly minor oversight can cause a lifetime of financial struggle instead of financial freedom. He would also say, if you want to be rich for generations, you and the ones you love must know the difference between an asset and a liability. You must know the difference between something of value and something of no value. After Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published, many people asked, is he saying that a person should not buy a house? The answer to that question is no, he was not saying not to buy a house. Rich Dad was only emphasizing the importance of being financially literate. He was saying, don't call a liability an asset, even though it is your house. The next most asked question was, if I pay off the mortgage on my house, will that make it an asset? Again, the answer in most cases is no. Just because you have no debt on your home, that does not necessarily make it an asset. The reason for that answer is again found in the term cash flow. For most personal residences, even if you have no debt, there still are expenses and property taxes. In fact, you never truly own your real estate outright. Real estate will always ultimately belong to the government. The word real in real estate comes from the Spanish word royal. It does not mean physical or tangible here. That's because property has always belonged to the royals. Today, it belongs to the government. If you doubt that statement, just stop paying your property taxes and you will find out who really owns your property, with or without a mortgage. The non-payment of property taxes is where tax lien certificates come from. In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I talked about the high interest that investors obtain from tax liens. Tax liens are the government's way of saying, you may control your real estate, but the government will always own it. Rich Dad was very much in favor of home ownership. He thought that a home was a secure place to put your money, even though it was not necessarily an asset. In fact, once he had acquired enough real assets, he lived in a big, beautiful home. Those real assets generated the cash flow that allowed him to buy his big, beautiful home. The point he was making was that people should not call a liability an asset or buy liabilities that they think are assets. He thought that was one of the biggest mistakes a person could make. He would say, if something is a liability, you'd better call it a liability and watch it closely. The magic words are cash flow. To Rich Dad, the most important words in business and investing were cash flow. He would say, just as fishermen must watch the ebb and flow of the tides, an investor and business person must be keenly aware of the subtle shifts in cash flow. People and businesses struggle financially because they have poor control of their cash flow. Financial literacy for a child. Rich Dad may not have been formally educated, but he had a way of taking complex subjects and making them simple enough for a 9-year-old child to understand, because that is how old I was when he began explaining these things to me. I must confess that I have not progressed much beyond the simple line drawings Rich Dad drew for me. I still like to keep things simple. Yet, Rich Dad's simple explanations allowed me to better understand money and its flow and guided me to a financially secure life. Today, my accountants do the hard work. Leave the technical accounting work to the accountants who are trained to do such important work. Your job is to take control of your financial numbers and guide them to increasing your wealth. Rich Dad's Basics of Financial Literacy. Literacy lesson number 1. It is the direction of cash flow that determines if something is an asset or a liability at that moment. In other words, just because your real estate broker calls your house an asset does not mean it is an asset. Rich Dad's definition of an asset is, an asset puts money in your pocket. Rich Dad's definition of a liability is, a liability takes money out of your pocket. A point of confusion. Rich Dad explained to me, confusion occurs because the accepted method of accounting allows us to list both assets and liabilities under the asset column. He would then draw a diagram to explain and say, this is why it is confusing. In this diagram, we have a $100,000 house where someone has put $20,000 cash down and now has an $80,000 mortgage. How do you know if this house is an asset or a liability? Is the house an asset just because it is listed under the asset column? The answer, of course, is no. The real answer is that you need to refer to the income statement to find out if it is an asset or a liability. Rich Dad then noted, this is a house that is a liability. You can tell it is a liability because its only line items are under the expense column. Nothing is in the income column. Changing a liability to an asset. Rich Dad then added to the diagram a line that read rental income and net rental income, the keyword being net. That addition to the financial statement changed this house from a liability to an asset. After understanding the concept, Rich Dad would add the numbers, just so I could understand the concept better. Let's say all the expenses associated with this house add up to $1,000. That includes the mortgage payment, real estate taxes, insurance, utilities, and maintenance. And you now have a tenant paying you $1,200 a month. So, you now have a net rental income of $200 a month, which makes it an asset because this house is now putting money in your pocket, as verified by the $200 monthly income. If your expenses stayed the same but you collected only $800 a month in rent, you would now be losing $200 each month. Even though you would have a gross rental income of $800 a month, the property would become a liability. So even with rental income, the property could still be a liability instead of an asset. Then I hear people say, but if I sell it for more than I paid for it, then it becomes an asset. Yes, that could eventually become true, but only when that event occurs sometime in the future. Contrary to popular belief, the price of real estate does go down on occasion. So the saying, don't count your chickens before they hatch, is a wise bit of financial wisdom. The government changed the rules. Literally billions of dollars were lost on real estate after the 1986 Tax Reform Act. So many speculators lost money because they were willing to buy high-priced real estate and lose money on the assumption that the price of real estate would always go up and the government would always give them a tax break for their passive real estate losses. In other words, the government would subsidize the difference between the rental income and the higher rental expenses. As the saying goes, someone changed the rules. After the tax law change, the stock market crashed, savings and loan institutions went broke, and a huge transfer of wealth occurred between 1987 and 1995. Investment property flowed from primarily the S quadrant, the high-income professionals such as doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers, and architects, to the investors in the I quadrant. That single tax law change forced millions of people out of real estate investing and into the paper asset market known as the stock market. Could we experience another transfer of wealth from one side of the quadrant to the other? This time, could it be paper assets instead of real estate? Only time will tell, and history does tend to repeat itself. When it does repeat itself, some people will lose, but many others will win. In a few other countries today, the government still has laws that allow investors to negatively gear their investment real estate. In other words, you are encouraged to lose money on your rental real estate with the idea of gaining a tax break from the government. We in the United States had the same tax rules until 1986. When I speak in those countries about investing, I often hear howls of protest when I warn that the government could change the laws just as they did in the United States. I hear things such as, "The government won't change the rules," and I just shake my head. They just don't realize how painful the law change was to millions of investors in the United States. Several of my friends had to declare bankruptcy and lost everything they had worked years or decades to acquire. The point I make is, why subject yourself to the risk? Why not find a property that makes money? Any person can find a property or investment that loses money. You don't have to look too far to find an investment that loses money. You don't have to be smart or financially literate to find an investment that loses money. The problem that I have, and that Rich Dad had with the idea that losing money is a good idea because of the tax breaks, is because such ideas often cause people to be sloppy. I often hear people say, "It's okay that I am losing money. The government gives me a tax break for losing money." That means for every dollar you lose, the government gives you back approximately 30 cents, depending on your tax bracket. To me, there is something missing in that logic. Why not invest so you can have it all? Security, income, appreciation, and tax breaks. The idea behind investing is to make money, not to lose money. You can still gain many tax breaks and make money if you are a sophisticated investor. A real estate broker in Sydney, Australia told me, "People come into this real estate office every day and say, 'My accountant told me to come in here and look for property that I can negatively gear.' In other words, my accountant told me to buy a property to lose money on." He then says, "You don't need my help to find a property that loses money. There are thousands of them all around you. What I can help you find is a property that will make you money, and you will still get your tax breaks." The reply often is, "No thanks, I want to find a property to lose money on." The same thing was going on in America before 1986. There are several important lessons from this example. 1. The idea that losing money is okay because of tax breaks often causes people to become sloppy in choosing investments. 2. These people do not look as hard for real investments. They do not look at the financials closely when analyzing an investment. 3. Losing money destabilizes your financial position. There is enough risk involved with investing as it is. Why make it any more risky? Take the extra time and look for solid investments. You can find them if you can read the numbers. 4. The government does change the rules. 5. What might be an asset today could be a liability tomorrow. 6. While millions of investors lost money in 1986, there were other investors who were prepared for the change. Those who were prepared made the millions that the unprepared investors lost. The biggest risk of all. Rich Dad said, "The riskiest investor of all is a person who has no control over his or her personal financial statement. The riskiest of all investors are those who have nothing but liabilities that they think are assets, who have as much in expenses as they have in income, and whose only source of income is their labor. They are risky because they are often desperate investors." In my investment classes, I still have people come up to me and argue that their home is an asset. Recently, one man said, "I bought my house for $500,000, and today it's worth $750,000. I then asked him, "How do you know that?" His reply was, "Because that is what my real estate broker said it was worth." To which I asked, "Will your broker guarantee you that price for 20 years? "Why no," he said. "He just said that was the comparable average price of houses in the neighborhood being sold today." And that is exactly why my rich dad said the average investor does not make much money in the market. Rich Dad said the average investor has the count your chickens before they hatch mentality. They buy items that cost them money each month, yet call them assets based upon opinions. They count on their house going up in value in the future. Or they act like their house can be sold immediately for what their real estate broker told them it is worth. Have you ever ended up selling your home for less than what your broker or banker thought it was worth? I have. Because people base their financial decisions on other people's opinions and expectations, they lose control over their personal finances. That, to me, is very risky. If you want to be rich, you must take control over your education as well as your personal cash flow. There is nothing wrong with hoping the price of something goes up in the future, as long as you do not lose control of your finances today. He would also say, if you're so certain the price is going up, why not buy 10 of those houses? This mentality also applies to people who say, my retirement account is worth $1 million today. It will be worth $3 million when I retire. Again, I would ask, how do you know that? What I learned from my rich dad was that the average investor often counts their chickens before they hatch. Or they bet everything on one event, which means they literally wait for their ship to come in sometime in the future. It is true that many eggs do hatch and most ships do eventually come in, yet the professional investor does not want to take that chance. The sophisticated investor knows that being financially educated gives you more control today and, if you keep studying, greater financial control tomorrow. The sophisticated investor knows that sometimes eggs get eaten or stepped on, and sometimes the ship people are waiting for is the Titanic. I meet many investors who are new to the world of investing. They have been investing for less than 20 years. Most have never been through a market crash or owned real estate worth much less than they paid for it. These new investors come up to me and spout off industry averages such as, the stock market on average has been going up 8% every year since 1974, or real estate over time has averaged over 4% per year for the last 20 years. As Rich Dad said, averages are for average investors. A professional investor wants control, and that control begins with yourself, your financial education, your sources of information, and your own cash flow. That is why Rich Dad's advice to the average investor is, don't be average. To him, being an average investor is being a risky investor. Why people don't have control over their finances. People leave school not even knowing how to balance a checkbook, much less how to prepare a financial statement. They never learn how to control their finances. You can tell if people are in control of themselves by looking at their financial statements. Just because people have high-paying jobs, big houses, and nice cars does not necessarily mean they are in control financially. If people knew how a financial statement worked, they would be more financially literate and more in control of their money. By understanding financial statements, people can better see how their cash is flowing. When people write checks, they are depleting an asset. When people use their credit cards, they are increasing their liabilities. In other words, credit cards make it so much easier to get deeper and deeper into debt. Most people cannot see it happening to them simply because they have not been trained to fill out and analyze a personal financial statement. Unless something changes inside this person, chances are that this person will live a life of financial servitude. Why do I say financial servitude? Because each payment this person makes goes into the asset column of a rich person and makes them richer. Many people ask me, what is my first step to financial freedom? My response is, take control of your money and your financial statement. My wife, Kim, and I produced a program called How We Got Out of Bad Debt, where we walk you through the process of how we got out of bad debt and how you can too. More importantly, however, you will learn how to manage your money like the rich do, This is important because most people think that making more money will solve their money problems. In most instances, it does not. Learning to manage the money you do have like a rich person is how you can solve your short-term money problems. Doing so also gives you the opportunity to become financially free. Who are you making rich? Literacy lesson number 2. It takes at least 2 financial statements to see the entire picture. Rich Dad said sophisticated investors must see at least 2 financial statements simultaneously if they want a true picture. Always remember that your expense is someone else's income. People who are out of control of their cash flow make the people who are in control of their cash flow rich. What an investor does. Let me show you what an investor sees, using you as a homeowner and a bank as examples. I sat there looking at the diagram for a moment and then said, the mortgage appears on 2 financial statements. The difference is that this same mortgage appears under 2 columns, the asset column and the liability column. Rich Dad nodded. Now you are seeing a true financial statement. That is why you say it takes at least 2 different financial statements to see the entire picture, I added. Each one of your expenses is someone else's income, and each one of your liabilities is someone else's asset. Rich Dad nodded, saying, and that is why people who leave school and have not been trained to think in terms of financial statements often fall prey to those who do. That is why each time people use their credit card, they are actually adding to their own liability column and simultaneously adding to the bank's asset column. I was beginning to more fully understand the importance of financial statements and why it takes at least 2 statements to gain a more accurate picture. And when a banker says to you, your home is an asset, they are not really lying to you. They're just not saying whose asset it really is. Your mortgage is the bank's asset, but it is your liability, I said. Rich Dad nodded and said, now, let's add cash flow to this picture and we begin to see how an asset really works. In this example, the mortgage takes money out of your pocket and puts it in the bank's pocket. That is why the mortgage is a liability to you and an asset to the bank. The point I am making is that it is the same legal document. So, the bank has created an asset that for you is a liability, I added. What an investor does is acquire an asset that someone else pays for. That is why investors own apartment houses. Every month, cash flows into the investor's income statements from the rent, just as their mortgage payments flow into the bank's income statement. Rich Dad nodded and grinned. You are beginning to get it. You definitely want to be on one side of the equation more than the other. But it is a two-way street. Oh, I said. This time my savings are my asset and the bank's liability. Again, it takes a minimum of 2 financial statements to see the complete picture. Yes, said Rich Dad. And what else did you notice about these diagrams? I stared at the diagrams for a while, looking at the examples of the mortgage and the savings. I don't know, I said slowly. I just see what you have drawn there. Rich Dad smiled and said, this is why you need to practice reading financial statements. Just as you learn more the second and third time you read or listen to someone, you learn more the more you practice being financially literate. More things come into your mind that your eyes often miss. So, what have I missed? What have I not seen? I asked. What is not visible from my diagrams is that the government gives you a tax incentive to acquire liabilities. That is why it gives you a tax break for buying a house. I forgot about that, I said. And it taxes you for your savings, said Rich Dad. The government gives me a tax break for having a liability and taxes me for having an asset, I asked. Rich Dad nodded, saying, now think about what that does to a person's thinking and financial future. The average person gets excited about being in debt and not excited about acquiring assets. People get a tax break for losing money, I asked in bewilderment. Why do they do that? Rich Dad chuckled. As I said, The professional investor must think beyond the price of an investment going up or down. A sophisticated investor reads the numbers to get the true story and begins to see things that the average investor does not see. A sophisticated investor must see the impact of government regulations, tax codes, corporate law, business law, and accounting law. One reason it is hard to find accurate investment information is because gaining a full picture requires financial literacy, an accountant, and an attorney. In other words, you need two different professionals to get the real picture. The good news is that if you take your time and invest the time to learn the ins and outs of what goes on behind the scenes, you will find investment opportunities and great wealth. Wealth that very few people ever find. You will find out the truth about why the rich get richer and the poor and middle class work harder, pay more in taxes, and get deeper in debt. Once you know the truth, you can then decide which side of the cash flow quadrant you want to operate from. It's not hard, it just takes time. Time that people who just want a hot investment tip do not want to invest. I did not have to think about which side of the quadrant I wanted to operate from. I knew I wanted to invest legally from the inside, not the outside. I wanted to know what the truths were, regardless of whether I became rich or not. I now wanted to know how and why the rich got richer. The need for financial education. In the early 1980s, I began teaching entrepreneurship and investing to adults as a hobby. One of the problems I ran into immediately was that most people who wanted to start businesses or invest with greater confidence lacked the basics of financial literacy. I believe that this lack of financial education is why 9 out of 10 new businesses fail in the first 5 years, and why most investors think investing is risky and do not make or keep much money. When I recommended that people take classes in accounting, finance, and investing before starting a business or investing, most of them groaned and did not want to go back to school. That is when I began to search for a way that individuals could gain the basic knowledge in an easy and fun way. In 1996, I created the cash flow games that teach the basics of financial literacy, accounting, and investing. Teaching versus learning. I created cash flow as a game because investing and financial analysis are subjects that you cannot learn by reading. My poor dad, the school teacher, often said, "A teacher must know the difference between what can be taught and what must be learned." He would go on to say, "You can teach a child to memorize the word bicycle, but you cannot teach a child to ride one. A child needs to learn how to ride a bicycle by doing." I have observed thousands of people learning to be investors by playing the cash flow games. They learn the basics by doing things I could never teach by writing or by lecturing. The games teach in a few hours what took me 30 years to learn with my rich dad guiding me, and that is why this book is titled Rich Dad's Guide to Investing. That is what he did. He guided me because that was the best method for me to learn the material. Investing and accounting are subjects that he could not teach me. I had to want to learn. The same is true for you. Improving your results. The more you read financial statements, annual reports, and prospectuses, the more your financial intelligence or financial vision will increase. Over time, you will begin to see things that the average investor never sees. We all know that repetition is how we learn and retain what we learn. For years, Rich Dad had me review financial statements. Today, I think automatically in terms of financial statements. When we learn to ride a bicycle, we train our subconscious mind to ride our bike. Once that is done, we don't have to think or remember how to ride a bike as we ride. When we learn to drive a car, we also train our subconscious mind. That is why, once we have trained our subconscious mind to drive, we can drive and talk to someone else, eat a hamburger, think about problems at work, or listen to the radio and sing along. Driving is automatically handled. The same can happen with reading financial statements. What takes the longest time to find a good investment is analyzing the numbers. Learning to read financial statements is a tedious process, especially when you first begin to learn. The good news is that it gets easier and faster as you practice. Not only does it get easier, but you can also review many more investment opportunities almost automatically without thinking, just like riding a bike or driving a car. Mental Attitude Quiz. We humans learn to do many things subconsciously. If you are serious about becoming a more successful investor, an investor who makes more money with less and less risk, I recommend training your brain to analyze financial statements. Analyzing financial statements is basic to the world's best fundamental investors such as Warren Buffett. The way this is done is by something called deal flow. Every professional investor has a continuous number of potential business or real estate investments that need investment capital. Rich Dad had Mike and me read, study, and analyze these investments, regardless of whether we were interested in them or not. Even though it was slow and painful at first, over the years, the process became faster, easier, more fun, and more exciting. So we learned by repetition, and that repetition has paid off by allowing me to retire early, be more financially secure, and make even more money. So, the mental attitude question is, are you willing to practice filling out your own financial statement and keeping it up to date, as well as read the statements of other businesses? You will note that this question is very similar to the question at the end of the last chapter. It is repeated to emphasize the importance of financial literacy. This question is very important because one of the costs of becoming a rich investor and investing in the investments of the rich is the price of investing time in continual improvement of your own financial literacy. If your answer is no to this question, then most of the investments that the rich invest in are far too risky for you. If you are financially literate, then you will be better prepared to find the very best investments in the world. Chapter 17. Investor Lesson Number 17. The Magic of Mistakes. My real dad came from the world of academics, a world where mistakes are perceived as bad and are to be avoided. In the world of education, the more mistakes a person makes, the less intelligent that person is thought to be. My rich dad came from the streets. He had a different view on mistakes. To him, mistakes were opportunities to learn something new, something he did not know before. To him, the more mistakes a person made, the more the person learned. He often said, "There is a bit of magic hidden in every mistake." So the more mistakes I make and I take the time to learn from, the more magic I have in my life. My rich dad constantly used the example of learning to ride a bicycle to reinforce the idea of the magic found inside of mistakes. He would say, "Just remember the frustration you went through as you struggled to learn how to ride a bicycle. All your friends are riding, but all you are doing is climbing on the bike and immediately falling off. You make mistake after mistake. Then suddenly, you stop falling off. You begin to pedal, the bike begins rolling, and then, like magic, a whole new world opens up to you. That is the magic found in mistakes." Warren Buffett's mistake. Warren Buffett, America's richest investor, is known and respected for his company, Berkshire Hathaway. Today, shares of Berkshire Hathaway are among the highest-priced company shares in the world. While many investors value Berkshire Hathaway stock, few people realize that acquiring Berkshire Hathaway was one of Warren Buffett's biggest investment mistakes. When he acquired the company, Berkshire Hathaway was a shirt manufacturing company that was slowly going out of business. Warren Buffett thought his team could turn the company around. Well, as most of us know, textile manufacturing was dying in America and moving to other countries. It was a trend that even Warren Buffett could not go against, and the company eventually failed as a manufacturing company, even with Warren Buffett behind it. Yet inside of this company failure, Warren Buffett found the gems that ultimately made him extremely rich. Other mistakes. Another company, Diamond Fields, was formed to look for diamonds, but the company's head geologist had made a mistake. Instead of finding diamonds, they struck one of the largest nickel deposits in the world. Their stock price soared upon the discovery. Levi Strauss headed for the gold fields of California to strike it rich in mining. However, Levi was not a good miner, so he instead began sewing pants out of canvas for the miners who were successful. Today, I think most of the world has heard of Levi's jeans. It is said that Thomas Edison would never have invented the light bulb if he had been an employee for the company he ultimately founded, General Electric. Edison failed over 10,000 times before finally inventing the light bulb. If he had been an employee of a major corporation, he most likely would have been fired for making so many mistakes. Christopher Columbus's big mistake was that he was looking for a trade route to China and accidentally bumped into North America. Street smarts versus school smarts. My rich dad was so very successful financially for many reasons. At the top of the list was his attitude towards making mistakes. Like most of us, he hated making them, yet he was not afraid of making them. He would take risks simply to make a mistake. He would say, when you come to the boundaries of what you know, it's time to make some mistakes. Several times, one of his businesses failed to get off the ground and he lost money. I have also seen him launch a new product only to have it be rejected by the marketplace. Yet each time he made a mistake, instead of being depressed, he often seemed happier, wiser, more determined, and even richer from the experience. He would say to his son and me, "Mistakes are how we learn. Every time I make a mistake, I always learn something about myself. I learn something new, and I often meet new people I would never otherwise have met." In one of his failed ventures, a plumbing distribution company, he met one of his future business partners. And from that failed plumbing business, they formed a friendship and partnership that went on to make tens of millions of dollars. He said, "If I had not taken the risk to form that business, I would never have met Jerry. And meeting Jerry is one of the most important events in my life." My poor dad was an excellent student in school. He rarely made mistakes, which was why he had such high grades. The problem was that at age 52, he seemed to have made one of the biggest mistakes in his life, and he could not recover from it. As I watched my real dad struggle financially and professionally, my rich dad said, "To be successful in the real world of business, you have to be school smart as well as street smart." Your dad entered school at the age of 5. Because he had good grades, he stayed in school, eventually becoming the top man in the school system. Now, at age 52, he is hitting the streets, and the streets are a very tough teacher. In school, you're given the lesson first. On the street, you're given the mistake first, and then it's up to you to find the lesson, if you ever find it. Since most people have not been taught how to make mistakes and learn from them, they either avoid mistakes altogether, which is a bigger mistake, or they make a mistake but fail to find the lesson from the mistake. That is why you see so many people making the same mistake over and over again. They have never been taught how to learn from their mistakes. In school, you are considered smart if you don't make mistakes. On the street, you are smart only if you make mistakes and learn from them. The biggest failure I know. Rich Dad said to Mike and me, "I am so rich because I've made more financial mistakes than most people. Each time I make a mistake, I learn something new." In the business world, that something new is often called experience. But experience is not enough. Many people say they have a lot of experience because they keep making the same mistake over and over again. If a person truly learns from a mistake, his or her life changes forever, and that person gains wisdom. He went on, saying, people often avoid making financial mistakes, and that is a mistake. They keep saying to themselves, play it safe, don't take risks. People may be struggling financially because they have already made mistakes and have not learned from the mistakes. So they get up every day, go to work, repeat the mistake, and avoid new mistakes. But they never find the lesson. These people often say to themselves, I'm doing everything right, but for some reason, I'm not getting ahead financially. Rich Dad's comment to that statement was, they may be doing all the right things, but the problem is that they are avoiding the wrong things. Wrong things such as taking more risks. They are avoiding their weaknesses instead of confronting them. They are not doing something they may be afraid of doing and consciously choosing to avoid taking risks because they're afraid of making a mistake. He also said, some of the biggest failures I know are people who have never failed. The art of making a mistake. Instead of instructing his son and me to avoid mistakes, Rich Dad taught us the art of making a mistake and gaining wisdom from it. During one of those lessons, Rich Dad said, the first thing that happens after you make a mistake is that you become upset. Everyone I know gets upset. That is the first indication of a mistake, said Rich Dad. At this point of upset, you find out who you really are. What do you mean, who you really are? Asked Mike. Well, at a moment of upset, we become one of these characters, Rich Dad said, going on to describe the cast of characters who are brought to center stage when upsets from mistakes occur. The liar will say such things as, I didn't do that, or, no, it wasn't me, or, I don't know how that happened, or, prove it. The blamer will say such things as, it's your fault, not mine, or, if my wife didn't spend so much money, I would be better off financially, or, I would be rich if I didn't have you kids, or, the customers just don't care about my products, or, employees just aren't loyal anymore, or, you weren't clear in your instructions, or, it's my boss's fault. The justifier says such things as, well, I don't have a good education, so that is why I don't get ahead. Or, I would have made it if I had had more time. Or, I really didn't want to be rich anyway. Or, everyone else was doing it. The quitter says things such as, I told you that it would never work, or, this is too hard and it's not worth it. I'm going to do something else easier. Or, why am I doing this? I don't need this hassle. The denier is who Rich Dad often called the cat in the litter box, which means this person tends to bury his or her mistakes. The person who denies that he or she has made a mistake often says things such as, no, there's nothing wrong. Things are fine. Or, mistake? What mistake? Or, don't worry, things will work out. Rich Dad said, when people are upset due to a mistake or accident, one or more of these characters will take over their mind and body. If you want to learn and gain wisdom from this priceless mistake, you have to let the responsible you eventually take control of your thinking. The responsible you will eventually say, what priceless lesson can I learn from this mistake? Rich Dad went on saying, if a person says, what I learned is that I'll never do this again, he or she probably has not learned much. Too many people live in a diminishing world because they continue to say, I'll never do that again, instead of saying, I'm glad that happened because I learned this or that from the experience. People who avoid mistakes or waste mistakes never see the other side of the coin. For example, after I lost my nylon and Velcro wallet business, I was upset for about a year. I slept like a baby during that year, which meant I woke up crying every 2 hours. I could hear my mind saying, I should never have started the business. I knew it would fail. I'll never start a business again. I also blamed a lot of people and found myself justifying my actions a lot, saying things such as, it was Dan's fault, and I didn't really love the product anyhow. Instead of running from my mistakes and getting a job, Rich Dad had me face the mess I had made and begin to work my way out from under the pile of rubble that was once my business. Today, I say to people, I learned more about business by failing than I ever did by being successful. Working through the wreckage and rebuilding the company made me a much better businessman. Today, instead of saying, I'll never do that again, I say, I'm glad I did fail and learn because I am grateful for the wisdom I gained. And then I say, let's start another business. Instead of fear and resentment, there is excitement and fun. Instead of being afraid of failing, I now know that making mistakes is the way we were all designed to learn. If we fail to make mistakes, or make them and do not learn from them, the magic goes out of life. Life goes backward and gets smaller, instead of more expansive and filled with magic. I failed in high school twice because I could not write. To have my books on bestseller lists, such as those of the New York Times, the Sydney Morning Herald, and the Wall Street Journal, is magical. It is ironic that I am well known for subjects I initially failed at: writing, business, selling, speaking, accounting, and investing. I am not known for the subjects that were easy and enjoyable for me: surfing, economics, rugby, and painting. What is the lesson? Whenever I hear people saying, investing is too risky, or I don't like taking risks with my money, or what if I fail, or what if I lose my money, I am often reminded of my poor dad, because what he was really saying was, I don't want to make a mistake. In his world, the world of academics, people who make mistakes are considered stupid. In Rich Dad's world, risk, mistakes, and failure are integral parts of human development. So instead of avoiding risk and mistakes, he learned to manage risk and mistakes. He believed that a mistake was simply a lesson with emotions attached to it. He said, whenever we make a mistake, we become upset. An upset is our Maker's way of telling us that we need to learn something. It is a tap on our shoulder saying, pay attention. You have something important to learn. If you lie, blame, justify, or deny the upset, you waste the upset and will waste a precious gem of wisdom. Rich Dad taught me to count to 10 if I was angry, or to 100 if I was very angry. After cooling off, I simply say, I apologize, and never blame the other person, no matter how angry I am. If I blame, I give power to the other person. If I take responsibility for whatever happened, I will learn a precious lesson that I obviously need to learn. If I lie, blame, justify, or deny, I learn nothing. Rich Dad also said, unsuccessful people blame the other person. They often want the other person to change, and that is why they stay upset for so long. They are upset because they fail to learn their personal lesson. Instead of being upset, such people should be grateful for the other person being there to teach them something they need to learn. People come together to teach each other lessons. The problem is that we often do not know what lesson we are teaching. To be upset or hold a grudge against the other person is like being upset with your bicycle because you fell off once or twice while trying to learn something new, Rich Dad would say. Learning from mistakes. When markets go up, individuals who have never invested before will get into the market and start investing. You'll hear them say things like, I have made so much money in the market, or I'm in early and the price has gone up 20%. Those are often enthusiastic words of new investors who have never lost in a down market. When markets go down, the same new investors will find out what it feels like to make a mistake in the market. That's when you'll see who the real investors are. As Rich Dad said, it's not how much your investment goes up that matters. It's how much it can come down that is most important. Real investors must be prepared to profit as well as learn when things do not go as they want them to in the market. The best thing a market can teach you is how to learn from your mistakes. For me, learning to control my temper has been a lifelong process. So has the process of being willing to take risks, make mistakes, and be grateful for the other person, even though I may no longer speak to or do business with that person. When I reflect back on my life, I would say that it is this mental attitude that has made me the most money, has brought me the most success, and has ultimately allowed me to have the most magic in my life. Mental Attitude Quiz. I learned from both dads that both school smarts and street smarts are important. Being intelligent is recognizing the differences between the two. As Rich Dad said, school smarts are important, but street smarts make you rich. So, the mental attitude questions are: 1. What are your attitudes about risk, making mistakes, and learning? 2. What are the attitudes of the people around you about risk, making mistakes, and learning? 3. Are there still some financial, professional, or business upsets that remain unresolved for you? 4. Are you still angry with someone else in regard to money? 5. If you are upset with someone else or yourself, what lesson can you learn and be grateful for because you were courageous enough to take a risk and maybe learn something? I always remember my rich dad saying, "I have so much money because I was willing to make more mistakes than most people and learn from them." Most people have not made enough mistakes or continue to make the same mistakes over and over again. Without mistakes and learning, there is no magic in life. This subject of the magic of mistakes is one of Rich Dad's most important lessons, especially in this brave new world we enter. It is the people who fear mistakes who will be left behind financially and professionally as the information age continues to expand. As Winston Churchill said, success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no loss of enthusiasm. Chapter 18, Investor Lesson Number 18. What is the price of becoming rich? Rich Dad would tell me that there are many ways a person can become rich, and each one has a price. 1. You can become rich by marrying someone for his or her money. Rich Dad would scrunch up his face and say, "Both men and women marry for money, but can you imagine spending your life with someone you don't love? That is a very high price." 2. You can become rich by being a crook, a cheat, or an outlaw. He would say, "It is so easy to become rich legally. Why would people want to break the law and risk going to jail unless they really enjoyed the thrill of it all? To risk going to jail is much too high a price for me. I want to be rich for my freedom, so why risk going to jail? I would lose my self-respect. I could not face my family and friends if I were doing something illegal. Besides, I am a bad liar. I have a poor memory, and I cannot keep track of all my lies, so it is best to just tell the truth. In my opinion, honesty is the best policy." 3. You can become rich through inheritance. Rich Dad would say, "Mike often feels like he did not earn his keep. He wonders if he could have become rich on his own. I have therefore given him very little. I have guided him as I guide you, but it is up to him to create his own wealth. It is important for him to feel he has earned it. Not everyone fortunate enough to inherit money feels that way." As Mike and I grew up together, both our families were relatively poor. By the time we were adults, however, Mike's dad had become very rich, while my real dad was still poor. Mike stood to inherit a fortune from his dad, the man I call my rich dad. I was starting with nothing. 4. You can become rich by winning the lottery. All Rich Dad could say to that was, "It's okay to buy a ticket now and then, but to bet your financial life on winning the lottery is a fool's plan on becoming rich." Unfortunately, winning the lottery is how many Americans say they plan on becoming rich. Living your life with odds of 1 in 100 million is a very high price to pay. And even if you win, if you do not have a plan on how to handle the problem of too much money, you will go back to being poor. There was a story in the paper of a man who won the lottery. He had a great time, but was soon so deeply in debt that he considered filing bankruptcy. He was doing fine financially before he won the lottery. So, to solve his problem, he went out and played the lottery again, and won. The second time, he hired coaches and mentors to advise him with his money. The moral of the story is, if you win the lottery once, have a plan for the money. Not too many people win it twice. 5. You can become rich by being a movie star, a rock star, a sports star, or someone outstanding in one field or another. Rich Dad would say, "I am not smart, talented, good-looking, or entertaining, so becoming rich by being outstanding is not realistic for me." Hollywood is filled with actors who are broke. Clubs are filled with rock bands dreaming of cutting a gold record. The golf courses are filled with golfers dreaming of becoming a pro like Tiger Woods. However, if you look closely at Tiger Woods, you will notice that he paid a high price to get to where he is today. Tiger started playing golf at the age of 3 and did not turn pro until he was 20. His price was 17 years of practice. 6. You can become rich by being greedy. The world is filled with people like this. Their favorite saying is, "I got mine, and I am going to keep it." Greedy with their money and assets usually means they are also tight with other things. When asked to help other people or to teach other people, they often do not have the time. The price for being greedy is that you have to work even harder to keep what you want. Newton's third law states, "For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction." If you're greedy, people will respond to you in kind. When I meet people who are having a tough time with money, I ask them to start giving money away on a regular basis, to their church or favorite charity. Following the laws of economics and physics, give what you want. If you want a smile, first give a smile. If you want a punch, first throw a punch. If you want money, first give some money. For greedy people, opening up their fist or wallet can be very hard to do. 7. You can become rich by being cheap. This is the one that set Rich Dad's blood boiling. He said, "The problem with becoming rich by being cheap is that you are still cheap." The world hates rich people who are cheap. That is why people hated the character Scrooge in Charles Dickens' famous story, A Christmas Carol. Rich Dad would say, "It is people who become like Scrooge that give the rich a bad name." To live poor and die poor is a tragedy, but to live poor and die rich is insanity. After he calmed down, he would say, "I think money is meant to be enjoyed, so I work hard, my money works hard, and I enjoy the fruits of our labor." My rich dad would say, "There are 2 ways to become rich. One way is to earn more. The other way is to desire less." The problem is that most people are not good with either way. An article entitled "Affording the Good Life in an Age of Change" reinforces my rich dad's point of view and explains how you can earn more so you can desire more. This article, was in the Strategic Investment Newsletter, published by James Dale Davidson and Lord William Rees-Mogg. These two men have co-authored several best-selling books: Blood in the Streets, The Great Reckoning, and The Sovereign Individual. These books have dramatically affected the way I invest and how I look to the future. Davidson is the founder of the National Taxpayers Union. Rees-Mogg is a former editor of the Times of London and former vice chairman of the British Broadcasting Corporation. Affording the Good Life in an Age of Change discusses why being cheap is not a way to really become wealthy. Davidson's point is that while it is possible to become rich by being cheap, there is a huge price to pay. In fact, there are many prices to pay. Being cheap does not necessarily mean that you have the competence to become richer. All you know how to do is to be cheap, and that is an expensive price to pay. Davidson and I both disagree with the popularity of ideas such as cut up your credit cards and live below your means. That may be a good idea for some people, but it is not my idea of becoming rich and enjoying the bounties of the good life. Davidson also said it is best to acquire wealth with financial competence. Being a millionaire today does not mean that much. Today, $1 million is just the starting point to begin to invest like the rich. So, Davidson is in reality recommending choice number 8 as the means to becoming rich. Being financially smart includes knowing when to be frugal and when not to be. 8. You can become rich by being financially smart. As I learned to be financially smart, I began to harness the same investing power I had witnessed at the age of 12, standing on the beach looking at Rich Dad's new piece of oceanfront land. Many people become rich by being very smart with knowledge from the B and I quadrants. Many of these individuals operate behind the scenes and manage, control, and manipulate the world's business and financial systems. Millions of people faithfully place their retirement savings and other monies into the market. However, the decision makers of the underlying investments actually make the large sums of money, not the individual investor or retiree. As Rich Dad taught me years ago, there are people who buy tickets to the game, and there are people who sell tickets to the game. You want to be on the side that is selling the tickets. The book The Millionaire Next Door by Thomas F. Stanley and William Danko makes many fundamental points about frugality, such as being frugal is the cornerstone of wealth building. There are differences between being cheap and being frugal. Rich Dad was more concerned with being frugal than being cheap. He said, if you want to be really rich, you need to know when to be frugal and when to be a spendthrift. The problem is that too many people only know how to be cheap. That is like having only one leg to walk on. Books such as The Millionaire Next Door and Getting Rich in America, 8 Simple Rules for Building a Fortune and a Satisfying Life by my friend Dwight Lee defines success downward by suggesting that anyone who lives a frugal lifestyle and pinches pennies can become rich. Yes, but there is a limit to the amount of wealth you can acquire by living as though you were poor. Even eating Spam or canned spaghetti at every meal would not save enough money to make you a multimillionaire. This helps explain why only 1 in 10 millionaires reaches a net worth of $5 million. Penny pinching is only a preliminary step that would permit someone without inherited capital or a significant annual cash flow to make the kind of investment that would lead to riches. For Americans, becoming a millionaire is a necessary step to allow you to participate as an accredited investor in private placements for private, high-growth companies. This is the main route to riches. I was a millionaire in my early 20s, but I quickly recognized even then that a few million did not amount to much. I could not afford my preferred lifestyle on such a small fortune. My conclusion is that the best way to make real money is to undertake private stage investments in private companies. Why the rich get richer. When I was younger, my rich dad said to me, "The rich get richer partly because they invest differently than others. They invest in investments that are not offered to the poor and the middle class. Most importantly, however, they have a different educational background. If you have the education, you will always have plenty of money." Davidson points out that the dollar has lost 90% of its value in the last century. Being a cheap millionaire is therefore not enough. To qualify to invest in the investments of the rich, the price is at least $1 million of net worth. Even then, you may not be competent enough to safely invest in what the rich invest in. Rich Dad said, if you want to invest in the same investments the rich invest in, you need education, experience, and excess cash. At each level of what Rich Dad called the 3 E's, you find a different type of investor with a different level of education, experience, and excess cash. The price of being financially free requires time and dedication to gain the education, experience, and excess cash to invest at those levels. You know you are financially smarter or increasing in sophistication when you can tell the differences between good debt and bad debt, good losses and bad losses, good expenses and bad expenses, tax payments versus tax incentives, corporations you work for versus corporations you own, how to build a business, how to fix a business, and how to take a business public. The advantages and disadvantages of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, businesses, real estate, and insurance products, as well as the different legal structures and when to use which product. Most average investors know only about bad debt, which is why they try to pay it off, bad losses, which is why they think losing money is bad, bad expenses, which is why they hate paying bills, taxes they pay, which is why they say that taxes are unfair, job security and climbing the corporate ladder instead of owning the ladder, investing from the outside and buying shares of a company rather than selling shares of a company they own, investing only in mutual funds or picking only blue-chip stocks. You can become rich by being generous. This was the way Rich Dad became rich. He often said, "The more people I serve, the richer I become." He also said, "The problem with being in the E and S quadrants is that you can serve only so many people. If you build large operating systems in the B and I quadrants, you can serve as many people as you want. And if you do that, you will become richer beyond your dreams." Serving more and more people. Rich Dad shared this example on how to become rich by serving more and more people. If I am a doctor and I know how to work with only one patient at a time, there are just 2 ways for me to make more money. One is to work longer. The other is to raise my rates. But if I keep my job and work in my spare time to find a drug that cures cancer, then I will become rich by serving many more people. The definition of rich. Forbes magazine defines rich as $1 million in income and $10 million in net worth. Rich Dad had a tougher definition. A consistent $1 million in passive income, which is income that comes in regardless of whether you work or not, and $5 million in assets, not net worth, since net worth can be an elusive and much manipulated figure. Rich Dad also felt that if you could not maintain a 20% return from capital invested, you were not really an investor. The price to reach Rich Dad's goal, starting from nothing, is actually measured in Rich Dad's 3 E's: education, experience, and excess cash. When I returned from Vietnam in 1973, I had very little of any of the three. I had to make a choice. Was I willing to invest my time to attain all three of the E's? Rich Dad did, his son Mike did, and many of my friends are still investing their time to gain the three E's. That is why they got richer and richer. It starts with a plan. To be a rich investor, you must have a plan, be focused, and play to win. An average investor does not have a plan, invests in hot tips, and chases the hot investment products of the day, flitting from technology stocks to commodities to real estate to starting his or her own business. It's okay to invest on a hot tip now and then, but please do not delude yourself that one hot tip will make you rich forever. In addition to the three E's, Rich Dad had a list of what he called the 5 D's that were required to become very rich, especially when you start with nothing. They are 1. Dream, 2. Dedication, 3. Drive, 4. Data, 5. Dollars. Most people focus on the last two, data and dollars. Many people go to school and think that the education or data they gain there will get them the dollars. Alternatively, if they don't have a formal education, they say, "I can't be rich because I don't have a college education," or "It takes money to make money," or "If I work harder and make more money, then I'll be rich." In other words, many people use the lack of education or the lack of money as their excuse for not being rich as investors. Rich Dad concluded his discussion on the 5 D's by saying, "In reality, it is the focus on the first 3 D's that ultimately gains you the data and dollars you need to become very, very rich." In other words, the data and dollars are derived from having a dream, being dedicated, and having the drive to win. In my classes, I often find people who want more data before they begin doing anything, or think that first earning more money will make them rich. In most cases, exclusively trying to get more data or more dollars does not make a person rich. While data and dollars are important, it really takes just getting out there and doing it, especially if you are starting with nothing. End of Phase 1. This completes Phase 1, which is, in my opinion, the most important phase. Money is just an idea. If you think money is hard to get and you'll never be rich, then it will be true for you. If you think that money is abundant, then that can be true also. The remaining 4 phases cover the specifics of Rich Dad's plan and how they were similar to the plans of some of the richest people in the world. As you listen, consider how Rich Dad's plan conflicts, adds to, subtracts from, or agrees with your personal financial plan. I caution you to use the information provided as a guide and not as hard data. Much of it is subject to legal interpretation and should be evaluated based on your individual circumstances. Its application is not always black and white and should be carefully reviewed. We advise you to consult with your legal and financial advisors to make sure you develop the plan most appropriate for your needs and goals. Chapter 19. The 90-10 Riddle. I was working with a group of very bright graduate students at Thunderbird School of Global Management. During the 3-hour session, I asked one of the young students, "What is your investment plan?" Without hesitation, he replied, "When I graduate, I will find a job that pays me at least $150,000 a year and will put aside at least $20,000 a year to buy investments." I thanked him for his willingness to share his plan with me. Then I said, "Do you remember my discussion of Rich Dad's 90-10 principle of money?" "Yes," said the young man with a smile, knowing that I was about to challenge the way he was thinking. He was enrolled in the entrepreneurship program of this very prestigious school where I was a guest instructor. By now, he knew that my style of teaching is not to give students answers. My style is to challenge core beliefs and ask students to evaluate old thought patterns. What does the 90-10 principle of money have to do with my investment plan? He asked cautiously. Everything, I replied. Do you think your plan of finding a job and investing at least $20,000 a year will put you in the category of the 10% of investors who make 90% of the money? I don't know, he replied. I never really thought about my plan with that benchmark in mind. Most people don't, I replied. Most people find an investment plan and think it is the only investment plan or the best investment plan. But few compare their plans to other plans. And the problem is that most people will not find out if their plan was the right plan until it's too late. You mean the average investor is investing for retirement and will not find out if their plan worked or not until they retire? Asked another student in the class. They'll find out when it is too late? For many people my age, that will be true, I replied. Sad, but true. But isn't the idea of finding a high-paying job and putting $20,000 a year away a pretty good plan? Asked the student. After all, I'm only 26 years old. A very good plan, I replied. Definitely putting away more money than the average person and starting young with that much money will probably make you a very rich man. But my question is, will your plan put you in the 90-10 league of investors? I don't know, said the young man. What would you advise? Do you remember my telling you the story of walking along the beach with my rich dad at the age of 12? I asked. You mean the story of you wondering how he could afford such an expensive piece of real estate? Another student replied. Rich Dad's first big investment and his first move into the world of bigger investments? I nodded my head and replied, that's the story. And that story has to do with the 90-10 rule of money? Asked the student. Yes, it does. It applies because I always wondered how my rich dad could acquire an asset so big even though he had very little. So, after asking him how he did it, he gave me what he called the 90-10 riddle. The 90-10 riddle? Replied one of the students. What is the 90-10 riddle and what does it have to do with my investment plan? With that question, I walked to the chalkboard and drew a diagram. This is the 90-10 riddle, I said. That's the 90-10 riddle? Asked the student. All it looks like is a financial statement without any assets in it. And it is. So, this is the question that completes the riddle, I said with a grin, watching the students' faces to see if they were still with me. After a long pause on my part, one of the students finally demanded, So, give us the question. The question is, I said slowly, how do you fill your asset column without buying any assets? Without buying any assets? Asked the student. You mean without any money? More or less, I replied. Your investment plan for putting $20,000 a year aside to invest is a good idea, but my challenge to you is the idea of buying assets with money a 90-10 idea, or is it an average investor idea? So you're saying to create assets in the asset column instead of buying the assets with money, which is what most people do. I nodded my head. You see, this diagram, the diagram I call the 90-10 riddle, is the riddle that my rich dad would challenge me with on a regular basis. He would ask me for my ideas on how I could create assets in the asset column without buying them with money. The students were silent, looking at the riddle on the chalkboard. Finally, one student turned and said, Is that why you often say it doesn't take money to make money? I nodded my head and replied, You're catching on. Most people in the 90% who own the 10% often say it takes money to make money. Many often give up on investing if they do not have any money. So your rich dad's 90-10 riddle was to give you a blank asset column and ask you how you would fill it with assets without having to buy the assets. Constantly. After I came back from Vietnam, he would routinely have a lunch or dinner with me and ask me for new ideas on how to fill the asset column by creating assets instead of buying assets. He knew that this is how many of the ultra-rich got rich in the first place. That is how Bill Gates, Michael Dell, and Richard Branson all became billionaires. They did not become billionaires by looking for a job and putting a few dollars aside. So you're saying the way to become rich is by being an entrepreneur. No, I am not saying that. I just use those examples because you are all in the entrepreneurship program at Thunderbird. The Beatles became ultra-rich by creating a different kind of asset, but they created assets that still produce money today. All I am saying is that Rich Dad put this financial statement with a blank asset column in front of me on a regular basis and asked me how I would create assets inside the asset column without having to spend money to acquire them. He began giving me this 90-10 quiz when I asked him how he found the power to acquire a piece of the most expensive beachfront land without any money. So he said his business bought the land, another student chimed in. As I said, that is one way, but there are many ways you can create assets inside an asset column without buying them. Inventors do it by inventing something of great value. Artists paint paintings that are priceless. Authors write books that pay them royalties for years. Creating a business is the way an entrepreneur does it. But you don't have to be an entrepreneur to create an asset inside the asset column. I've done it with real estate without using any money. All you have to do is be creative, and you can be rich for life. You mean I can invent something with new technology and become rich? Asked one of the students. You could, but it does not have to be an invention or new technology, I said, pausing for a while. It is a way of thinking that creates assets. Once you have that way of thinking, you will be richer than you ever dreamed possible. What do you mean it doesn't have to be a new invention or technology? What else could it be? Doing my best to make my point, I asked, do you remember the story about the comic books in my book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Yes, said one of the students, the story of your rich dad taking away your 10 cents an hour and asking you to work for free after you asked for a raise. He took away the 10 cents because he did not want you to spend your life working for money. Yes, that story, I replied. That is a story about filling the asset column with an asset without buying the asset. The students stood quietly for a while, thinking about what I had just said. Finally, one spoke up and said, "So you took old comic books and turned them into assets?" I nodded my head. "But were the comic books the asset?" I asked. "Not until you turned them into an asset," replied another student. "You took something that was being thrown out as trash and turned it into an asset." Yes, but were the comic books the asset, or were the comic books merely the part of the asset you could see? "Oh," another one of the students jumped in, "it was the invisible thought process that took the comic book and created an asset out of it. The thought process was the real asset." That is how my rich dad saw it. He later told me that the power he had was his thinking process. It was a thinking process that he often jokingly called turning trash into cash. He also said most people do exactly the opposite and turn cash into trash. That is why the 90-10 rule holds true. "He was like the ancient alchemists," said one of the students, "the alchemists who searched for the formula to turn lead into gold." Exactly, I said. The people who are in the 90-10 grouping of money are modern-day alchemists. The only difference is that they are able to turn nothing into assets. Their power is the ability to take ideas and turn them into assets. But as you say, many people have great ideas. They are just not able to convert them into assets, said a student. I nodded my head, and that was my rich dad's secret power that I saw that day on the beach. It was that mental power or financial intelligence that allowed him to acquire such an expensive piece of real estate, while the average investor would walk away from it, saying, I can't afford it, or it takes money to make money. How often did he give you the 90-10 quiz? Asked a student. Very often, I replied. It was his way of exercising my brain. Rich Dad often said that our brains are our most powerful asset, and if used improperly, they can be our most powerful liability. The students were silent. I assume they were contemplating and questioning their own thoughts. Finally, the original student, the student whose plan it was to put the $20,000 a year away, said, So that is why in your book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, one of Rich Dad's lessons was that the rich invent their own money. I nodded my head and said, and lesson number 1 of the 6 lessons was, the rich don't work for money. Again, there was silence from the young students before one said, So while we are planning on getting a job and saving money to buy assets, you were taught that your job was to create assets. Well said, I replied. You see, the idea of a job was created in the industrial age, and ever since 1989, we have been in the information age. What do you mean the idea of a job is an industrial age idea? One student asked with a start. Humans have always had jobs, haven't they? No, at least not in the way we know a job today. You see, in the hunter-gatherer period of humanity, humans lived in tribes, and each person's job was to contribute to the communal survival of the tribe. In other words, it was all for one and one for all. Then came the agrarian age, the era when there were kings and queens. A person's job during that period was to be a serf or a peasant who paid the king to work the land the king owned. Then came the industrial age, and serfdom or slavery was abolished, and human beings began selling their labor on the open market. Most people became employees or self-employed, doing their best to sell their labor to the highest bidder. That is the modern concept of the word job. So the moment I said I'm going to get a job and put $20,000 away a year, you see that kind of thinking as industrial age thinking. I nodded my head. Just as today there are still agrarian age workers who are known as farmers and ranchers. Today there are still hunter-gatherers, commercial fishermen, for example. Most people are working with industrial age ideas, and that is why so many people have jobs. So what would an information age idea of work be? Asked a student. People who do not work because their ideas are at work. Today, there are students who are much like my rich dad who are going from school to becoming rich without a job. Look at many of the internet billionaires. Some of them dropped out of college to become billionaires without ever having a formal job. In other words, they started with an empty asset column and filled it with a very big asset, an information age asset, added one of the students. Many built multi-billion-dollar assets, I said. They went from students to billionaires. Soon, there will be high school students who will go from high school students to billionaires without ever applying for a job. I already know of one who is a millionaire without ever having a job. After reading my book and playing my games, he bought a large piece of real estate, sold off a section of vacant land, kept the apartment house, and paid off his loan with the money from the land. He now owns the apartment house, which is worth a little over $1 million, and has a cash flow of $4,000 a month income without working. He will graduate from high school in about a year. The students stood silently again, thinking about what I had just said. Some had a hard time believing my story about the high school student, Yet they knew the story of college dropouts becoming billionaires was true. Finally, one spoke up. So, in the information age, people are getting rich with information. Not just in the information age, I replied. It has been this way throughout the ages. It is the people who do not have assets who work for or are controlled by those people who create, acquire, or control the assets. So you're saying a high school kid could beat me financially, even though he does not have a great education from a prestigious school or a high-paying job, said the first student. That is exactly what I'm saying. It's more about the way you think than about your education. Best-selling author Thomas Stanley states in his book, The Millionaire Mind, that his research found no correlation between high SAT scores, good grades, and money. The student with the $20,000 a year investment plan then said, "So if I want to join the 90-10 Investor Club, I am better off to practice creating assets instead of buying assets. I should acquire assets by being creative rather than by doing what everyone else does." That is why billionaire Henry Ford said, "Thinking is the hardest work there is. That is why so few people engage in it," I replied. It also explains why, if you do what the 90% of investors do, you will join them in sharing only 10% of the wealth. Or why Einstein said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge," added another student. Or why my rich dad gave me this tip when hiring an accountant. He said that when you're interviewing an accountant, ask him or her, "What is 1 plus 1? If the accountant answers 3, don't hire the person. They're not smart. If the accountant answers 2, you also don't hire them because they are not smart enough. But if the accountant answers, "What do you want 1 plus 1 to be?" you hire them immediately. The students laughed as we began packing up our materials. "So you create assets that buy other assets and liabilities. Is that correct?" asked a student. I nodded my head. "Do you ever use money to buy other assets?" asked the same student. "Yes, but I like to use the money generated by the asset I create to buy other assets," I replied, picking up my briefcase. "Remember that I don't like working for money. I'd rather create assets that buy other assets and liabilities." A young student from China gave me a hand with my bags and said, "And is that why you recommend network marketing so much? For very little money and risk, a person can build an asset in their spare time." I nodded my head. An asset they can pass on to their kids if their kids want it. I don't know of too many companies that will let you pass on your job to your kids. That is one test of an asset. You can hand it on down to the people you love. My dad, the man I call my poor dad, worked very hard to climb the government ladder. Even if he had not been fired, he would not have been able to pass on his years of hard work to his kids. Not that any of us wanted the job or were qualified to take the job anyway. The students gave me a hand out to my car. "So think about creating assets rather than working hard and buying assets," said the $20,000 student. "If you want to get into the 90-10 Investor Club," I replied. "That is why my rich dad constantly challenged my creativity to create different types of assets in the asset column without buying them. He said it was better to work years at creating an asset rather than to spend your life working hard for money to create someone else's asset." As I climbed into my car, the $20,000 student then said, "So all I have to do is take an idea and create an asset, a big asset that makes me rich. If I do that, I will solve the 90-10 riddle and join the 10% of all investors who control 90% of the wealth." Laughing, I pulled my door shut and replied to his last comment. "If you solve the 90-10 riddle in real life, you will have a good chance of joining the 10% that control 90% of the money. If you don't solve the 90-10 riddle in real life, you will probably join the 90% that control just 10% of the money. I thanked the students and drove away. Mental Attitude Quiz. As Henry Ford said, thinking is the hardest work there is. That is why so few people engage in it. Or, as my rich dad said, your brain can be your most powerful asset. But if not used properly, it can be your most powerful liability. My rich dad had me repeatedly create new assets in an empty asset column. He would sit down with his son and me and ask us how we could create a new and different asset. He really did not care if the idea was crazy. He just wanted us to be able to substantiate how our idea could be turned into an asset. He would ask us to defend our thoughts and challenge his challenges. In the long run, it was a lot better than him telling us to work hard, save money, and live below our means, which was what my poor dad recommended. So, the mental attitude quiz question is, are you willing to consider creating your own assets rather than buying them? There are many books and educational programs written on how to buy assets wisely. For most people, buying assets is the best plan for them. I would also recommend that you buy assets for the secure and comfortable levels of your investment plan. Invest in such assets as blue-chip stocks for the secure and comfortable level. But if you have dreams of becoming a very rich investor, the question is, are you willing to create your assets rather than buy someone else's assets? If not, then, as I said, there are many books and educational programs about how to purchase assets. If you are willing to consider how to create assets, then the remainder of this audiobook will be valuable, maybe priceless. It is about how to take an idea and turn it into an asset that will acquire other assets. It is not only about how to make a lot of money in the asset column. It is also about how to keep the money that asset makes and have it acquire even more assets, as well as the luxuries of life. It reveals how many of the 10% came to acquire 90% of the money. So, if this is of interest to you, then please continue listening. Again, this is the 90-10 riddle. How do you create an asset in the asset column without spending money to acquire it? The smart way to keep your money. My first big business was the nylon and Velcro surfer wallet business in 1977. It was created as a very big asset in the asset column. The problem was that the size of the created asset was big, but my business skills were small. So, while I was technically a millionaire in my 20s, I also lost it all in my 20s. I repeated the same process 3 years later in the rock and roll business. When MTV hit, our little company was in the perfect position to capitalize on the craze. Again, the asset created was bigger than the people who created it. We went up like a rocket ship and came down like a rocket ship without gas. The rest of this audiobook is dedicated to creating big assets, having the professional talent to match the size of the asset, and keeping the money made by investing in other, often more stable, assets. As my rich dad said, what good is making a lot of money if you don't keep it? Investing is the way smart people keep their money. Phase 2. What type of investor do you want to become? Chapter 20. Solving the 90-10 riddle. My rich dad said, there are investors who buy assets and there are investors who create assets. If you want to solve the 90-10 riddle for yourself, you need to be both types of investors. In the introduction, I told the story of Rich Dad walking along a beach with Mike and me, looking at a very expensive piece of beachfront real estate he had just purchased. You may recall that I asked Rich Dad how he could afford such an expensive piece of real estate when my poor dad could not. Rich Dad's reply was, I can't afford to buy this land either, but my business can. All I could see was a piece of land with old abandoned cars, an old building falling down, lots of brush and debris, and a large "for sale" sign sticking up from the middle of the property. At the age of 12, I could not see any business on this land, but my rich dad could. The business was being created in his head. That ability to create businesses in his head was the reason he would go on to be one of the richest men in Hawaii. In other words, Rich Dad solved his 90-10 riddle by creating assets that in turn purchased other assets. That plan was not only Rich Dad's investment plan. It is the investment plan for most of the 10% who make 90% of the money, in the past, in the present, and into the future. For those of you who read or listened to Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you may recall the story of Ray Kroc saying to my friend's MBA class that McDonald's, the company he founded, was not in the business of hamburgers. Their business was the business of real estate. Again, the formula is to create an asset that buys other assets. That formula is the reason why McDonald's owns the most expensive real estate in the world. It was all part of the plan. And that is why Rich Dad repeatedly said to me, once he knew I was serious about becoming rich, if you want to solve the 90-10 riddle for yourself, you need to be both types of investors. You need to be a person who knows how to create assets, as well as a person who knows how to buy assets. The average investor is not generally aware of the different processes and is not good at either process of investing. The average investor usually does not even have a formally written plan. Making millions, maybe billions, from your ideas. Much of the second half of this audiobook is about how people create assets. Rich Dad spent many hours with me teaching me the process of how a person takes an idea and turns it into a business that creates assets that buy other assets. During one of these lessons with Rich Dad, he said, "Many people have ideas that could make them rich beyond their wildest dreams. The problem is that most people have never been taught how to put a business structure inside their ideas, and so many of their ideas never take shape or stand on their own. If you want to be one of the 10% who make 90% of the money, you will need to know how to build a business structure inside your creative ideas." Much of the second half of this audiobook is about what Rich Dad called the BI triangle, which is the mental structure that can give life to your financial ideas. It is the power of the BI triangle that takes an idea and turns it into an asset. Rich Dad often said, more than just knowing how to create assets that buy assets, one of the main reasons the richest of investors are able to become richer is that they know how to turn their ideas into millions and maybe even billions of dollars. The average investor may have excellent ideas, but they often lack the skills to turn their ideas into assets that buy assets. The remainder of this audiobook is dedicated to how ordinary people are able to turn their ideas into assets that buy assets. You can't do that. While teaching me how to turn my ideas into assets, Rich Dad often said, when you first set out to turn your ideas into your personal fortune, many people will say, you can't do that. Always remember that nothing kills your great ideas more than people with small ideas and limited imaginations. Rich Dad gave me 2 reasons he thought people tended to say, you can't do that. 1, they say you can't do that, even if you are doing what they say you cannot do, not because you can't do it, but because they can't do it. 2, they say you can't do it because they cannot see what you are doing. Rich Dad explained that the process of making a lot of money is a mental process more than a physical process. One of Rich Dad's favorite quotes came from Einstein. great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds. Commenting on Einstein's quote, Rich Dad said, "We all possess both a great spirit and a mediocre mind. The challenge in turning our ideas into $1 million or even $1 billion asset is often the battle between our own great spirits and our own often mediocre minds." When I explain the BI triangle, which is the business structure that gives life to business ideas and is explained in this part of this audiobook, some people become overwhelmed by the amount of knowledge required to make the BI triangle work for them. When that happens, I often remind them of the battle between their great spirits and mediocre minds. Whenever a person's mediocre mind begins to oppose their own great spirits, I always remind them of what my rich dad said to me. He said, "There are many people with great ideas, but very few people with great amounts of money." The reason the 90-10 rule holds true is that it does not take a great idea to become rich, but it does take a great person behind the idea to become rich. You must be of strong spirit and strong in your convictions to turn your ideas into fortunes. Even if you understand the process via which your ideas can become millions or even billions of dollars, always remember that great ideas only become great fortunes if the person behind the idea is also willing to be great. It is often difficult to keep going when everyone around you is saying you can't do it. You must have a very strong spirit to withstand the doubt of those around you. But your spirit must be even stronger when you are the person saying to yourself, "You can't do that." This does not mean that you plow blindly on, not listening to the good and bad ideas of your friends or yourself. Their thoughts and input should be listened to and often used when their ideas are better than yours. But at this moment, I am not talking to you about mere ideas or advice. What I am talking to you about is more than just ideas. I am talking about your spirit and the will to go on even when filled with doubt and when you're out of good ideas. No one can tell you what you can or cannot do in your life. Only you can determine that. Your own greatness is often found at the end of the road. And when it comes to turning your ideas into money, there are many times when you come to the end of the road. The end of the road is when you are out of ideas, out of money, and filled with doubt. If you can find in yourself the spirit to go on, you will find out what it really takes to turn your ideas into great assets. Turning an idea into a great fortune is more a matter of human spirit rather than a matter of the human mind. At the end of every road, the entrepreneur finds his or her spirit. Finding your entrepreneurial spirit and making it strong are more important than the idea or business you are developing. Once you find your entrepreneurial spirit, you will forever be able to take very ordinary ideas and turn them into extraordinary fortunes. Always remember that the world is filled with people with great ideas, but very few people with great fortunes. The remainder of this audiobook is dedicated to your finding your entrepreneurial spirit and developing your ability to turn ordinary ideas into extraordinary fortunes. Phase 2 gives you insight into Rich Dad's different types of investors and allows you to choose the path that may be best for you. Phase 3 analyzes Rich Dad's BI triangle and how it can provide the structure for you to make an asset out of your idea. Phase 4 goes into the mind of sophisticated investors and how they analyze investments. It also looks at the pathway of ultimate investors who take their ideas and the BI triangle and create fortunes. The last phase, Phase 5, talks about the importance of giving back. Chapter 21, Categories of Investors. This audiobook is an educational story about Rich Dad guiding me from having no money and no job when I left the Marines to well down my path to becoming the ultimate investor, a person who becomes a selling shareholder rather than a buying shareholder, a person who was on the inside of the investment rather than on the outside. Other investment vehicles in which the rich invest that the poor and middle class do not include initial public offerings of stock, IPOs, private placements, and other corporate securities. Whether you are on the inside of an investment or on the outside, it is important to understand the basics of the securities regulations. By reading or listening to Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you have learned about financial literacy, which is imperative for a successful investor. From reading or listening to Cash Flow Quadrant, you have learned about the 4 different quadrants and the ways people make money, as well as how the different tax laws affect the different quadrants. By just reading or listening to the first 2 books and possibly playing our cash flow game, you already know more about the fundamentals of investing than many people who actively invest. Once you understand the fundamentals of investing, you can better understand Rich Dad's categories of investors and the 10 investor controls he said were important to all investors. The 10 investor controls. The 10 investor controls are control over 1. Yourself, 2. Income, expense ratios, and asset liability ratios, 3. Management of the investment, 4. Taxes, 5. When you buy and when you sell, 6. Brokerage transactions, 7. ETC, entity, timing, and characteristics, 8. Terms and conditions of the agreements, 9. Access to information, 10. Giving it back, philanthropy, and redistribution of wealth. Rich Dad often said, investing is not risky. Not being in control is risky. Many people find investing risky because they are not in control of one or more of these 10 investor controls. This audiobook will not go into all of these controls. As you listen to this audiobook, however, you may gain some insights on how you can gain greater control as an investor, especially number 7, the control over entity, timing, and characteristics. This is where many investors lack control, need more control, or simply lack any basic understanding about investing. The first phase of this audiobook was dedicated to the most important investor control over yourself. If you are not mentally prepared and committed to becoming a successful investor, it may be better to turn your money over to a professional financial advisor trained to help you choose your investments. I was more than ready. At this point in my financial education, Rich Dad knew I had made the choice. I was mentally prepared to become an investor. I wanted to become a very successful investor. I knew I was mentally prepared and that I wanted to be rich. However, Rich Dad now asked me, what kind of investor do you want to become? A rich investor was my answer. This is when Rich Dad brought out his yellow pad again and wrote down the following categories of investors. 1. The accredited investor. 2. The qualified investor. 3. The sophisticated investor. 4. The inside investor. 5. The ultimate investor. What is the difference? I asked. Rich Dad added a description to each type of investor. 1. The accredited investor earns a lot of money and/or has a high net worth. 2. The qualified investor knows fundamental and technical investing. 3. The sophisticated investor understands investing and the law. 4. The inside investor creates the investment. 5. The ultimate investor becomes the selling shareholder. When I read the definition of the accredited investor, I felt pretty hopeless. I had no money and no job. Rich Dad saw my reaction, took the yellow pad back, and circled Inside Investor. Start as an insider. This is where you'll start, Robert, Rich Dad said as he pointed to Inside Investor. Even if you have very little money and very little experience, it is possible to start at the inside level of investing, Rich Dad continued. You need to start small and keep learning. It does not take money to make money. At this point, he listed his 3 E's on the tablet. 1. Education. 2. Experience. 3. Excess cash. Once you have all 3 E's, you will have become a successful investor, Rich Dad said. You've done well with your financial education, but now you need the experience. When you have the right experience combined with good financial literacy, the excess cash will come. But you have Inside Investor listed 4th. How can I start as an inside investor? I asked, still confused. Rich Dad wanted me to start as an insider because he wanted me to be a person who created assets that eventually bought other assets. Start by building a business. I am going to teach you the fundamentals of building a successful business, Rich Dad continued. If you can learn to build a successful B quadrant business, your business will generate excess cash. Then you can use the skills you learned becoming a successful B to analyze investments as an I. It is like coming in through the back door, isn't it? I asked. Well, I would rather say it is the opportunity of a lifetime, Rich Dad replied. Once you learn to make your first $1 million, the next 10 are easy. Okay, so how do I get started? I asked impatiently. First, let me tell you about the different categories of investors, Rich Dad answered, so you can understand what I'm saying. Overview. You get to choose. In this phase of Rich Dad's Guide to Investing, I share Rich Dad's descriptions of each one of his categories of investors. The following mini chapters explain the distinctions, the advantages and disadvantages of each category, because the path I chose may not be the right path for you. The accredited investor. The accredited investor is someone with high income or high net worth. I knew I could not qualify as an accredited investor. A long-term investor who has chosen to invest for security and comfort may very well qualify as an accredited investor. There are many E's and S's who are very content with their financial position. They recognized early on the need to provide for their financial future through the I quadrant and adopted a plan for investing with their income earned as E's and S's. Their financial plans, whether to be secure or comfortable, have been met. In Cash Flow Quadrant, we discussed this 2-legged approach to building financial security. I applaud these individuals for their foresight and discipline in developing a financial plan and providing for their financial future. For them, the path I took will sound like either an impossible mission or a lot of hard work. There are also many highly paid E's and S's who qualify as accredited investors based on their income alone. If you can qualify as an accredited investor, you will have access to investments that most people do not. To be successful in choosing your investments, however, you still need financial education. If you choose not to invest your time in your financial education, you should turn your money over to competent financial advisors who can assist you with your investment decisions. Reportedly, in America, less than 3% of the population meet the qualifications of an accredited investor. If this statistic is true, then there are even fewer people who will meet the requirements for the following levels of investors. This means there are many unqualified investors investing in high-risk speculative investments they should not be investing in. Again, the SEC definition of an accredited investor today is 1. $200,000 or more annual income for an individual. 2. $300,000 or more for a couple. Or 3. $1 million net worth. Realizing that there are so few people who qualify as accredited investors indicates to me that working hard for money is a very difficult way to qualify to invest in the investments of the rich. As I sit and ponder the idea of needing a $200,000 minimum income, I realize that my dad, the person I call my poor dad, would never have come close to qualifying, no matter how hard he worked and how many pay raises his government job provided. If you have played the Cash Flow 101 game, you may note that the fast track of the game is the track that represents where the accredited investor meets the minimum requirements. Technically, less than 3% of the U.S. population meets the requirements to invest in the investments found on the game's fast track. That means more than 97% of the population invests in the rat race. The qualified investor. The qualified investor understands how to analyze publicly traded stock. This investor would be considered an outside investor as opposed to an inside investor. Generally, qualified investors include stock traders and analysts. The sophisticated investor. The sophisticated investor typically has all three of Rich Dad's 3 E's. In addition, the sophisticated investor understands the world of investing. He or she utilizes the tax, corporate, and securities laws to maximize earnings and to protect the underlying capital. If you want to become a successful investor but do not wish to build your own business to do so, your goal should be to become a sophisticated investor. From the sophisticated investor on, these investors know that there are 2 sides of the coin. They know that on one side of the coin, the world is black and white. They also know that the other side of the coin is a world of different shades of gray. It is a world where you definitely do not want to do things on your own. On the black and white side of the coin, some investors can invest on their own. On the gray side of the coin, an investor must enter with their team. The inside investor. To build a successful business is the goal of the inside investor. The business may be a single piece of rental real estate or a multi-million-dollar retail company. A successful B knows how to create and build assets. Rich Dad would say, the rich invent money. After you learn to make your first million, the next 10 will be easy. A successful B will also learn the skills needed to analyze companies for investment from the outside. Therefore, a successful inside investor can learn to become a successful, sophisticated investor. The ultimate investor. To become the selling shareholder is the goal of the ultimate investor. The ultimate investor owns a successful business in which he or she sells ownership interest to the public. Hence, he or she is a selling shareholder. Which investor are you? The next few chapters will go into each type of investor in greater detail. After you have studied each type of investor, you may be better prepared to choose your own goal for investing. Chapter 22. The Accredited Investor. Who is an accredited investor? Most developed countries have laws written to protect the average person from bad and risky investments. The problem is that these very same laws can also prevent the masses from being able to invest in some of the best investments. In the United States, we have the Securities Act of 1933, the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, SEC regulations under these laws, and the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. These laws and regulations were designed to protect the public from misrepresentations, manipulation, and other fraudulent practices in the buying and selling of securities. They limit certain investments only to accredited and sophisticated investors, as well as require detailed disclosure of such investments. The SEC was created to be the watchdog for compliance with the laws. In fulfilling its role as a watchdog over securities transactions, the SEC defined an accredited investor as a person who has earned at least $200,000 or more as an individual, or $300,000 as a couple, in each of the last 2 years, and who expects to earn the same amount in the current year. The individual or couple may also qualify with a net worth of at least $1 million. Rich Dad said, an accredited investor is simply a person who earns significantly more money than the average person. It does not necessarily mean the person is rich or knows anything about investing. The problem with this rule is that less than 3% of all Americans qualify as accredited investors who can invest in these stock issues regulated by the SEC. The other 97% are not allowed to invest in the same investments because they are not accredited investors. I remember when Rich Dad was offered an opportunity to invest in a company called Texas Instruments before it went public. Not having the time to look into the company and do his analysis, he turned the opportunity down, a decision he regretted for years. Yet he did not turn down other opportunities to invest in companies before they went public. He became even wealthier from those investments not available to the general public. Rich Dad qualified as an accredited investor. When I asked to invest in the next pre-public offering of a company, Rich Dad informed me that I was not rich enough or wise enough to invest with him. I still remember him saying, "Wait until you're rich, and the best investments will come to you first." The rich always get first pick of the best investments. In addition, the rich can buy at very low prices, as well as in volume. That is one of the reasons why the rich get richer. My Rich Dad agreed with the SEC. He thought it a smart idea to protect the average investor from the risks of these types of investments, although he had made a lot of money investing as an accredited investor himself. However, Rich Dad cautioned me, even if you are an accredited investor, you still may not get the opportunity to invest in the best investments. To do that requires a completely different type of investor with the right knowledge and access to the information about new investment opportunities. The investor controls of the accredited investor. None. Rich Dad believed that an accredited investor without financial education had none of the 10 investor controls. The accredited investor might have a lot of money, but usually doesn't know what to do with it. The 3 E's possessed by the accredited investor. Excess cash, maybe. Rich Dad would clarify that, although you might qualify as an accredited investor, you still need the education and experience to progress to the level of qualified, sophisticated, inside, or ultimate investor. In fact, he knew many accredited investors who didn't actually have any excess cash. They met the income thresholds, but didn't know how to manage their cash very well. More thoughts on the accredited investor. Just about anyone can open a brokerage account to buy and sell stocks of companies that are considered public companies. The stock of a public company is traded freely as well as bought and sold by the public, usually through an exchange. The stock market is truly a free market in action. Without government or outside intervention, individuals can decide for themselves whether the price of a stock is fair or not. They can decide to buy it and therefore purchase an ownership interest in the company. One way to true wealth from securities comes from participating in the initial public offering, IPO, of a company's stock. Typically, the company's founders and initial investors already own blocks of stock. To attract additional funding, the company can offer an IPO. This is when the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, steps in with detailed filing and disclosure requirements in its attempt to prevent fraud and protect the investor from misrepresentation. This does not mean, however, that the SEC prevents IPOs from being poor deals. An IPO can be legal and still be a poor investment or an outright liability, meaning it goes down in value. The Securities Act of 1933 and the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 were adopted to regulate this type of investment and to protect the investor from fraudulent or high-risk investments as well as broker mismanagement. The SEC was formed to oversee the issuance of securities as well as the securities industry. The regulations for stock issues apply to public issues as well as certain private issues of stock. There are certain exemptions from the regulations that we have not covered. For now, it is important to understand the definition of accredited investor. The accredited investor may invest in certain types of securities that a non-accredited, non-sophisticated investor cannot, because the accredited status implies that the investor can withstand a higher level of monetary risk than the non-accredited investor. We've already discussed the accredited investor requirements of an individual or couple related to income or net worth. Any director, executive officer, or general partner of the issuer of the stock will also be considered an accredited investor, even if that person does not meet the income or net worth requirements. This will become a very important distinction when we discuss the inside investor. In fact, this is the path often taken by the inside and ultimate investor. Chapter 23: The Qualified Investor. Rich Dad defined the qualified investor as a person who has money as well as some knowledge about investing. A qualified investor is usually an accredited investor who has also invested in financial education. As it relates to the stock market, for example, qualified investors would include most professional stock traders. Through their education, they have learned and understand the difference between fundamental investing and technical investing. 1. Fundamental investing. Rich Dad said a fundamental investor reduces risk as he or she seeks value and growth by looking at the financials of the company. The most important consideration for selecting a good stock for investment is the future earnings potential of the company. A fundamental investor carefully reviews the financial statements of any company before investing in it. The fundamental investor also takes into account the outlook for the economy as a whole, as well as the specific industry in which the company is involved. The direction of interest rates is also a very important factor in fundamental analysis. 2. Technical investing. Rich Dad said, a well-trained technical investor invests on the emotions of the market and invests with insurance from catastrophic loss. The most important consideration for selecting a good stock for investment is based on the supply and demand for the company's stock. The technical investor studies the patterns of the sales price of the company's stock. Will the supply of the shares of stock being offered for sale be sufficient based on the expected demand for those shares? The technical investor tends to buy on price and market sentiment, just like a shopper shops for sales and discounted items. In fact, many technical investors are like my Aunt Doris. Aunt Doris goes shopping for bargains and sales with her lady friends, buying items because they are cheap, marked down, or because her friends are buying them. Then she gets home, wonders why she bought the item, tries it on, and then takes it back for a refund so she can have money to go shopping again. The technical investor studies the pattern of the history of the company's stock price. A true technical investor is not concerned with the internal operations of a company as a fundamental investor would be. The primary indicators the technical investor is concerned with are the mood of the market and the price of the stock. One of the reasons so many people think the subject of investing is risky is that most people are operating as technical investors, but don't know the difference between a technical investor and a fundamental investor. The reason investing seems risky from the technical side is that stock prices fluctuate with market emotions. Here are just a few examples of things that can cause fluctuations in stock prices. One day, a stock is popular and in the news. The next day, it isn't. The company manipulates supply and demand by either splitting the stock, diluting the pool with additional shares created through such things as secondary offerings, or cutting back the number of shares or buying them back, or an institutional buyer, like a mutual fund or pension fund, buys or sells the shares of a certain company in such volume that it disturbs the market. Investing seems risky to the average investor because they lack the basic financial education skills to be a fundamental investor and do not have adequate technical investor skills. If they are not on the board of the company changing the supply side of the shares, they have no management control over the fluctuations of supply and demand of the stock's price on the open market. They remain at the whim of the market emotions. Many times, a fundamental investor will find an excellent company with great profits, but for some reason, the technical investors will not be interested in it, so the price of the company's shares will not go up, even though it is a profitable, well-managed company. During the dot-com bubble, many people invested in IPOs of internet companies that had no sales or profits. That is a case of technical investors determining the value of a company's stock. In a bullish stock market, people who operate strictly as fundamental investors do not do as well as investors who also consider the technical side of the market. In a bullish market, people who take the most risk win, and people with more cautious and value-oriented views lose out. In fact, many of the risk takers frighten many technical investors with their high prices of stock without any value. But in a crash, it is the investors with strong fundamental investments and technical trading skills who do well. The amateur speculators rushing into the market, as well as all the new startup IPOs flush with money, are hurt in a downturn. Rich Dad said, "The trouble with getting rich quickly without a parachute is that you fall farther and faster. Lots of easy money makes people think they are financial geniuses, when in fact they become financial fools." Rich Dad believed that both technical and fundamental skills were important to survive the ups and downs of the world of investing. Charles Dow, of Dow Jones fame, was a technical investor. That is why the Wall Street Journal, the paper he helped found, is primarily a paper written for technical investors and not necessarily for fundamental investors. The difference between the two investment styles is dramatic. The fundamental investor analyzes the company from its financial statements to assess the company's strength and potential for future success. In addition, the fundamental investor tracks the economy and the industry of the company. Warren Buffett has been acknowledged as one of the best fundamental investors. A technical investor invests from charts that track the price and volume trends and patterns of the company's stock. The technical investor may review the put-call ratio for the stock as well as the short positions taken in the stock. George Soros is often recognized as one of the best technical investors. While both types of investors invest from the facts, they find their facts from different sources of data. Also, both types of investors require different skills and a different vocabulary. The frightening thing is that most of today's investors are investing without either technical or fundamental investor skills. In fact, I'll bet most new investors today do not know the difference between a fundamental and technical investor. Rich Dad used to say, qualified investors need to be well-versed in both fundamental analysis as well as technical analysis. Kim and I want people to be able to learn to be financially literate and to teach their children to be financially literate at a young age, as Rich Dad taught me. I am often asked, why does a qualified investor need to understand both fundamental investing and technical investing? My answer is found in one word: confidence. Average investors feel that investing is risky because they are on the outside trying to look into the inside of the company or property they are investing in. If they do not know how to read financial statements, they are totally dependent on others' opinions. If only at a subconscious level, people know that insiders have better information and therefore lower risk. If people cannot read financial statements, their personal financial statements are often a mess. And as Rich Dad said, if a person's financial foundation is weak, his or her self-confidence is also weak. A friend of mine once said, the main reason people do not want to look at their personal financial statements is that they might find out they have financial cancer. The good news is that once they cure the financial disease, the rest of their lives also improves, and sometimes even their physical health too. Most people know how to make money only when the market is going up, and they live in terror of the market coming down. If a person understands technical investing, he or she has the skills to make money when the market goes down as well as when it goes up. The average investor without technical skills makes money only in a rising market, often losing all he or she has gained in a falling market. Rich Dad said, a technical investor invests with insurance from huge losses. The average investor is like a person flying a plane without a parachute. As Rich Dad often said about technical investors, the bull comes up by the stairs and the bear goes out the window. A bull market will rise slowly, but when it crashes, the market is like a bear going out the window. Technical investors are excited about market crashes because they position themselves to make money quickly when average investors are losing their money that often increased very slowly. So the chart of various investors and their returns often looks like this. Losing investor, up market loses. Down market loses. Average investor, up market wins. Down market loses. Qualified investor, up market wins. Down market wins. Many investors often lose because they wait too long to get into the market. They are so afraid of losing that they wait too long for proof that the market is going up. As soon as they enter, the market peaks and crashes, and they end up losing on the way down. Qualified investors are less concerned about the market going up or coming down. They enter confidently with a trading system for an uptrending market. When the market reverses, they will often change trading systems, exiting their previous trades and using short selling and put options to profit while the market comes down. Having multiple trading systems and strategies helps them have more confidence as investors. Why you may want to be a qualified investor. The average investor lives in fear of the market crashing or prices coming down. You can often hear them say, "What if I buy a stock and the price comes down?" Hence, many average investors fail to take advantage of profit opportunities in an up market and a down market. A qualified investor looks forward to the ups and downs of a market. When prices go up, they use the skills they've learned to minimize risk and earn a profit regardless of whether the price is going up or coming down. A qualified investor will often hedge their positions, which means they are protected if the price goes down suddenly or goes up suddenly. In other words, they have a good chance of making money in either direction while protecting themselves from losses. The problem with new investors. I often hear new investors say with confidence, "I don't have to worry about a market crash because this time things are different." Seasoned investors know that all markets go up and all markets come down. They know that when a bull market is hot, it more than likely will come crashing down at some point in time. And the higher the market rises, the faster and harder it crashes. When people are investing in companies without any profits, that means a mania is on. Sir Isaac Newton, who lost most of his fortune in the South Sea bubble, is quoted as saying, "I can calculate the motions of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people." When there is madness and everyone is thinking about getting rich quick in the market, it's usually just a matter of time before many people lose everything because they invested in the market with borrowed money instead of first investing in their education and experience. When that happens, many people sell in a panic. That is when the qualified investor really becomes wealthy. It is not the crash that is so bad, but the emotional panic that occurs at the times of such financial downturns. The problem with most new investors is that they have not yet been through a real bear market. So, how would they know what a market crash and bear market feels like, especially if it goes on for years? Rich Dad simply said, "It is not possible to predict the market, but it is important that we be prepared for whichever direction it decides to go." He also said, "Bull markets seem to go on forever, which causes people to become sloppy, foolish, and complacent. Bear markets also seem to go on forever, causing people to forget that bear markets are often the best times to become very, very rich. That is why you want to be a qualified investor." Why markets will crash faster in the information age. In his book, The Lexus and the Olive Tree, a book I recommend for anyone wanting to understand the era of global business we are in, Thomas L. Friedman often makes reference to the electronic herd. The electronic herd is a group of several thousand, very often young, people who control great sums of digital money. They are the individuals who work for large banks, mutual funds, hedge funds, insurance companies, and the like. With a click of their mouse, they have the power to move literally trillions of dollars from one country to another country in a split second. That power gives the electronic herd more power than politicians. I was in Southeast Asia in 1997 when the electronic herd moved their money out of countries like Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Korea, virtually sinking those countries' economies overnight. It was not a pretty sight, nor was it pleasant to be physically present in those countries at that time. For those of you who invest globally, you may recall how most of the world, even Wall Street, was singing praises to the new Asian tiger economies. Everyone wanted to invest in those countries. Then suddenly, literally overnight, their world changed. There were murders, suicides, riots, looting, and a general feeling of financial sickness everywhere when the electronic herd did not like what it saw in those countries and moved their money out in a matter of seconds. Thomas Friedman wrote in his book, "Think of the electronic herd as being like a herd of wildebeests grazing over a wide area of Africa. When a wildebeest on the edge of the herd sees something move from the tall, thick brush next to where it's feeding, that wildebeest doesn't say to the wildebeest next to it, 'Gosh, I wonder if that's a lion moving around there in the brush.' No way. That wildebeest just starts a stampede, and those wildebeests don't stampede for a mere 100 yards. They stampede to the next country and crush everything in their path. That is what happened to the Asian tigers in 1997. When the electronic herd did not like what they saw going on in the area, they moved out literally overnight. It went from high optimism to riots and murder in a matter of days. It's my prediction that market crashes will come faster and more severely in the information age. How does one protect oneself from these crashes? The way some of these countries are protecting themselves from the power of the electronic herd is by cleaning up and tightening up their national financial statements and increasing their financial requirements and standards. Thomas Friedman writes in his book that Deputy Treasury Secretary Larry Summers once said, "If you were writing a history of the American capital markets, I would suggest that the single most important innovation shaping that capital market was the idea of generally accepted accounting principles. We need that internationally. It is a minor but not insignificant triumph of the IMF that in Korea, somebody who teaches a night school class in accounting told me that he normally has 22 students in his winter term, but now he has 385. We need that at the corporate level in Korea. We need that at the national level." Rich Dad said a similar thing years ago, but he was not referring to an entire country as Larry Summers was in this quote. Rich Dad was referring to any individual who wants to do well financially. Rich Dad said, "The difference between a rich person and a poor person is much more than how much money they make. The difference is found in their financial literacy and the standards of importance they put on that literacy. Simply put, poor people have very low financial literacy standards, regardless of how much money they make." He also said, "People with low financial literacy standards are often unable to take their ideas and create assets out of them. Instead of creating assets, many people create liabilities with their ideas just because of low financial literacy standards." Getting out is more important than getting in. Rich Dad often said, "The reason most average investors lose money is that it is often easy to invest into an asset, but it is often difficult to get out. If you want to be a savvy investor, you need to know how to exit an investment as well as how to get into the investment. Today, when I invest, one of the most important strategies I must consider is my exit strategy. To help me understand its importance, Rich Dad put the importance of an exit strategy in these terms. He said, "Buying an investment is often like getting married. In the beginning, things are exciting and fun. But if things do not go well, then the divorce can be much more painful than all that initial excitement and fun. That is why you must really think about an investment almost like a marriage. Getting in is often a lot easier than getting out." Both my dads were very happily married men, so when Rich Dad talked about divorce, he was not encouraging people to get divorced. He was just advising me to think about the long term. He said, "The odds are that 50% of all marriages will end in divorce, and the reality is that nearly 100% of all marriages think they will beat those odds. And that may be why so many new investors are buying IPOs, buying shares from the more seasoned investors." Rich Dad's best words on this subject were, "Always remember that when you are excitedly buying an asset, there is often someone who knows more about the asset who is excitedly selling it to you." When people learn to invest by playing the cash flow games, one of the technical skills they learn is when to buy and when to sell. Rich Dad said, "When you buy an investment, you should also have an idea of when to sell it, especially investments offered to accredited and higher investors. In the more sophisticated types of investments, your exit is often more important than the entry strategy. When getting into such investments, you should know what will happen if the investment goes well and what will happen if the investment goes badly." Financial skills of a qualified investor. For people who want to learn the basic financial skills, we developed the cash flow games. We recommend playing it at least 6 to 12 times. By playing Cash Flow 101 repeatedly, you begin to understand the basics of fundamental investment analysis. After playing 101 and gaining an understanding of the financial skills it teaches, you may want to move on to playing Cash Flow 202, where you begin to learn the complex skills and vocabulary of technical trading. You learn to use trading techniques such as short selling, which is selling shares you do not own in anticipation of the price coming down. You also learn to use call options, put options, and straddles. All of these are very sophisticated trading techniques which all qualified investors need to know. The best thing about these games is that you learn by playing and using play money. That same education in the real world could be very expensive. Why games are better teachers. In 1950, a nun who was a history and geography teacher in Calcutta was called on to help the poor and to live among them. Instead of just talking about caring for the poor, she chose to say very little and help the poor with her actions, not just her words. It was because of her actions that when she did speak, people listened. She had this to say about the difference between words and actions. There should be less talk. A preaching point is not a meeting point. There should be more action on your part. I chose to use games as the means of teaching the investment skills my rich dad taught me because games require more action than a lecture. As Mother Teresa said, a preaching point is not a meeting point. Our games are meeting points. Games provide a social interaction for learning and helping someone else to learn. When it comes to investing, there are too many people trying to teach investing by preaching. We all know that there are certain things that are not best learned by simply reading and listening. Some things require action to be learned, and games provide this elementary action step to learning. There is an old aphorism that goes, "I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand." My purpose in going beyond just writing books about money and investing and creating games as learning tools is to create more understanding. The more understanding people have, the more they can see the other side of the coin. Instead of seeing fear and doubt, the players begin to see opportunities they never saw before because their understanding increases each time they play the game. There are many stories of people who have played our games and have had their lives suddenly changed. They have gained a new understanding about money and investing, an understanding that pushed out some old thoughts and gave them new possibilities for their lives. Rich Dad taught me to be a business owner and investor by playing the game of Monopoly. He was able to teach his son and me so much more after the game was over when we visited his businesses and real estate. I wanted to create educational games that taught the same fundamental and technical investing skills that Rich Dad taught me, far beyond what is taught in Monopoly. As Rich Dad said, the ability to manage cash flow and to read financial statements is fundamental to success on the B and I side of the cash flow quadrant. Investor controls possessed by the qualified investor. The qualified investor has control over 1. Yourself, 2. Income-expense ratios and asset-liability ratios, 3. When you buy and when you sell. The E's possessed by the qualified investor: 1. Education, 2. Experience, none, 3. Excess cash, maybe. The qualified investors, both fundamental and technical, are analyzing a company from the outside. They are deciding whether to become buying shareholders. Many very successful investors are happy operating as qualified investors. With the proper education and financial advice, many qualified investors can become millionaires. They are investing in businesses developed and run by others. Because they have studied and obtained a financial education, they are able to analyze the company from its financial statements. What does PE mean? The qualified investor understands the price-earnings (PE) ratio of a stock, which is also referred to as the market multiplier. The PE ratio is calculated by dividing the current market price of a stock by the previous year's earnings per share. Generally, a low PE would mean that a stock is selling at a relatively low price compared to its earnings. A high PE would indicate that a stock's price is high and may not be much of a bargain. PE ratio equals market price per share divided by net income per share. The PE ratio of one successful company may be very different from that of another successful company if the two companies are in different industries. For example, high-tech companies with big growth and high earnings generally sell at much higher PEs than low-tech or mature companies where growth has stabilized. Some stocks can sell at very high prices even when the companies have no earnings. The high prices reflect the market's expectation for high earnings in the future. Future PE is the key. A qualified investor recognizes that the current PE is not as important as the future PE. The investor wants to invest in a company that has a strong financial future. In order for the PE ratio to be helpful to the investor, much more information about the company may be needed. Generally, the investor will compare a company's ratios for the current year with that of previous years to measure the growth of the company. The investor will also compare the company's ratios with those of other companies in the same industry. Not all day traders are qualified investors. Many people participate in day trading, which has become popular due to the convenience and availability of online trading. The day trader is hoping to earn profits through buying and selling securities within a single day. The day trader is very familiar with PE ratios. What distinguishes a successful day trader from an unsuccessful day trader is often his or her ability to see behind the PE ratio. For the most part, successful day traders have taken the time to learn the basics of technical or fundamental trading. Day traders without proper financial education and financial analysis skills are operating more like gamblers than traders. Only the most educated and successful day traders would be considered qualified investors. In fact, it has been said that the majority of new day traders lose some or all of their capital and quit trading within 2 years. Day trading is an extremely competitive S-quadrant activity in which the most knowledgeable and best prepared use everyone else's money. Learning how to keep a cool head and invest wisely during a crash is a very important qualified investor skill. Besides, it is during a crash that many people become very rich. Chapter 24: The Sophisticated Investor. The sophisticated investor knows as much as the qualified investor, but has also studied the advantages available through the legal system. Rich Dad defined the sophisticated investor as an investor who knows what the qualified investor knows and who is familiar with the following specialties of law: 1. Tax law, 2. Corporate law, 3. Securities law. While not a lawyer, sophisticated investors may base as much of their investment strategy on the law as on the investment product and potential returns. The sophisticated investor often gains higher returns with very low risk by using the different disciplines of law. Knowing the ETC. By knowing the basics of the law, the sophisticated investor is able to use the advantages of ETC, which stands for entity, timing, character. Rich Dad would describe the ETC as follows. The E stands for control over the entity, which means the choice of business structure. If you are an employee, this is not usually in your control. A person from the S quadrant usually can choose from the following entities: a sole proprietorship, a partnership, which is the worst structure because you are entitled to your share of income but are responsible for all the risk, an S corporation, an LLC, limited liability company, an LLP, limited liability partnership, or a C corporation. Today, in the United States, if you are an attorney, doctor, architect, dentist, and so on, and choose the C corporation as your entity, your minimum tax rate is 35% versus 15% for someone like me because my business is a non-licensed professional services business. That additional 20% tax rate differential adds up to a lot of money, especially when measured over years. It means a non-professional would have a 20% financial head start over a professional within a C corporation at the start of each year. Rich Dad would say to me, "But just think about people in the E quadrant who cannot elect their choice of entity. For them, regardless of how hard they work and how much they make, the government always gets paid first through income tax withholding. And the harder you work to make more money, the more the government takes. That's because people in the E quadrant have virtually no control over entity, expenses, and taxes. Again, people in the E quadrant cannot pay themselves first because of the Current Tax Payment Act of 1943, which started the withholding of income taxes from employees. After the passage of that act, the government always got paid first. In America, partnerships, S corporations, LLPs, and LLCs are often called pass-through entities because the income passes through the entity's returns and shows up on the owner's return. Consult a tax advisor for applicability of which entity is appropriate for your situation. C corporations. And you always try to operate via a C corporate entity, don't you? I would ask Rich Dad. In most cases, he replied. Remember that the plan precedes the product, or, in this case, the corporate entity. The point is that those who operate from the B quadrant tend to have more choices, and hence more control over the best entity to make their plan work. Again, those fine points should be discussed with both your tax attorney and your tax accountant. But why a C corporation? I asked. What is the difference that is so important to you? This is the one big difference, he said, having waited a long time to explain it. A sole proprietorship, a partnership, and an S corporation are all part of you. They are, in simple terms, an extension of you. And what is a C corporation? I asked. A C corporation is another you. It is not just an extension of you. A C corporation has the ability to be a clone of you. If you are serious about doing business, then you do not want to do business as a private citizen. That is too risky, especially in this day and age of lawsuits. When you do business, you want a clone of you actually doing the business. You do not want to do business or own anything as a private citizen, Rich Dad guided me. If you want to be a rich private citizen, you need to be as poor and penniless as possible on paper. Rich Dad also said, the poor and the middle class, on the other hand, want to own everything in their name. Pride of ownership, they call it. I call anything with your name on it a target for predators and lawyers. The main point Rich Dad was trying to make was, the rich do not want to own anything, but want to control everything. And they control via corporations and limited partnerships. That is why control of the E in ETC is so important to the rich. I have seen a devastating example of how the choice of entity could have helped prevent the financial destruction of a family. A very successful local hardware store was owned as a family partnership. The family had been in town forever, knew everyone, had become wealthy, and was quite involved in civic and charitable organizations. You could not have asked for a more wonderful, caring, and giving couple. One night, their teenage daughter was drinking and driving, had an accident, and killed a passenger in the other car. Their lives were dramatically altered. Their 17-year-old daughter was sent to an adult prison for 7 years, and the family lost everything they owned, including the business. In sharing this example, I am not trying to make any moral or parenting statements. I'm simply pointing out that proper financial planning for both the family and the business, through the use of insurance, trusts, limited partnerships, or corporations, might have prevented this family from losing its livelihood. What about double taxation? I am often asked, why do you recommend C corporations instead of S corporations or LLCs? Why do you want to be subject to double taxation? Double taxation occurs because a corporation is taxed on its income, and then, when it declares a dividend to its shareholders, they are taxed on the dividend. The same thing can occur when an improperly structured sale of a corporation occurs and a liquidity dividend is declared. The dividend is not deductible to the corporation, but is taxable to the shareholder. Therefore, that income is taxed at both the corporate and individual level. Business owners often increase their own salaries to reduce or wipe out corporate profits and thereby eliminate the possibility of having those profits taxed twice. Alternatively, as the corporation continues to grow, the retained profits are used to expand the business and help it grow. In the United States, a C corporation must justify this accumulation of earnings or it will become subject to the accumulated earnings tax. There is no double taxation unless dividends are declared. I personally like C corporations because I believe they provide the maximum flexibility. I always look at the big picture. When I start a business, I expect it to become a big business. Most big businesses today are C corporations, or the equivalent in other countries. I grow businesses because I want to sell them or take them public, not receive dividends. Sometimes I choose a different entity for a business. For example, I formed an LLC with partners so that I could buy a building. You should consult with your financial and tax advisors to determine the appropriate structure for your situation. Timing. Rich Dad would describe the T as timing. Timing is important because ultimately we all need to pay taxes. Paying taxes is an expense of living in a civilized society. The rich want to control how much they pay in taxes as well as when they have to pay them. Understanding the law helps in controlling the timing of paying taxes. For instance, Section 1031 of the U.S. Tax Code allows you to roll over your gain in investment real estate if you buy another property at a greater price. This allows you to defer paying taxes until the second property is sold, or you may choose to roll it over repeatedly, perhaps forever. Another important timing issue is provided by the C corporation status. C corporations can elect a different year-end than December 31st for tax and accounting purposes, such as June 30th, for instance. December 31st is required for most individuals, partnerships, S corporations, and LLCs. A different year-end date allows for a certain amount of strategic tax planning as to the timing of distributions between corporations and two individuals. It is important to understand that all decisions related to entity selection, as well as income timing issues, should have legitimate business purposes and be thoroughly discussed with your legal and tax advisors. Although I use these tax planning opportunities personally, I do so with the careful guidance and planning of legal and tax advisors. It is imperative that you carefully review your individual financial and tax situation with your legal and tax advisors in order to choose the right entity for your business. Character of income. As far as the third component of the ETC, Rich Dad said, investors control. Everyone else gambles. The rich are rich because they have more control over their money than the poor and middle class. The moment you understand that the game of money is a game of control, you can focus on what is important in life, which is not making more money, but gaining more financial control. Reaching for his yellow pad, Rich Dad wrote, 1. Ordinary earned income. 2. Passive income. 3. Portfolio income. These are the 3 different kinds of income. Rich Dad stressed that I should know the difference between these 3 different types of income. The C of the ETC stands for the characteristics of the income. Is there a lot of difference? I asked. Very much so, he replied, especially when combined with the E entity and T timing of the ETC. Controlling the characteristics of your income is the most important financial control of all, but you may first want to control the E and the T. It took me a while to fully appreciate and understand why controlling the characteristics of these 3 different types of income is so important. It's important because the characteristics of the income are what separate the rich from the middle class, Rich Dad said. The poor and middle class focus on ordinary earned income, also called wages or paycheck income. The rich focus on passive income and portfolio income. That is the fundamental difference between the rich and the middle class, which explains why control of the C characteristics is a fundamental control, especially if you plan on being rich. In America and other advanced economies, even the first dollar of earned income is taxed at higher rates than passive and portfolio income. The higher rates are necessary to provide various forms of social insurance, Rich Dad explained. Social insurance stands for payments the government makes to various people. In the United States, this would include Social Security, Medicare, and unemployment insurance, just to name a few. Income taxes are then calculated on top of social insurance taxes. Passive and portfolio income are not subject to social insurance taxes. So every day that I get up and focus on working hard to earn money, I am focusing on ordinary earned income, which means I pay more in taxes, I said. That is why you have been encouraging me to change my focus on what kind of income I want to earn. I realized Rich Dad was back to lesson number 1 of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The rich don't work hard for money. They have their money work hard for them. It suddenly all made sense. I needed to learn how to convert ordinary earned income into passive and portfolio income so my money could start working for me. The investor controls of the sophisticated investor. 1. Control over yourself. 2. Control over income-expense ratios and asset-liability ratios. 3. Control over taxes. 4. Control over when you buy and when you sell. 5. Control over brokerage transactions. 6. Control over the ETC, entity, timing, characteristics. The 3 E's possessed by the sophisticated investor. 1. Education. 2. Experience. 3. Excess cash. The SEC test of a sophisticated investor is a non-accredited investor who either alone or with his purchasing representative has enough knowledge and experience in financial and business matters to be able to evaluate the merits and risks of the prospective investment. The SEC presumes that accredited investors, as defined earlier as the well-to-do who can afford to hire advisors, are capable of watching out for their own interests. In contrast, we believe many accredited and qualified investors are not sophisticated. Many wealthy individuals have not learned the basics of investing and the law. Many of them rely on investment advisors whom they hope our sophisticated investors to do the investing for them. Sophisticated investors understand the impact and advantages of the law and have structured their investment portfolio to take maximum advantage of entity selection, timing, and characteristics of income. In doing so, sophisticated investors have sought the advice of their legal and tax counsel. Many sophisticated investors are often content investing in other entities as outside investors. They may not possess control over the management of their investments, which distinguishes them from the inside investor. They may invest in management teams without possessing a controlling interest in the company. Alternatively, they may invest as partners in real estate syndications or as shareholders in large corporations. They study and invest prudently, but lack control over the management of the underlying asset, and therefore have access only to public information of the company's operations. This lack of management control is the defining difference between a sophisticated investor and an inside investor. However, sophisticated investors still use the advantages provided by the ETC analysis for their own financial portfolio. In Phase 4, we will discuss how the sophisticated investor applies these principles to obtain the maximum advantage provided by the law. Good versus bad. In addition to the 3 characteristics of income, 3 other general principles distinguish a sophisticated investor from an average investor. A sophisticated investor knows the difference between good debt and bad debt, good expenses and bad expenses, good losses and bad losses. As a general rule, good debt, good expenses, and good losses all generate additional cash flow for you. For instance, debt taken to acquire a rental property, which has a positive cash flow each month, would be good debt. Likewise, paying for legal and tax advice are good expenses if they save you thousands of dollars in reduced taxes from tax planning. An example of a good loss is the loss generated by depreciation from real estate. This good loss is also called a phantom loss because it is a paper loss and does not require an actual outlay of cash. The end result is a savings in the amount of tax paid on the income offset by the loss. Knowing the difference between good and bad debt, expenses, and losses is what distinguishes the sophisticated investor from the average investor. When average investors hear the words debt, expense, and loss, they usually react negatively. Generally, their experiences with debt, expenses, and losses result in additional cash flowing out of their pockets instead of into their pockets. Sophisticated investors enlist the advice of accountants, tax strategists, and financial advisors to structure the most beneficial financial organization for their investments. They look for and invest in those deals that include the ETC features that support their personal financial plan, the map they are following to become rich. How can you identify a sophisticated investor? I remember a story my rich dad once told me about risk. While part of it has been covered in other parts of the book, it is worth repeating here. The average investor views risk from a completely different point of view than the sophisticated investor. And it is this view of risk that truly differentiates the sophisticated investor. One day I went to my rich dad and said, "My dad thinks that what you do is far too risky. He thinks that one financial statement is secure, but you think that controlling only one financial statement is risky. It seems like a contradiction in points of view." Rich Dad just chuckled. "It is," said Rich Dad, continuing to chuckle. "Almost exactly opposite and contradictory." Rich Dad paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. "If you want to become really rich," he said, "then one of the things you will have to change is your point of view on what you think is risky and what is secure. What the poor and middle class think is secure, I think is risky. I thought about that statement for a brief moment, letting the idea sink in that what my dad thought was secure, my rich dad thought was risky. I don't fully understand, I finally replied. Can you give me an example? Sure, said Rich Dad. Just listen to our words. Your dad always says, get a safe, secure job. Is that correct? I nodded my head. Yes, he thinks that is a secure way to run your life. But is it really secure? Asked Rich Dad. I guess he thinks it is, I replied. But you see it differently? Rich Dad nodded his head and then asked, what often happens when a public company announces a large layoff of employees? I don't know, I replied. You mean what happens when a company fires a lot of employees? Yes, said Rich Dad. What often happens to the price of their stock? I don't know, I replied. Does the share price go down? Rich Dad shook his head. Quietly, he said, no. Unfortunately, when a publicly listed company announces a large layoff of employees, the share price of that company often goes up. I thought about that statement for a moment and then said, and that is why you have often said there is a big difference between people on the left side of the cash flow quadrant and people on the right. Rich Dad nodded his head. A big difference. What is secure for one side is risky to the other. And that is why so few people become really rich? I asked. Again, Rich Dad nodded his head and repeated, what seems secure to one side seems risky to the other side. If you want to be rich and keep your wealth for generations, you must be able to see both sides of risk and security. The average investor only sees one side. What seems secure is really risky. As an adult, I now see what my rich dad saw. Today, what I think is secure, most people think is risky. The following are some of the differences. Average investor, only one financial statement. Sophisticated investor, multiple financial statements. Average investor, wants everything in their name. Sophisticated investor, wants nothing in their name. Uses corporate entities. Often personal residence and automobile are not in their names. Average investor does not think of insurance as an investment. Uses words such as diversify. Sophisticated investor uses insurance as an investment product to hedge against exposed risk. Uses words such as covered, exposure, and hedge. Average investor holds only paper assets, which include cash and savings. Sophisticated investor has both paper assets and hard assets, such as real estate and precious metals. Precious metals are a hedge against government mismanagement of the money supply. Average investor focuses on job security. Sophisticated investor focuses on financial freedom. Average investor focuses on professional education, avoids making mistakes. Sophisticated investor focuses on financial education, understands that mistakes are part of learning. Average investor does not seek financial information or wants it for free if sought. Sophisticated investor, willing to pay for financial information. Average investor thinks in terms of good or bad, black or white, right or wrong. Sophisticated investor thinks in financial gray. Average investor looks at past indicators such as PEs and capitalization rates. Sophisticated investor looks for future indicators such as trends, pro formas, and changes in management and products. Average investor calls brokers first and asks for investment advice, or invests alone, asking no one for advice. Sophisticated investor calls broker last After consulting with plan and team of financial and legal advisors, brokers are often part of the team. Average investor seeks external security such as job, company, government. Sophisticated investor values personal self-confidence and independence. In conclusion, what looks secure to some investors seems risky to others. Chapter 25: The Inside Investor. The inside investor is someone who is on the inside of the investment and has some degree of management control. Although an important distinction of the inside investor is the aspect of control over management, the most important distinction, Rich Dad pointed out, was that you don't need to have a lot of income or net worth to be considered an inside investor. An officer, director, or owner of 10% or more of the outstanding shares of the corporation is an inside investor. Most investment books are written for people who are on the outside of the world of investing. This book is written for people who want to invest from the inside. Rich Dad always wanted his son and me to be investors on the inside rather than the outside. It is one very important way to reduce risk and increase returns. Someone with the financial education, but not the financial resources, of an accredited investor can still become an inside investor. This is where many people enter the world of investing today. By building their own companies, inside investors are building assets that they can run, sell, or take public. In his book, What Works on Wall Street, James P. O'Shaughnessy analyzes the returns by market capitalization of various types of investments. He shows that the small stocks far outperform the other categories. Almost all of the high returns are found in the small micro-cap stocks with market capitalizations below $25 million. The downside is that these stocks are hard to find for the average investor. As O'Shaughnessy states, they are tantalizingly out of reach of nearly everyone. There is very little trading volume in these stocks, so the ask price and bid price are usually far apart. This is an example of how 10% of the investors gain control of 90% of the shares. If you can't find these stocks to invest in, then consider the next best thing. Build your own small-cap stock company and enjoy the superior returns as an inside investor. How I did it. I found my financial freedom as an inside investor. Remember that I started small, buying real estate as a sophisticated investor. I learned how to use limited partnerships and corporations to maximize the tax savings and asset protection. I then started several companies to gain additional experience. With the financial education I learned from my rich dad, I built businesses as an inside investor. I did not become an accredited investor until I found success as a sophisticated investor. I have never considered myself a qualified investor. I do not know how to pick stocks and do not choose to buy stocks as an outsider. Why would I? Being an insider is much lower risk as well as much more profitable. If I can learn to become an inside investor through building a company, then so can you. Remember that the more controls you possess over your investment, the less risky it is. The investor controls possessed by the inside investor. 1. Control over yourself. 2. Control over income-expense ratios and asset-liability ratios. 3. Control over the management of the investment. 4. Control over taxes. 5. Control over when you buy and when you sell. 6. Control over brokerage transactions. 7. Control over the ETC, entity, timing, characteristics. 8. Control over the terms and conditions of the agreements. 9. Control over access to information. The 3 E's possessed by the inside investor. 1. Education. 2. Experience. 3. Excess cash. The SEC defines an insider as anyone who has information about a company that has not yet been made publicly available. The Securities Exchange Act of 1934 made it illegal for anyone who had non-public information on a company to profit from that information. This includes the insider, as well as anyone to whom he or she gives a tip who subsequently profits from the information. I use the word insider to define investors who have management control over the operations of the business. The inside investor has control over the direction of the company. An outside investor does not. I strongly oppose illegal insider trading. It is too easy to make money legally. Creating control. The money you invest and risk as the owner of a private business is your own. If you have outside investors, you have a fiduciary responsibility to manage their investment well, but you are able to control the management of the investment as well as access to insider information. Buying control. In addition to building a business on your own, you may become an inside investor through buying a controlling interest in an existing company. Buying a majority of the stock in a company allows you to acquire the controlling interest. Remember that as you increase the number of investor controls you possess, you continue to reduce your risk in the investment. That is, of course, if you possess the skill to manage the investment properly. If you already own a business and wish to expand, you may acquire another business through merger or acquisition. The important issues in mergers and acquisitions are far too numerous to explore here. However, it is very important to seek competent legal, tax, and accounting advice before any purchase, merger, or acquisition to make sure such transactions are done properly. To move from being an inside investor to an ultimate investor, you must decide to sell a portion or all of your business. The following questions may help you in your decision process. 1. Are you still excited about the business? 2. Do you want to start another business? 3. Do you want to retire? 4. Is the business profitable? 5. Is the business growing too rapidly for you to handle it? 6. Does your company have large capital funding needs that can best be met through selling stock or selling to another business? 7. Does your company have the money and time for a public offering? 8. Can your focus be diverted from the daily operations of the company to negotiate a sale or public offering without hurting the operations of the company? 9. Is the industry that your business is in expanding or contracting? 10. What impact will your competitors have on a sale or public offering? 11. If your business is strong, can you pass it on to your children or other family members? 12. Are there well-trained and managerially strong family members, children, to pass it on to? 13. Does the business need managerial skills that you lack? Many inside investors are extremely happy running their businesses and investment portfolios. They have no desire to sell a portion of their business through a public or private offering, nor do they want to sell the business outright. This is the type of investor that my best friend Mike has become. He is very content running the financial empire that he and his father built. Chapter 26. The Ultimate Investor. The ultimate investor is a person such as Bill Gates or Warren Buffett. These investors build giant companies that other investors want to invest in. The ultimate investor is a person who creates an asset that becomes so valuable that the asset they created is worth literally billions of dollars to millions of people. Both Gates and Buffett became rich, not because of their high salaries or great products, but because they built great companies and took the companies public. While it is not likely that many of us will ever build a Microsoft or Berkshire Hathaway, we all have the possibility of building a smaller business and becoming wealthy by selling it privately or selling it publicly. Rich Dad used to say, "Some people build houses to sell, others build cars, but the ultimate is to build a business that millions of people want to own a share of." Investor controls possessed by the ultimate investor. 1. Control over yourself. 2. Control over income-expense ratios and asset-liability ratios. 3. Control over the management of the investment. 4. Control over taxes. 5. Control over when you buy and when you sell. 6. Control over brokerage transactions. 7. Control over the ETC, entity, timing, characteristics. 8. Control over the terms and conditions of the agreements. 9. Control over access to information. 10. Control over giving it back, philanthropy, redistribution of wealth. The 3 E's possessed by the ultimate investor. 1. Education. 2. Experience. 3. Excess cash. Advantages and disadvantages of IPOs. There are advantages and disadvantages of going public, which we will discuss in greater detail later. However, here are a few of the advantages and disadvantages of an initial public offering, IPO. Advantages. 1. To allow business owners to cash in some of their equity in the business. For example, Gates' original partner, Paul Allen, sold some of his Microsoft shares in order to buy cable TV companies. 2. To raise expansion capital. 3. To pay off company debt. 4. To raise the company's net worth. 5. To allow the company to offer stock options as benefits to its employees. Disadvantages. 1. Your operations become public. You are forced to disclose information to the public that had previously been private. 2. The IPO is very expensive. 3. Your focus is diverted from running the operations of the business to facilitating and meeting the requirements of being a public company. 4. Compliance with the IPO and ongoing quarterly and annual reporting requirements are extensive. 5. You risk losing control of your company. 6. If your stock does not perform well in the public market, you risk being sued by your shareholders. For many investors, the potential financial reward of taking their company public greatly overshadows any potential disadvantage of an IPO. Starting on my path. The rest of this audiobook is about Rich Dad guiding me as an inside investor and sophisticated investor on my path to becoming the ultimate investor. He no longer had to guide his son Mike. Mike was content being an inside investor. You will gain some insights into what Rich Dad thought was important, what I needed to learn, and some of the mistakes I made along the way. It is my hope that you can learn from my successes as well as from my mistakes on your own path to becoming the ultimate investor. Chapter 27. How to Get Rich Slowly. Rich Dad would regularly review the various levels of investors with me. He wanted me to understand the various ways investors made their fortunes. My Rich Dad had become wealthy by first investing as an inside investor. He had started small and learned the tax advantages available to him. He quickly gained confidence and became a truly sophisticated investor at an early age. He had built an incredible financial empire. My real dad, on the other hand, had worked hard all his life as a government employee and had little to show for it. As I got older, the gap between my rich dad and my poor dad was increasingly evident. I finally asked my rich dad why he was becoming wealthier while my real dad was working harder and harder. In the introduction of this audiobook, I related the story of walking along the beach with my rich dad, looking at the large piece of oceanfront property he had just purchased. During that walk on the beach, I realized that my rich dad had just purchased an investment that only a rich person could acquire. The problem was that my rich dad was not really a rich man yet. That is why I asked him how he could afford such an expensive investment when I knew my real dad, a man who made more money than my rich dad, could not. It was during this walk on the beach that my rich dad shared the basis of his investment plan. He said, "I can't afford to buy this land either, but my business can." As I stated in the introduction, this was when my curiosity about the power of investing began and when I became a student of the profession. During that walk on the beach at the age of 12, I was beginning to learn the secrets of how many of the very richest people in the world invest and why they are the 10% who control 90% of the money. Again, I refer to Ray Kroc, founder of McDonald's, who said virtually the same thing to my friend's MBA class. Ray Kroc said to the class, "My business is not hamburgers. My business is real estate." That is why McDonald's owns the most valuable real estate in the world. Ray Kroc and Rich Dad understood that the purpose of a business is to buy assets. Rich Dad's investment plan. When I was a young boy still in elementary school, Rich Dad was already placing ideas in my head about the differences between being rich, poor, and middle class. During one of our Saturday lessons, he said, "If you want job security, follow your dad's advice. If you want to be rich, you need to follow my advice." The chances of your dad having both job security and becoming rich are slim. The laws are not written in his favor. One of Rich Dad's 6 lessons described in Rich Dad, Poor Dad was a lesson about the power of corporations. In Cash Flow Quadrant, I wrote about how the different quadrants were governed by different tax laws. Rich Dad used these lessons to show me the difference between his investment plan and my real dad's investment plan. These differences greatly affected my life's path after my formal education was complete and my military duty was over. "My business buys assets with pre-tax dollars," said Rich Dad. "Your dad tries to buy assets with after-tax dollars." As a young boy, I really did not fully comprehend what Rich Dad was trying to teach me, yet I recognized the difference. Because I was confused, I spent much time quizzing him on what it meant. "Why?" I asked Rich Dad. "Why do you pay your taxes last, and why does my dad pay his taxes first?" "Because your dad is an employee and I am a business owner," said Rich Dad. "Always remember that we may live in a free country, but everybody does not live by the same laws. If you want to be rich, you had best follow the same laws the rich use." "How much in taxes does my dad pay?" I asked. "Well, your dad is a highly paid government employee, so I estimate that he pays at least 50% to 60% of his total income in taxes in one form or another," said Rich Dad. "And how much do you pay in taxes?" I asked. "Well, that is not really the correct question," said Rich Dad. "The real question is, how much is my taxable income?" I became confused and asked, "What is the difference?" "Well," said Rich Dad, "I pay taxes on net income, and your dad's taxes are withheld from his total income. That is one of the biggest differences between your dad and me. I get ahead faster because I get to buy my assets with gross income and pay taxes on net income. Your dad pays taxes on gross income and then tries to buy assets with his net income. That is why it is very, very hard for him to achieve any kind of wealth. He gives a lot of his money to the government first, money that he could be using to buy assets. I pay my taxes on the net, or what is left over, after I buy my assets. I buy assets first and pay taxes last. Your dad pays taxes first and has very little money left over to buy assets with. At the age of 10 or 11, I really did not understand exactly what Rich Dad was saying. I just knew it did not sound fair, and I said so. "That is not fair," I protested. "I agree," said Rich Dad, nodding. "It isn't fair, but that is the law." The laws are the same. When discussing this issue in my seminars, I often hear, "That may be a law in the United States, but that is not the law in my country." Since I teach in many English-speaking countries, I often reply with, "How do you know? What makes you think the laws are different?" The fact is that most people do not know which laws are similar and which laws are different, so I offer a short lesson in economic history and laws. I point out to my classes that most English-speaking countries' laws are based upon English common law, the law spread throughout the world by the British East India Company. I also point out to them the date the rich began to make the rules. In 1215, the Magna Carta, the most famous document of British constitutional history, was signed. By signing the Magna Carta, King John yielded part of his power to the rich barons of England. It is now generally recognized that the Magna Carta showed the viability of opposition to the excessive use of royal power. I then explained the importance of the Magna Carta as my rich dad explained it to me. Ever since the signing of the Magna Carta, the rich have been making the rules. The spiritual golden rule is, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The financial golden rule is, he who has the gold makes the rules. However, I think the real financial golden rule is, he who makes the rules gets the gold. Your business buys your assets. When I was 25 and almost out of the Marine Corps, Rich Dad reminded me of the difference in two life paths. Always remember that the rules are different for the different quadrants. Therefore, make your next career decision carefully. While that job with the airlines might be fun in the short term, in the long run, you might not get to be as rich as you want to be, he said. How the tax laws changed. Although Rich Dad did not finish school, he was an avid student of economics, world history, and the law. When I was attending the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York, studying world trade, Rich Dad was very excited that my studies included admiralty law, business law, economics, and corporate law. Because I had studied these subjects, it was much easier for me to decide to not take a job as an airline pilot. The reason is found in history. One of the differences between America and the rest of the world colonized by the English is that the colonists in America protested excessive taxes by organizing the Boston Tea Party. America grew rapidly from the 1800s to the 1900s simply because we were a low-tax country. Being a low-tax haven, the United States attracted entrepreneurs from all over the world who wanted to get rich quickly. In 1913, however, we passed the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which made taxation of the rich possible, and that was the end of the low-tax state. Yet the rich have always found a way out of the trap, which is why the laws are different for the different quadrants, especially favoring the B quadrant, the quadrant of the ultra-rich of America. The rich have gotten even for the tax law change of 1913 by slowly changing the laws and putting pressure back on the other quadrants. In 1943, the Current Tax Payment Act was passed. Now, instead of just taxing the rich, the federal government was allowed to tax everyone in the E quadrant. If you were an employee in the E quadrant, you could no longer pay yourself first because the government got paid first. People are always shocked to see how much is taken out in both direct taxes and in hidden taxes from their paycheck. In 1986, the Tax Reform Act was passed. This law change dramatically affected anyone who was a professional worker, people such as doctors, lawyers, accountants, architects, engineers, and so on. This law change prevented someone in the S quadrant from using the same tax laws used by the B quadrant. For example, if a person in the S quadrant has the same income as someone in the B quadrant, the S quadrant worker will have to pay a beginning tax rate of 35%, 50% when you include social insurance taxes. On the other hand, the B quadrant person could possibly pay 0% on the same amount of income. In other words, the golden rule, he who makes the rules keeps the gold, was once again true. The rules are made from the B quadrant and have been made from there ever since 1215, when the barons forced the king to sign the Magna Carta. Some of these laws and changes are explained in greater detail in Rich Dad, Poor Dad and in Cash Flow Quadrant. The decision is made. Even after I decided to follow Rich Dad's investment plan instead of my Poor Dad's plan, Rich Dad shared with me a simple analysis about my chances for success in life that reinforced my decision. Drawing the cash flow quadrant, he said, your first decision is to figure out in which quadrant you have the most chance of achieving long-term financial success. Pointing to the E quadrant, he said, you don't have the expertise that employers will pay the big money for, so you'll probably never make enough money as an employee to invest with. Besides, you're sloppy, you get bored easily, you don't have a very long attention span, you tend to argue, and you don't follow instructions well. Therefore, your chances for financial success in the E quadrant don't look very good. Pointing to the S quadrant, he said, S stands for smart. That is why so many doctors, lawyers, accountants, and engineers are in the S quadrant. You're bright, but you're not that smart. You were never much of a student. The S also stands for star. You'll probably never be a rock star, movie star, or sports star, so your chances of making the big money in the S quadrant are slim. That leaves the B quadrant, Rich Dad continued. This quadrant is perfect for you. Since you lack any special talent or expertise, your chances for attaining great wealth will be in this quadrant. And with that comment, I was certain. I decided that my best chance for great wealth and financial success would be through building a business. The tax laws were in my favor, and my lack of stardom in the other quadrants just made my decision easier. Lessons in hindsight. I try to pass along the bits of wisdom I learned from my rich dad. When I am asked how I invest, I usually tell the group about investing through a business, or, as Rich Dad said, my business buys my assets. Invariably, people raise their hands and say things such as, "But I am an employee and I do not own my own business." Not everyone can own a business. Starting a business is risky. I don't have any money to invest. To these types of responses to Rich Dad's investment plan, I offer these ideas. To the statement that not everyone can own a business, I remind people that less than 100 years ago, most people did own their own businesses. Just 100 years ago, approximately 85% of the U.S. population was either independent farmers or small shopkeepers. I know that both sets of my grandparents were small business owners. Only a small percentage of the population was comprised of employees. I then say, It seems that the industrial age, with its promise of high-paying jobs, job security for life, and pension benefits, has bred that independence out of us. I also add that our educational system was designed to create employees and professional people, not entrepreneurs, so it would be only natural for people to feel that starting a business would be risky. The points I make are: 1. Chances are that you all have the potential to be great business owners if you have the desire to develop the skills. Our ancestors developed and depended upon their entrepreneurial skills. If you do not have a business today, the question is, do you want to go through the process of learning how to build a business? You are the only one who can answer that question. 2. When people say, "I have no money to invest," or "I need a real estate deal I can buy for no money down," I reply, maybe you should switch quadrants and invest from the quadrant that allows you to invest with pre-tax dollars. Then you might have a lot more money to invest. One of the first considerations in your investment plan should be to decide in which quadrant lies the best opportunity for you to make the most money quickly. That way, you can begin investing for the highest returns with the least risk, and you'll have the best chance of becoming very, very rich. Chapter 28. Keep your day job and still become rich. Once I decided to build a business, the next problem facing me was that I had no money. First, I did not know how to build a business. Second, I had no money to build a business with. And third, I had no money to live on. Feeling weak in the stomach and lacking confidence in myself, I called Rich Dad and asked him what I should do. He immediately said, "Go get a job." His reply shocked me. "I thought you were telling me to start my own business." "Yes, I did, but you still have to eat and put a roof over your head," he said. I have shared with countless people what he said to me next. Rule number 1 in becoming an entrepreneur is to never take a job for money. Take a job only for the long-term skills you will learn. The first and only job I got after the Marine Corps was with the Xerox Corporation. I chose it because it had the best sales training program. Rich Dad knew I was very shy and terrified of rejection. He recommended I learn to sell, not for the money, but to learn to overcome my personal fears. Each day, I had to go from office building to office building, knocking on doors, trying to sell people a Xerox machine. It was a very painful learning process, yet this process has made me millions of dollars over the years. Rich Dad would say, "If you cannot sell, you cannot be an entrepreneur." For 2 years, I was the worst salesperson in the Honolulu branch. I took extra classes on selling, bought tapes, and listened to them. Finally, after nearly being fired several times, I began to make sales. Although I was still painfully shy, the sales training helped me to develop the skills I needed to acquire wealth. The problem was that no matter how hard I worked and how many machines I sold, I was always short of cash. I had no money with which to invest or to start a business. One day, I told Rich Dad that I planned to take a part-time job to supplement my income so I could invest. That was the moment he had been waiting for. Rich Dad said, "The biggest mistake people make is that they work too hard for their money." He went on saying, "Most people do not get ahead financially because when they need more money, they take a part-time job. If they really want to get ahead, they need to keep their day job and start a part-time business." "It is time for you to start your business, part-time," he said. "Don't waste your time with a part-time job. A part-time job keeps you in the E quadrant, but a part-time business moves you towards the B quadrant. Most big companies are started as part-time businesses." In 1977, I started my nylon and Velcro wallet business part-time. Many of you are familiar with that product line today. From 1977 to 1978, I worked very hard at Xerox, eventually becoming one of the top sales representatives in the branch. In my spare time, I was also building a business that would soon become a worldwide multi-million-dollar business. When people ask me if I loved my product line, a line that consisted of colorful nylon wallets, nylon watch bands, and nylon shoe pockets that attached to the laces of a running shoe and held a key, money, and ID card, I answer, no. I was not in love with the product line, but I did enjoy the challenge of building the business. I mention this point specifically because so many people tell me such things as 1. I have a great idea for a new product. 2. You have to feel passionate about your product. 3. I'm looking for the right product before I begin my business. To these people, I generally say, the world is filled with great ideas for new products. The world is also filled with great products, but the world is short of great business people. The primary reason to start a business part-time is not so much to make a great product. The real reason for starting a part-time business is to make yourself a great business person. Great products are a dime a dozen, but great business people are rare and rich. If you look at Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, he did not even invent his software product. He bought it from a group of computer programmers and then went on to build one of the most powerful and influential companies in world history. Gates did not build a great product, but he did build a great business that helped him become the richest man in the world. Do not bother trying to make a great product. Focus more on starting a business so you can learn to become a great business owner. Michael Dell of Dell Computers started his part-time business in his dormitory at the University of Texas. He had to quit school because his part-time business was making him far richer than any job he was studying for. Jeff Bezos started Amazon.com in a garage on a part-time basis. That young man is a billionaire today. Lessons in hindsight. Many people dream of starting their own business, but never do because they're afraid of failing. Many other people dream of becoming rich, but don't because they lack the skills and experience. The business skill and experience is where money really comes from. Rich Dad said to me, "The education you receive in school is important, but the education you receive on the street is even better." Starting a business at home part-time allows you to learn priceless business skills and subjects such as 1. Communication skills, 2. Leadership skills, 3. Team building skills, 4. Tax law, 5. Corporate law, 6. Securities law. These skills and subjects cannot be learned in a weekend course or in a single book. I continue to study them today. The more I study them, the more my businesses improve. One reason people learn so much by starting a part-time business is that they start as insiders in their own business. If someone can learn to build businesses, a whole new world with virtually unlimited financial opportunity becomes available. One of the problems with being in the E quadrant or the S quadrant, however, is that the opportunities are often limited by how hard one person can work and how many hours there are in a day. Chapter 29: The Entrepreneurial Spirit. People invest for two basic reasons. 1, to save for retirement. 2, to make a lot of money. While most of us invest for both reasons, and both are important, it seems that the majority of people lean more toward the first reason. They put money away as savers and hope it will increase in value over time. They invest, but they are more concerned about losing than winning. I have met many people whose fear of losing prevents them from acting. People need to be true to their emotional senses when investing. If the pain and the fear of losing are too great, it is best for that investor to invest very conservatively. Yet, if you look at the great wealth of this world, that wealth has not come from cautious investors. The great changes in this world have come from investors backing what my rich dad called the entrepreneurial spirit. One of my favorite stories is that of Christopher Columbus, a brave Italian explorer who believed the world was round and who had a bold plan to find a faster route to the riches of Asia. However, the popular belief of his day was that the world was flat. Everyone thought that Columbus would sail off the edge of the earth if he attempted his plan. In order to test his theory that the world was round, Columbus had to go to the royalty of Spain and convince them to invest in his business venture. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella put up what is called the front money and invested in his business venture. My history teacher in school tried to tell me that the money was raised to further knowledge via exploration. My rich dad told me that it was purely a business venture that needed capital. The king and queen knew that if this entrepreneur named Columbus succeeded in sailing west to reach the east, they would earn a high return on their investment. Columbus and the king and queen who backed him all had the true spirit of the entrepreneur. The king and queen did not invest to lose money. They invested because they wanted to make more money. It was the spirit of venturing or risk with the possibility of great reward. They invested in that spirit. Why start a business? As I began to formulate my plans to start my part-time business, Rich Dad was adamant about the spirit with which I undertook this new adventure, the adventure of building a worldwide business. He said, "You build a business because of the challenge. You build a business because it is exciting, it's challenging, and it will require everything you've got to make it successful." Rich Dad wanted me to start a business in order to find my entrepreneurial spirit. He often said, "The world is filled with people with great ideas, but only a few people with great fortunes from their ideas." So he encouraged me to start a business, any business. He did not care about what the product was or how much I liked the product. He was not concerned about my failing. He just wanted me to start. Today, I see so many people with great ideas who are afraid to start, or they start, fail, and quit. That is why Rich Dad often quoted Einstein's saying, "Great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds." He wanted me to simply start any business just so that I could challenge my own mediocre mind and, in the process, develop my entrepreneurial spirit. Rich Dad would also say, the main reason so many people buy assets rather than create them is that they have not called upon their own entrepreneurial spirit to take their ideas and turn those ideas into great fortunes. Don't do it for only $200,000. Going back to the definition of the accredited investor, Rich Dad said, all a person needs to do to be an accredited investor is have a salary of $200,000. That is a lot of money to some people, but it is not enough of a reason to start building a business. If all you dream of is a salary of $200,000, then stay in the E or S quadrants. The risks are too great in the B and I quadrants for such a small sum. If you decide to build a business, don't do it for a mere $200,000. The risks are too high for a payoff so low. Do it for a much bigger payday. Do it for millions, maybe billions, or don't do it at all. But if you decide to pursue building a business, you must call on your entrepreneurial spirit. Rich Dad also said, there is no such thing as a successful poor entrepreneur or business owner. You can be a successful and poor doctor or a successful and poor accountant, but you cannot be a successful and poor business owner. There is only one kind of successful business owner, and that is a rich one. Lessons in hindsight. I am often asked, how much is too much? Or, how much is enough? The person who asks that question is often someone who has never built a successful business that made a lot of money. I have also noticed that many of the people who ask that question are in the E and S quadrants. Another big difference between people on the left side and people on the right side is that the people on the left side generally have only one financial statement because they often have only one source of income. Those on the right side have multiple financial statements and multiple sources of income. My wife and I are employees of several corporations in which we also have ownership interests. Therefore, we have financial statements as individuals and financial statements from our businesses. As our businesses become successful and generate cash flow for us, we take less income as employees. Many people on the left side do not know what it feels like to have more and more money coming in that requires less and less work. While the money is important, it is not the primary motivating factor for building a business. I think the question can best be answered by asking the same question in another way. The question is similar to asking a golfer, why do you keep playing golf? The answer is found in the spirit of the game. Although it took me many years of occasional pain and misery, the challenge and the spirit were always the propelling factors for my desire to build a business. Today, I have friends who have sold their businesses for millions of dollars. Many of them take a few months off, and then they are right back in the game. It is the excitement, the challenge, the spirit, and the potential for a big payoff at the end that keeps the entrepreneur going. Before I built my nylon and Velcro wallet business, my rich dad wanted me to make sure I was doing it with that spirit. The entrepreneurial spirit is a valuable asset in building a successful B business. Many successful capitalists today are still entrepreneurs in their hearts. Phase 3. How do you build a strong business? Chapter 30. Why build a business? Rich Dad said, there are 3 reasons for building a business other than to simply create an asset. 1. To provide excess cash flow. In his book, How to Be Rich, Paul Getty states that his first rule is that you must be in business for yourself. He goes on to imply that you will never get rich working for someone else. One of the primary reasons Rich Dad started so many businesses was that he had excess cash flow from his other businesses. He also had the time because his businesses required minimal effort on his part. This allowed him the free time and extra money to keep investing in more and more assets tax-free. That is why he became rich so quickly and why he said to mind your own business. 2. To sell it. The problem with having a job is that you cannot sell the job, regardless of how hard you work. The problem with building a business in the S quadrant is that there is usually a limited market that would want to buy it. For example, if a dentist builds a practice, generally the only other person who may want to buy it is another dentist. To Rich Dad, that was too narrow of a market. He said, for something to be valuable, there must be many more people than you who want it. The problem with an S quadrant business is that you are often the only person who wants it. Rich Dad said, an asset is something that puts money in your pocket, or it can be sold to someone else for more than you have paid or invested in it. If you can build a successful business, you will always have a lot of money. If you learn to build a successful business, you will have developed a profession that few people ever achieve. In 1975, while I was learning to sell Xerox machines, I came across a young man who owned 4 quick copy print shops in Honolulu. The reason he was in the business of making copies was interesting. While in school, he had run the university's copy shop and learned the business side of the operation. When he came out of school, There were no jobs, so he opened up a copy shop in downtown Honolulu, doing what he knew best. Soon, he had 4 of these copy centers in 4 of the bigger downtown office buildings, all on long-term leases. A major copy shop chain came to town and made him an offer he could not refuse. He took their $750,000, a giant sum in those days, bought a boat, gave $500,000 to a professional money manager, and sailed around the world. When he returned a year and a half later, the manager had grown his investment to nearly $900,000. So the young man just sailed off again, back to the islands of the South Pacific. I was the guy who sold him the copy machines, and all I got was my small commission. He was the guy who built a business, sold it, and sailed away. I never saw him again after 1978, but I have heard that he pulls back into town every so often, checks his portfolio, and sails off again. My rich dad said, "As a business owner, you don't have to be right 51% of the time. You need to be right only once." He also said, "Building a business is the riskiest road for most people. But if you can survive and keep improving your skills, your potential for wealth is unlimited. If you avoid risk and play it safe on the E and S side, you may be safer, but you'll also limit what you can truly earn." 3. To build a business and take it public. This was Rich Dad's idea of becoming what he called the ultimate investor. It was building a business and taking it public that made Bill Gates, Henry Ford, Warren Buffett, Ted Turner, and Anita Roddick very, very wealthy. They were the selling shareholders while we were all the buying shareholders. They were insiders while we were outsiders, trying to look in. You are never too old, and you're never too young. If anyone tells you that you can't build a business that others want to buy, use that small-minded thought to inspire you. It is true that Gates was very young when he started Microsoft, but Colonel Sanders was 66 when he started Kentucky Fried Chicken. In the next few chapters, I will be describing what Rich Dad called the BI triangle. I use this triangle as a guide to building a business. It outlines the primary technical skills that are required. Rich Dad also felt certain personal traits were required to be a successful entrepreneur. Vision, the ability to see what others cannot see. Courage, the ability to act despite tremendous doubt. Creativity, the ability to think outside the box. The ability to withstand criticism. There is not one successful person who has not been criticized. The ability to delay gratification. It can be very difficult to learn to deny short-term, immediate self-gratification in favor of a greater long-term reward. Chapter 31. The BI Triangle. The Key to Great Wealth. Rich Dad called the BI triangle the key to great wealth. The BI triangle was very important to Rich Dad because it gave structure to his ideas. As he often said, there are many people with great ideas, but few people with great fortunes. The BI triangle has the power to turn ordinary ideas into great fortunes. The BI triangle is the guide to taking an idea and creating an asset. It represents the knowledge required to be successful on the B and I side of the cash flow quadrant. I have modified it a little over the years. I was about 16 years old when I first saw this diagram. Rich Dad drew it for me when I started asking him the following questions. 1. How is it that you have so many businesses and other people can barely handle one? 2. Why do your businesses grow while other people's businesses stay small? 3. How do you have free time when other business owners work constantly? 4. Why do so many businesses start and then fail so quickly? I did not ask him all these questions at the same time, yet they were questions that came to mind as I studied his businesses. Rich Dad was about 40 years old, and I was amazed at how he could run several different companies, all in different industries. For example, he had a restaurant business, a fast food business, a convenience store chain, a trucking company, a real estate construction business, and a property management business. I knew he was following his plan to have his businesses buy his true investments, which for him was real estate. But it was amazing how many businesses he could run all at the same time. When I asked him how he could start, own, and manage so many businesses, his response was to draw the BI triangle. Today, I own interests in several different companies in completely different businesses because I used the BI triangle as a guide. I do not own as many companies as Rich Dad did, but by following the same formula outlined in the BI triangle, I could own more if I wanted to. Explaining the BI triangle. Obviously, the amount of material that could be written and needs to be written to cover the information represented by the BI triangle is more than this book could cover. However, we will review the basics. Mission. Rich Dad said, a business needs both a spiritual and a business mission to be successful, especially at the beginning. When he explained this diagram to his son and me, he always began with the mission since he thought it to be the most important aspect of the triangle, which is why it was at the base. If the mission is clear and strong, the business will weather the trials every business goes through during its first 10 years. When a business gets big and it forgets its mission, or the mission it was created for is no longer needed, the business begins to die. Rich Dad chose the words spiritual and business. He said, many people start a business only to make money. Just to make money is not a strong enough mission. Money alone does not provide enough fire, drive, or desire. The mission of a business should fill a need that the customers want. And if it fills that need, and fills it well, the business will begin to make money. When it came to the spiritual component of the mission, Rich Dad said, Henry Ford was a man driven by a spiritual goal first and a business goal second. He wanted to make the automobile available to the masses, not just the rich. That is why his mission statement was, democratize the automobile. When the spiritual mission and business mission are both strong and in line, the combined power builds huge businesses. Rich Dad's spiritual mission and business mission were closely in line. His spiritual mission was to provide jobs and opportunities for many of the poor people to whom he served food in his restaurants. Rich Dad thought the mission of a business was very important, although it was hard to see and to measure. He said, without a strong mission, a business is not likely to survive its first 5 to 10 years. He also said, at the start of a business, the mission and the entrepreneur's spirit are essential for the business to survive. The spirit and mission must be preserved long after the entrepreneur is gone, or the business will die. The mission of a business is a reflection of the spirit of the entrepreneur. General Electric was a company founded from the brilliance of Thomas Edison, and it has grown by preserving the spirit of the great inventor by continuing to invent new and innovative products. Ford Motor Company has survived by continuing in the tradition of Henry Ford. Today, I believe that Bill Gates' spirit continues to drive Microsoft to dominate the world of software. By contrast, when Steve Jobs was pushed out of Apple and a management team from the traditional corporate world replaced him, the company went downhill rapidly. As soon as Jobs was brought back into Apple, the spirit of the company rebounded, new products came forth, profitability increased, and the share price went up. Although the mission of a business is hard to measure, impossible to see, and for all practical purposes an intangible, most of us have experienced it. We can identify the mission of someone who is trying only to sell us something for a commission just as easily as we can tell when someone is trying to help meet our needs. As the world becomes crowded with more and more products, the businesses that survive and do well financially will be businesses that focus on serving and fulfilling the company's spiritual mission, their customers' needs, rather than just increasing the company's revenues. The Rich Dad Company, the company that Kim and I created, has the following mission: to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. By being clear and true to the dual spiritual and business mission of this company, we have enjoyed great success. By being clear on our mission, we attract individuals and other groups aligned with a similar mission. Some people call it luck. I call it being true to our mission. Over the years, I have come to believe that Rich Dad was right about the importance of having the spiritual mission and business mission be strong and in line. In fact, it's one single two-pronged mission. In all truthfulness, not all of my businesses have as strong a dual mission as the Rich Dad Company does. Other businesses in which I own interests have stronger business missions than spiritual missions. I now realize that my nylon and Velcro wallet business had a very different mission than I first thought. The mission for building that business was to give me a fast education about building a worldwide business. That business fulfilled that mission rather painfully. In other words, I got what I wanted. The business grew very quickly, success was fast and furious, and so was the crash. Yet, as painful as the experience was, I realized that I had achieved my mission. After I dug myself out from under the rubble and rebuilt the business, I learned what I set out to learn. As Rich Dad said, many entrepreneurs don't really become business people until after they lose their first business. In other words, I learned more by losing the business and rebuilding it than I did by being successful. As Rich Dad said, school is important, but the street is a better teacher. My first big business venture after leaving the Marine Corps was expensive and painful, but the lessons I learned were priceless. The business had fulfilled its mission. The entrepreneur's spirit. A company's mission helps it maintain focus. In the early stages of development, many factors can cause distraction. The best way to get back on track is to revisit your mission. Does the distraction affect the achievement of your mission? If so, you must deal with the distraction as quickly as possible so that you can refocus your efforts on the overall mission. Today, I notice many people becoming instant millionaires, even billionaires, just by taking a company public through an IPO. I often wonder if the company's mission was just to make money for owners or investors, or whether the company was really formed to fulfill a mission or some kind of service. I am afraid that many of these new IPOs will ultimately fail because their only mission is to make money quickly. Besides, it is in the mission of the company that the entrepreneur's spirit is found. Team. Rich Dad always said, business is a team sport. He went on saying, investing is a team sport. He would also say, the problem with being in the E and S quadrant is that you as an individual play the game against a team. One of Rich Dad's strongest criticisms of the educational system was, in school they train students to take tests on their own. If a child attempts to cooperate at test time, it is called cheating. In the real world of business, business owners cooperate at test time. And in the world of business, every day is test time. A very important lesson. For people considering building a powerful and successful business, I think this lesson on teamwork is crucial. It is one of the primary keys to my financial success. Business and investing are team sports, and remember that every day in business is test time. To be successful in school, you had to take tests alone. In business, success comes from taking tests as a team, not as an individual. People in the E and S quadrant often make less money than they could or would like to because they attempt to do things on their own. If they work as a group, especially those in the E quadrant, they form a union instead of a team. Many investors today are trying to invest as individuals. I see and read about thousands of people who are doing online day trading. This is a perfect example of an individual trying to trade against well-organized teams. That is why so few of them succeed and why many lose their money. I was taught that when it comes to investing, you should invest as a team member. Rich Dad would say, if people want to become sophisticated investors and more, they must invest as a team. On Rich Dad's team were his accountants, his attorneys, his brokers, his financial advisors, his insurance agents, and his bankers. I use the plurals here because he always had more than one advisor. When he made a decision, it was with his team's input. Today, I do the same. A big team before a big boat. On television today, I see commercials of a rich couple sailing their yacht in some warm tropical waters. The ad seems to draw in all the individuals who are trying to get rich on their own. Whenever I see that commercial, I often think of Rich Dad saying to me, most small business people dream of someday owning a boat or a plane. That is why they will never own that boat or plane. When I was first starting out, I dreamed of having my own team of accountants and attorneys, not a boat. Rich Dad wanted me to aim to have a team of accountants and attorneys working only on my business before I dreamed of a boat. To drive his point home, he had me go to an accountant in town with my meager little tax return. As I sat across the table from Ron, the CPA, the first thing I noticed was a stack of manila folders sitting on his desk. Immediately, I got Rich Dad's lesson. This CPA was minding about 30 other businesses on that day alone. How could he pay full attention to my business? Returning to Rich Dad's office that afternoon, I saw something I had never noticed before. As I sat in the reception area waiting for Rich Dad's personal secretary to let me in, I could see a team of people working only on Rich Dad's business. In the working area of his office was a row of bookkeepers, about 14 of them. There were also 5 full-time accountants and a chief financial officer. He also had 2 full-time attorneys working in his main office. When I sat down in front of Rich Dad, all I said was, "They're all minding your businesses and no one else's." Rich Dad nodded. As I said, most people work hard and dream of getting away on their own boat. I first dreamed of having a team of full-time accountants and attorneys. That is why I can now have the big boat and the free time. It is a matter of priorities. How do you afford the team? I am often asked, how can you afford to pay for this team? That question usually comes from someone in the E or S quadrant. Again, the difference goes back to the different laws and rules for the different quadrants. For example, when a person in the E quadrant pays for professional services, they do so with after-tax money. Business owners pay their business expenses first, before they pay taxes. That means they have more money before taxes to pay their team and have less net income left over for the government to tax. There is also a difference between the B quadrant business owner and the S quadrant business owner. The B quadrant business owner does not hesitate to pay for these services because the business system, the entire BI triangle, is paying for the services. S quadrant business owners are often paying for the services out of their own sweat and blood, so most of them cannot afford to hire a full-time staff because they often do not earn enough to cover their own financial needs. The best education. My answer is the same when I am asked questions such as, how did you learn so much about investing in business? How do you get such high returns with such low risk? What gives you the confidence to invest in what others see as risky? How do you find the best deals? I answer, my team. My team consists of my accountants, attorneys, bankers, brokers, and so on. When people say building a business is risky, they often speak from a point of view of doing it alone, a habit they learned from school. In my opinion, not building a business is risky. By not building a business, you are failing to gain priceless real-world experience, and you are failing to get the best education in the world, the education that comes from your team of advisors. As Rich Dad would say, people who play it safe lose out on the best education in the world, and they waste a lot of precious time. Time is our most valuable asset, especially as you get older. As someone once lamented, the most unexpected thing that happens to us is old age. Tetrahedrons and teams. I am often asked, what is the difference between a B quadrant business and an S quadrant business? My reply is, the team. Most S quadrant businesses are either structured as sole proprietorships or partnerships. They could be teams, but not the kind of team I am talking about. Just as people in the E quadrant often bind together as a union, people in the S quadrant often organize as a partnership. When I think of a team, I think of different types of people with different skills coming together to work together. In a union or partnership, such as the teachers' union or a law partnership, the same kinds of people and professions often come together. One of my greatest teachers was Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. Dr. Fuller set out years ago to find what he called the building blocks of the universe. In his search, he found out that squares and cubes do not exist in nature. He would say, tetrahedrons are the basic building blocks of nature. When I look at the Great Pyramids of Egypt, I understand a little more about what Dr. Fuller was talking about. While tall skyscrapers come and go, those pyramids have withstood the test of time through many centuries. Dr. Fuller was looking for a stable structure in the universe, and he found it in the tetrahedron. The different models. The prefix tetra means 4. In other words, it has 4 points. After studying with Dr. Fuller, I began to see the importance of having structures with a minimum of 4. It's no coincidence that the cash flow quadrant has 4 parts. A well-managed business will have excellent employees. In this instance, I say the E stands for both excellent and essential because the employees are responsible for the day-to-day activities of the business. The E also stands for extension because the employees are the extension of the business owner and represent the business to the customer. The specialists are typically from the S quadrant. The S stands for specialized because each specialist will guide you based on his or her area of expertise. While specialists may not participate daily, their guidance is invaluable in keeping your business moving in the right direction. The structure has a better chance of being stable and enduring if the 4 points are working in concert. While the investors provide the funding, the business owners must work with the specialists and employees to develop the business and make it grow so there will be a return on the investor's original investment. Another interesting tetra relationship I came across is the 4 fundamental elements that make up this world we live in, which the ancients believed to be earth, air, fire, and rain, water. In a sole proprietorship as well as in a partnership, in order to be successful, the individual needs to be all 4: investor, business owner, employee, and specialist, or earth, air, fire, and rain, which is difficult. While most of us have all 4 elements in us, we each tend to be weighted predominantly to one of the elements. For example, I am fire, born under the signs of Aries and the planet Mars. That means I am good at starting things, but not completing them. By having a tetrahedron, I am better able to be successful than if I were on my own. My wife Kim, on the other hand, is Earth. She and I have a good marriage because she has a grounding effect on me as well as on the people I upset around me. She often says, "Speaking to you is like speaking to a blowtorch." Without her, I would have nothing but angry and upset people around the company. As the company grew, people came and went until the right Tetra team finally locked in place. Once this model stabilized, the company began to radiate out, growing rapidly and with stability. I am not saying this is a hard and fast rule for a successful business. However, all one needs to do is look at the pyramids of Egypt and a sense of strength, stability, and longevity comes to mind. Only two elements. I often jokingly say that if you put only two elements together, as in a partnership, you get some strange phenomena. For example, air and water equals spray. Air and earth equals dust. Water and earth equals mud. Earth and fire equals lava or ashes. Fire and water equals steam. Fire and air equals flame. A team is made up of different levels. One of the first things I look at as an investor is the team behind the business. If the team is weak or lacks experience and a proven track record, I rarely invest. I meet many people who are running around trying to raise money for their new product or business. The biggest problems most of them have are that they personally lack experience and they have no team behind them, a team that inspires confidence. Many people want me to invest in their business plan. One of the things most of them say is, "Once this company is up and running, we're going to take it public." That statement always intrigues me, so I ask, who on your team has experience taking a company public, and how many companies has that person taken public? If the answer to that question is weak, I know I am listening to a sales pitch more than to a business plan. Another line I look at in the numbers of a business plan is the line item called salaries. If the salaries are high, I know I am looking at people who are raising money in order to pay themselves fat salaries. I ask them if they are willing to work for free or to cut the salaries in half. If the answer is weak or a definite no, I know the true mission of their business. The mission of the business is probably to provide them a job with a nice salary. Investors invest in management. They look at the team within the proposed business and want to see experience, passion, and commitment. It is hard for me to believe that there is a high level of commitment from people who are trying to raise money to pay their own salaries. A word on games. Games are important because they encourage cooperative learning. In the real world, being able to cooperate with as many people as possible and helping people without crippling them are very important human skills. Games encourage people to learn cooperatively and to teach each other, because the more we teach, the more we learn. Too much of our children's lives is already spent in isolation. They spend hours alone in front of a computer, alone watching TV, and alone taking tests. We then wonder why so many children are antisocial. To be successful, we all need to learn to get along with many different types of people. For this reason, games such as cash flow are important because they require you to play with other human beings. We need to learn to operate as individuals as well as members of a team, and we can always improve those skills. Money follows management. I often mention that money follows management in the world of business capital. To succeed, a business must have the proper expertise in key areas. When you do not have the money up front to hire the talent you need, consider attracting the talent as members of an advisory board with the understanding that once sufficient capital is raised, your team will come on board. Your chance of success is much stronger if your management team has a track record of success in the business or industry of your proposed business. Your team also includes your outside advisors. Proper guidance from your accountants, tax advisors, financial advisors, and legal counsel is imperative for building a strong, successful business. If your business is real estate, your real estate brokers become an important part of your team. Although these advisors can be expensive, their advice can provide you with an incredible return on your investment by helping you structure a strong business while avoiding pitfalls along the way. Leadership. And that leads to the next part of the BI triangle, leadership, because every team needs a leader. One reason I attended a federal military academy rather than a normal university was that Rich Dad knew I needed to develop leadership skills if I wanted to become an entrepreneur. After graduation, I went into the U.S. Marine Corps and became a pilot to test my skills in the real world in a place called Vietnam. I still remember the commanding officer of my squadron saying, "Gentlemen, your most important job is to ask your troops to risk their lives for you, your team, and your country." He went on, saying, "If you don't inspire them to do that, they will probably shoot you in the back." Troops do not follow a leader who does not lead. The same thing goes on in business today and every day. More businesses fail from the inside than from the outside. In Vietnam, I learned that one of the most important qualities of a leader is trust. As a helicopter pilot with a crew of 4, I had to trust my life to my team, and they had to entrust their lives to me. If that trust was ever broken, I knew that we would probably not come back alive. Rich Dad would say, "A leader's job is to bring out the best in people, not to be the best person." If you are the smartest person on your business team, your business is in trouble. When people ask how they can gain leadership skills, I always say the same thing: volunteer more. In most organizations, it is hard to find people who actually want to lead. Most people just hide in the corner hoping no one will call on them. I tell them, at your church, volunteer to take on projects. At work, volunteer to lead projects. Now, volunteering alone will not necessarily make you a great leader, but if you accept the feedback and correct yourself well, you can grow into a great leader. Through volunteering, you can get feedback on your real-life leadership skills. If you volunteer to lead and no one follows, you have some real-life learning and correcting to do. If you volunteer to lead and no one follows, ask for feedback and corrective support. Doing so is one of the greatest traits of a leader. I see many businesses that struggle or fail because the leader will not accept feedback from peers or the workers in the company. My squadron's commanding officers in the Marine Corps would often say, "True leaders are not born leaders. True leaders want to be leaders and are willing to be trained to be leaders. And training means being big enough to take corrective feedback." A true leader also knows when to listen to others. I have said before that I am not a good businessman or investor. I am average. I rely on the advice of my advisors and team members to help me be a better leader. Visionary, cheerleader, and pit bull. A leader's roles are a combination of visionary, cheerleader, and pit bull. As a visionary, the leader must keep his or her focus on the corporate mission. As a cheerleader, he or she must inspire the team as it works together towards that mission, as well as herald the successes along the way. As the pit boss, he or she must be able to make the tough calls regarding issues that distract the team from achieving the mission. The unique ability to take decisive action while maintaining focus on the ultimate mission is what defines a true leader. With the right mission, team, and leader, you are well on your way to building a strong B business. As I said earlier, money follows management. It is at this point that you can start attracting money from outside investors. 5 building blocks are essential to developing a strong business: cash flow, communications, systems, legal, and product. Each of these will be discussed separately in the chapters that follow. Chapter 32: Cash Flow Management. Rich Dad would say, cash flow management is a fundamental and essential skill if a person truly wants to be successful in the B and I quadrants. That is why he insisted that Mike and I read financial statements of other companies. In fact, he spent most of his time teaching us to be financially literate. He would say, financial literacy allows you to read the numbers, and the numbers tell you the story of the business based on facts. If you ask most bankers, accountants, or loan officers, they will tell you that many people are weak financially simply because they are not financially literate. I have a friend who is a respected accountant in Australia. He once said to me, "It is shocking to see a perfectly good business go down just because the owners are not financially literate." Many small business owners fail because they do not know the difference between profit and cash flow. As a result, many very profitable businesses go broke. They fail to realize that profit and cash flow are not the same things. Rich Dad would drum into my head the importance of cash flow management. Business owners need to see the 2 types of cash flow if they want to be successful. There is actual cash flow, and there is phantom cash flow. It is the awareness of these 2 cash flows that makes you rich or poor. One of the skills the cash flow games teach is how to recognize the differences between these 2 types of cash flow. Repeatedly playing the game helps many people begin to sense the differences. That is why the positioning statement of the game is, the more you play this game, the richer you become. You become richer because your mind begins to sense the often invisible phantom cash flow. Rich Dad also said, the ability to run a company from financial statements is one of the primary differences between a small business owner and a big business owner. Cash flow tips. Cash flow is to a business what blood is to the human body. Nothing can impact a business more dramatically than not being able to make payroll one Friday. Proper cash flow management starts on the first day you begin your business. When Kim and I started the Rich Dad Company, we agreed that no purchase would be made if it were not justified by an increase in sales. In fact, we often chuckle about our strategy for increasing book sales early in 1998 so we could buy a $300 copy machine. Our strategy worked, and by December 1998, we were able to replace that $300 well-worn copy machine with a new $3,000 one. It is this attention to detail in the early stages of your business that will set the tone for your success. Good cash flow managers review their cash position daily, looking at cash sources and needs for the next week, month, and quarter. This allows them to plan for any large cash need before it becomes a cash crisis. This type of review is imperative for a company that is growing quickly. I have listed some cash flow tips that may help you in structuring your business. Each step applies to your business, whether it is an international business, a single rental unit, or a hot dog stand. Initial corporate startup phase. Delay taking a salary until your business is generating cash flow from sales. In some cases, this may not be possible due to an extended development period. However, your investors will be much more supportive if they see that you are sharing in the development process by investing your time. We advise keeping your full-time job and starting your business part-time. By delaying taking a salary, you can reinvest sales to help grow your business. Sales and accounts receivable. Invoice your customers quickly upon shipment of goods or when services are provided. Require payment up front until credit has been established. Require that credit applications be completed before granting credit, and always check references. Standard credit forms are available at office supply stores. Establish a minimum dollar amount for orders before granting credit. Establish late payment penalties as part of your terms and conditions, and enforce them. As your business grows, to speed up the receipt of cash, you may want to have your customers pay their bills online with direct deposit. Expenses and accounts payable. Many businesses forget that a crucial part of cash flow is managing their own bill paying. Make sure you pay your bills promptly. Ask for extended payment terms up front. After you have paid timely for 2 to 3 months, ask for additional extensions on your payable terms. A supplier will usually extend credit for 30 to 90 days to a good customer. Keep your overhead to a minimum. Before purchasing something new, set a goal for increasing sales to justify the expense. Preserve your investors' funds for costs directly related to business operations, not overhead, if at all possible. As your sales increase, you can purchase the overhead-related items from the cash flow, but only if you have set and achieved new, higher sales goals. General cash management. Have an investment plan for your cash on hand to maximize its earning potential. Establish a line of credit with your bank before you need it. To make sure you can move quickly to borrow if needed, keep an eye on your current assets-liabilities ratio. At least 2 to 1 is good. Quick ratios, liquid assets divided by current liabilities, should be over 1 to 1. Establish good internal controls on the handling of cash. The people who record the cash receipts on the bank deposits should be different from those who post it to the accounts receivable and general ledger. Checks should be endorsed immediately for deposit only. The people authorized to sign checks should not prepare the vouchers or record the disbursements and post to the accounts payable and general ledger. The person who reconciles the bank statement should have no regularly assigned functions related to cash receipts or cash disbursements. Our outside accountant does this. While this may sound very complicated, each step of cash management is important. Call on your accountant, banker, and personal financial advisor for advice in structuring your cash management system. Once you establish a system for how to manage your cash, ongoing supervision is still essential. Review your cash position and funding needs daily and prepare early for additional funding that may be required for your expanding business. Many people lose sight of cash management when their businesses become successful. This is a major cause of business failures. Proper cash management, and therefore expense management, is crucial to the ongoing success of any business. For those of you considering purchasing a franchise or joining a network marketing organization, you may find much of the cash management system will be provided for you. With a franchise, you will still need to implement the system and oversee it. Network marketing organizations often handle the cash management on your behalf. In these cases, the corporate headquarters performs the accounting functions for your organization and sends you a report of your earnings periodically with payment. In either case, it is still important to have your own advisors to help you structure your personal cash management. Chapter 33, Communications Management. Rich Dad would say, the better at communicating you are, and the more people you communicate to, the better your cash flow will be. This is why communications management is the next level up on the BI triangle. He would also say, to be good at communication, you first need to be good at human psychology. You never know what motivates people. Just because something makes you excited does not mean it makes others excited. To be good at communication, you need to know what buttons to push. Different people have different buttons. He also said, "Many people are talking, but only a few are listening." The world is filled with fabulous products, but the money goes to the best communicators. I am always amazed at how little time business people put into improving their overall communication skills. When I first balked in 1974 at the idea of learning to sell Xerox machines door to door, all Rich Dad said was, "Poor people are poor communicators." I repeat this negative statement with the intent of inspiring further study and practice of this vast subject. Rich Dad also said, "Cash flowing into your business is in direct proportion to communication flowing out." Whenever I find a business that is struggling, it is often a reflection of poor communications going out, not enough communications going out, or both. In general, I find a 6-week cycle between communication and cash flow. Stop communicating today, and in 6 weeks, you will see an impact on your cash flow. However, external communications are not the only communications. Internal communications are also vital. By looking at the financial statements of a company, you can easily see which areas of a business are communicating and which are not. A public company has increased communications problems. It is like two companies in one for the public and one for the shareholders. Communication to both groups is vitally important. When I hear people say, "I wish I had not taken my company public," it usually means that they are having shareholder communication problems. As a general policy, Rich Dad attended one communications seminar a year. I continue in that tradition. I have always noticed that soon after I attend the seminar, my income increases. Over the years, I have attended courses on 1. Sales, 2. Marketing systems, 3. Advertising, headlines and copywriting, 4. Negotiations, 5. Public speaking, 6. Direct mail advertising, 7. Running a seminar, 8. Raising capital. Of all of these topics, number 8, raising capital, interests budding entrepreneurs the most. When people ask me how to learn to raise capital, I refer them to numbers 1 through 7 above, explaining that raising capital requires each of them in one way or the other. Most businesses do not get off the ground because the entrepreneur does not know how to raise capital. As Rich Dad said, raising capital is the entrepreneur's most important job. He did not mean that the entrepreneur was constantly asking for money from investors. What he meant was that an entrepreneur was always ensuring that capital was flowing in, either through sales, direct marketing, private sales, institutional sales, investors, and so on. Rich Dad would say, until the business system is built, the entrepreneur is the system to keep the money flowing in. At the start of any business, keeping the cash flowing in is the entrepreneur's most important job. The other day, a young man came to me and asked, "I want to start my own business. What would you recommend I do before I start?" I answered with my usual response, "Get a job with a company that will train you in sales." He replied, "I hate sales. I don't like selling and I don't like salespeople. I just want to be the president and hire salespeople." Once he said that, I simply shook his hand and wished him luck. A priceless lesson that Rich Dad taught me was, don't argue with people who ask for advice but don't want the advice you're giving them. End the discussion immediately and go on minding your own business. Being able to communicate effectively with as many people as possible is a very important life skill. It is a skill worthy of annual updating, which I do by attending seminars. As Rich Dad told me, if you want to be a B quadrant person, your first skill is being able to communicate and speak the language of the other 3 quadrants. People in the other 3 quadrants can get away with speaking the language of only their quadrant, but those in the B quadrant cannot. Simply put, The primary, and possibly only, job of those in the B quadrant is to communicate with people in the other quadrants. I have recommended that people join a network marketing company to gain sales experience. Some network marketing organizations have excellent communications and sales training programs. I have seen shy, introverted individuals come out as powerful and effective communicators who are no longer afraid of rejection or ridicule. That thick-skinned mindset is vital for anyone in the B quadrant, especially when your personal communication skills are not yet polished. My first sales call. I still remember my first sales call on the street along Waikiki Beach. After spending about an hour working up the nerve to knock on the door, I finally got in to see the owner of a small tourist trinket store. He was an older gentleman who had seen new salespeople like me for years. After stammering and sweating through my memorized sales pitch on the benefits of a Xerox copier, all he did was laugh. After he was through laughing, he said, "Son, you're the worst I have ever seen, but keep going. Because if you can get over your fears, your world will be very bright. If you quit, you may end up like me, sitting behind this counter 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, waiting for tourists to come in. I wait here because I am too afraid to go out and do what you're doing. Get through your fears and the world will open up. Give in to your fears and your world will get smaller every year." To this day, I give thanks to that wise older man. After I began to overcome my fear of selling, Rich Dad had me join the Toastmasters organization to learn to overcome my fear of speaking in front of large groups. When I complained to Rich Dad, he replied, "All great leaders are great public speakers. Leaders of great businesses need to be great communicators. If you want to be a leader, you must be a speaker." Today, I can speak comfortably to tens of thousands of people in convention halls because of my training in sales and my early training from the Toastmasters organization. If you are thinking about starting your own B quadrant business, I recommend those same 2 skills. First, develop the skill to overcome your fears, to overcome rejection, and to communicate the value of your product or service. Second, develop the skill of speaking to large groups of people and keeping them interested in what you have to say. As Rich Dad said to me, there are speakers that no one listens to. There are salespeople that cannot sell. There are advertisers that no one watches. There are entrepreneurs that cannot raise capital. And there are business leaders that no one follows. If you want to be successful in the B quadrant, don't be any of those people. My first book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, has had some amazing runs on bestseller lists around the world, including the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, USA Today, Straits Times, Sydney Morning Herald, and dozens of others. When other authors ask me what my secret is to getting on those lists, I simply repeat a sentence from Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I am not a best writing author. I am a best-selling author. I add that I flunked out of high school twice because I could not write and that I never even kissed a girl in high school because I was too shy. I end by saying the same thing my rich dad said to me. Unsuccessful people find their strengths and spend their lives making their strengths stronger, often ignoring their weaknesses, until one day their weaknesses cannot be ignored anymore. Successful people find their weaknesses and make them strengths. A person's physical appearance often communicates far more than their words. Often, people who come to me with a business plan or to ask for money look like mice that have been chewed on by a cat. No matter how good their plan, their physical appearance is a limiting factor. In public speaking, it is said that body language accounts for approximately 55% of communication, voice tone 35%, and words 10%. If you remember President Kennedy, JFK, he had 100% working for him, and it made him a very powerful communicator. While not all of us can be as physically attractive as he was, we can all do our best to dress and groom appropriately to make our points stronger. An investigative TV program recently sent in very attractive job applicants and unattractive job applicants with exactly the same qualifications on their resumes to interview for the same jobs. It was interesting to note that the attractive applicants got more job offers than the unattractive ones. A friend of mine sits on the board of a bank and shared with me that the president they had just hired was brought on board because of his appearance. He looks like a president. When I asked about his qualifications, all he said was, his appearance was his qualification. He looks like a bank president should look and speaks in the way a bank president should speak. The board will run the business. We just want him to attract new customers. I use this example for anyone who says, "Oh, my appearance does not matter." In the world of business, appearance is a powerful communicator. Repeating an old cliche, you have only one chance to make a first impression. The difference between sales and marketing. While still on the subject of communications, Rich Dad insisted that Mike and I know the difference between sales and marketing. He would say, many business owners suffer with low sales or poor communications with staff and investors. If a business has strong and convincing marketing, the sales will come easily. If the business has weak marketing, the company must spend a lot of time and money and work very hard at gathering sales. He also said to Mike and me, once you learn to sell, you need to learn how to market. An S-quadrant business owner is often good at sales, but to be a successful B-quadrant business owner, you must be good at marketing as well as sales. He said, sales is what you do in person, one-on-one. Marketing is sales done via a system. Most S-quadrant business people are very good at one-on-one sales. For them, to make the transition to the B-quadrant, they need to learn how to sell through a system, which is called marketing. In conclusion, communications is a subject worthy of lifelong study because there is more to communication than just speaking, writing, dressing, or demonstrating. As Rich Dad said to me, just because you're speaking doesn't mean anyone is listening. When people ask where to start to build a strong communications foundation, I encourage them to begin with the two basic skills of selling one-on-one and public speaking to a group. I also advise them to carefully watch their results and listen for feedback. As you go through the process of transforming from a poor communicator to an excellent communicator with these two skills, you will find your fundamental everyday communication skills will also improve. When all three improve, you will see your cash flow increase as a result. Marketing and sales. Good first impressions are vital. Your marketing and sales efforts will often be the first impression your business makes on your potential customer. Whenever you are speaking, both your passion for your business and your appearance will have a lasting impact on your audience. Any published or printed material you produce or distribute is also important. It is a public representation of your business. Marketing is selling through a system. Always make sure you know your audience and that your marketing tool has been designed for that audience. In every marketing or sales effort, include these three key ingredients. Identify a need, provide a solution, and answer your customer's question, "What's in it for me?" with a special offer. Communicate a sense of urgency for the customer to respond. External and internal communication. Most communication is directed towards external communication, but a business's internal communication is also vitally important. Some examples of each are external communication, sales, marketing, customer service, investor relations, public relations. Internal communication. Sharing wins and successes with your entire team. Regular meetings with employees. Regular communication with advisors. Human resource policies. One of the most powerful forms of communication that affects a business is one over which you have little control. The communication from your existing customers to your potential customers. We attribute a large part of our success at the Rich Dad Company to our customers telling other people about us. The power of this word-of-mouth advertising is immeasurable. This form of advertising can drive a company to success or failure very quickly. For this reason, customer service is a vital communications function for any company. When you buy a franchise or join a network marketing company, the communication systems are often provided for you. In addition, their communication materials have already been proven successful by other franchisees or members of your organization. You therefore have a tremendous head start over people trying to develop their own materials. These people won't know if their materials are successful until they use them and measure the results. The ability to speak is vital to building a successful business. The personal development and mentoring programs offered by select franchises and network marketing organizations provide wonderful opportunities for personal growth. Chapter 34: Systems Management. The human body is a system of systems. So is a business. The human body is made up of a circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, and so on. If one of those systems stops, there is a good chance the body will be crippled or die. The same is true with a business. A business is a complex system of interoperating systems. In fact, each item listed within the inner triangle of the BI triangle is a separate system that is linked to the other systems and into the overall business that the triangle represents. It is difficult to separate the systems because they are interdependent. It is also difficult to say that one is more important than another. For any business to grow, specific individuals must be accountable for each of the systems, and a general overall director must be in charge of making sure all the systems operate at their highest capacity. When reading a financial statement, I am like a pilot sitting in the cockpit of the plane reading the gauges from all the operating systems. If one of the systems begins to malfunction, emergency procedures must be implemented. Many small startup businesses or S-quadrant businesses fail because the operator of the system has too many systems to monitor and take care of. When one system fails, such as when cash flow dries up, all the other systems begin to fail almost simultaneously. It is like when a person gets a cold and fails to take care of it. Pneumonia soon sets in, and if it's not treated, the person's immune system begins to break down. I believe real estate is a great investment to start with because the average investor gets to tinker with all the systems. A building on a piece of land is the business, the system for which a tenant pays you rent. Real estate is fairly stable and inert, so it gives the new business person more time to correct things if something begins to go wrong. Learning to manage property for a year or two teaches you excellent business management skills. When people ask me where to find the best real estate investments, I say, just find someone who is a poor business manager and you will find a real estate bargain. But never buy a property just because it is a bargain. Some bargains are cleverly disguised nightmares. Banks like to lend money on real estate because it is generally a stable system that retains its value. Other businesses are often hard to finance because they may not be considered stable systems. I have often heard the following: the only time a bank will loan you money is when you don't need it. I see it differently. I have always found that the bank will loan you money when you have a stable system that has value and when you can demonstrate that the money will be paid back. A good business person can manage multiple systems effectively without becoming part of the system. A true business system is much like a car. The car does not depend upon only one specific person to drive it. Anyone who knows how to drive it can do so. The same is true for a B quadrant business, but not necessarily for an S quadrant business. In most cases, the person in the S quadrant is the system. One day, I was considering starting a small coin shop that specialized in rare collectible coins, and Rich Dad said to me, "Always remember that the B quadrant gets more money from investors because investors invest in good systems and people who can build good systems. Investors do not like to invest in businesses where the system goes home at night." Every business, whether large or small, needs to have systems in place to enable it to conduct its day-to-day activities. Even a sole proprietor has to wear different hats to conduct his or her business. In essence, the sole proprietor is all systems in one. The better the system, the less dependent you become on others. Look at McDonald's systems. It's the same everywhere in the world, and it's run by teenagers. This is possible because of the excellent systems in place. McDonald's depends on systems, not people. The role of a CEO. A CEO's job is to supervise all systems and identify weaknesses before the weaknesses turn into system failures. This can happen in many different ways, but it is exceptionally disconcerting when your company is growing rapidly. Your sales are increasing, your product or service is getting attention from the media, and suddenly you can't deliver. Why? Usually it's because your systems imploded from the increased demand. You didn't have enough production capacity or enough hours in the week to meet the demand, or you didn't have the money to build the product or hire additional help. Whatever the reason, you missed the opportunity to move your business to the next level of success due to a failure of one of your systems. At each new level of growth, the CEO must start planning the systems needed to support the next level of growth, from production lines to lines of credit for production needs. Systems drive both cash flow management and communication. As your systems get better, you or your employees will have to exert less and less effort. Without well-designed and successful operating systems, your business will be labor-intensive. Once you have well-designed and successful operating systems, you will have a saleable business asset. Typical systems. In the next section is a list of typical systems that successful businesses must have. In some instances, the system required might be defined differently from the way it is listed, but it is still necessary to the business operations. For instance, product development systems might be procedures for providing services in a service organization. While the specifics may differ, the basic elements are the same. Both of these require the business to develop the product or service that it will ultimately offer to its customers. In the case of franchises and network marketing organizations, many of these systems are automatically provided. For the cost of the franchise or for the membership fee of the network marketing organization, you will be given an operations manual that describes the systems provided for your business. This is what makes these ready-made businesses so attractive to many people. If you want to build your own business, review the list of systems. Although you may be already performing many of these functions, you may not have defined them as separate systems. The more you can formalize your operations, the more efficient your business will become. Systems required by businesses for optimal efficiency. Daily office operations systems. answering the telephone and 800 line system, receiving and opening the mail, purchasing and maintaining office supplies and equipment, faxing and emailing, dealing with incoming outgoing delivery needs, backing up and archiving data. Product development systems, developing product and protecting it legally, developing packaging and collateral material, for example, catalogs, developing manufacturing method and process, developing manufacturing costing and bidding process, manufacturing and inventory systems, selecting vendors, determining product or service warranties offered, establishing product or service pricing, retail and wholesale, establishing reorder process for inventory production, receiving and storing product as inventory, reconciling physical inventory with accounting records, order processing systems, taking and recording orders by mail, fax, phone, or online, fulfilling and packaging the orders, sending the orders, billing and accounts receivable systems, billing customers for the orders, receiving payments for the orders and crediting customers for payment, whether cash, check, or credit card, starting the collection process for delinquent receivables, customer service systems, returns procedure for inventory receiving and customer payment return, responding to customer complaints, replacing defective product or performing other warranty service, accounts payable systems, purchasing procedures and approvals required, payment process for supplies and inventory, petty cash, marketing systems, creating an overall marketing plan, designing and producing promotional materials, developing general leads and prospects, creating an advertising plan, creating a public relations plan, creating a direct mail plan, developing and maintaining a database, developing and maintaining a website, analyzing and tracking sales statistics, human resources systems, hiring procedures and employee agreements, training employees, payroll process and benefit plans, general accounting systems, managing the accounting process with daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual reports, managing cash with future borrowing needs secured and available, budgeting and forecasting, reporting payroll taxes and withholding payments, general corporate systems, negotiating, drafting, and executing contracts, developing and protecting intellectual property, managing insurance needs and coverage, reporting and paying federal and state or other jurisdictional taxes, planning for federal and state or other jurisdictional taxes, managing and storing records, maintaining investor-shareholder relations, ensuring legal security, planning and managing growth, physical space management systems, maintaining and designing telephone and electrical systems, planning permits and fees, licensing, ensuring physical security. You may want to record your operations in a policies and procedures manual. Such a manual can become an invaluable reference to your staff. In creating the manual, you will find ways to streamline your operations and improve your profitability. You will also be a step closer to owning a B Quadrant business. Chapter 35, Legal Management. This level of the BI triangle, legal management, was one of the most painful lessons I ever had to learn. My rich dad identified a serious flaw in my business. I had failed to secure the legal rights to the nylon and Velcro products I had designed before I started producing them. More specifically, I failed to patent some of my products. I failed to do so because I believed the $10,000 in patent attorney fees was too expensive and not important enough to spend that much money on. Another company quickly came along and copied my idea, and I could do nothing about it. Today, I am now an evangelist for the other side. Especially in the information age, your intellectual property attorney and your contract attorney are some of your most important advisors because they help you create your most important assets. These attorneys, if they are good, will protect your ideas and your agreements from intellectual bandits, people who steal your ideas and therefore your profits. The world of business is filled with stories of smart entrepreneurs with great ideas who begin selling their products or ideas before protecting them. In the world of intellectual property, once your idea is exposed, it is almost impossible to protect. Some time ago, a company came out with a spreadsheet program for small businesses. I bought this brilliant product for my company. A few years later, the company was out of business. Why? Because it had failed to patent its idea, and another company, which I will not mention, came along, took its idea, and put it out of business. Today, the company that took the idea is a prominent leader in the software business. It is said that Bill Gates became the richest man in the world with only an idea. In other words, he did not get rich by investing in real estate or factories. He simply took information, protected the information, and became the richest man in the world while still in his 30s. The irony of it all is that he didn't even create the Microsoft operating system. He bought it from other programmers, sold it to IBM, and the rest is history. Aristotle Onassis became a shipping giant with a simple legal document. It was a contract from a large manufacturing company guaranteeing him the exclusive rights to transport its cargo all over the world. All he had was this document. He owned no ships. Yet with this legal document, he was able to convince the banks to lend him the money to buy the ships. Where did he get the ships? He got them from the U.S. government after World War II. The U.S. government had a surplus of Liberty and Victory class ships used to haul war materials from America to Europe. There was one catch. In order to buy the ships, the person needed to be a U.S. citizen, and Onassis was a Greek citizen. Did that stop him? Of course it didn't. By understanding the laws of the B quadrant, Onassis purchased the ships using a U.S. corporation he controlled. This is another example of the laws being different for different quadrants. Protect your ideas. My intellectual property attorney is responsible for securing worldwide patents and trademarks for the Rich Dad Company. While we pay him and his firm considerable amounts of money each year, he has made us money and protected our rights to continue making money by protecting what we do and guiding us through some delicate negotiations. In summary, many a business has been started and has survived by a simple piece of paper. One legal document can be the seed of a worldwide business. Avoiding legal problems. Some of the most valuable assets you can own are the intangible assets called patents, trademarks, and copyrights. These legal documents grant you specific protection and ownership to your intellectual property. Without this type of protection, you risk losing everything. Once you have protected your rights, not only can you keep others from using your property, but you can also sell or license those rights and receive royalty income when doing so. Licensing your rights to a third party is a perfect example of your assets working for you. However, legal issues can also surface in almost every facet of a business. Obtaining competent legal counsel is very important, not only as you are forming your business, but as an ongoing part of your advisory team's activities. Legal fees may seem expensive at first. However, when you compare them to the cost of legal fees from lost rights or subsequent litigation, it is much less expensive to set out your agreements properly in the beginning. In addition to the monetary expense, you must also factor in the cost of lost time. Instead of focusing on your business, you may be forced to focus on legal matters. This is another area where franchising and network marketing can help you jumpstart your business. Typically, when you purchase a franchise or join a network marketing organization, most of the necessary legal documents to start and grow your business will be provided for your use. This saves you not only a lot of money, but also a tremendous amount of time, and it allows you to focus your efforts on developing your business. It is still advisable to have your own counsel review the documents on your behalf. Some specific areas where proper legal counsel can help you avoid potential problems in legal aspects of a business are general corporate, choice of business entity, buy-sell agreements, business licenses, regulatory compliance, office lease or purchase contracts, consumer laws instruments, terms and conditions, direct mail, product liability laws, truth in advertising laws, environmental laws, contracts with suppliers, with wholesale customers, with employees, uniform commercial code, warranties, jurisdiction, intellectual property, work for hire agreements, non-disclosure agreements, copyrights, mask works, patents, trademarks, licensing of intellectual property, labor laws, human resource issues, employee agreements, employee disputes, OSHA, workers' compensation contracts, securities and debt instruments, equipment leasing of sales or purchase, loan documents, private placements, IPOs, shareholder issues, corporate bylaws, board authority, stock issuance, mergers and acquisitions, spin-offs. Chapter 36. Product Management. The company's product, which the customer ultimately buys from the business, is the last important aspect of the BI triangle. It could be a tangible item, such as a hamburger, or an intangible item, such as consulting services. It is interesting to note that when evaluating a business, many average investors focus on the product rather than the rest of the business. Rich Dad thought that the product was the least important piece to inspect when evaluating a business. Many people come to me with ideas for new, innovative products. My response is that the world is full of great products. People also say to me that their new idea or product is better than an existing product. Thinking that a better product or better service is most important is usually the domain of the E and S quadrant, where being the best or highest quality is important for success. In the B and I quadrants, however, the most important part of a new business is the system behind the product or idea, or the rest of the BI triangle. I then point out that most of us can cook a better hamburger than McDonald's, but few of us can build a better business system than McDonald's. Rich Dad's Guidance. In 1974, I decided I was going to learn to build a business following the model of the BI triangle. Rich Dad warned me, learning to build a business according to this model is high risk. Many people attempt it, but few accomplish it. However, Although there is high risk at the start, if you learn how to build businesses, your earning potential is unlimited. For the people who are not willing to take the risk and don't wish to undertake such a steep learning curve, their risk may be lower, but so will their lifetime returns. I still recall experiencing the highest of highs and lowest of lows as I learned to build a solid business. I remember some of the advertising copy I wrote that never sold anything. I remember some of the brochures I wrote where no one could understand what I was trying to say. And I remember the struggle of learning to raise capital and learning to spend the investors' money wisely in the hopes of building a powerful business. I also remember going back to my investors and telling them that I had lost their money. I am forever grateful for the investors who understood and told me to come back when I had another venture for them to invest in. However, through it all, each mistake was a priceless learning experience as well as a character-building experience. As Rich Dad said, the risk at the start was very high. Yet, as I stuck it out and continued to learn, the rewards were unlimited. In 1974, I was very weak at every level of the BI triangle. I think I was weakest in cash flow management and communications management. Today, although I am still not great on any one sector of the triangle, I would say I am the strongest in cash flow management and communications management. Because I can create synergies among all the levels, my companies are successful. The point I make here is that even though I was not strong at the start, I continued with my learning process. For anyone who wants to acquire great wealth in this manner, I offer encouragement to start, practice, make mistakes, correct, learn, and improve. When I look at the 10% of Americans who control 90% of all the shares of stock in America and 73% of the wealth, I understand exactly where their wealth was derived. Many acquired that wealth in much the same way as Henry Ford and Thomas Edison, who was worth far more in his day than Bill Gates was at the same age. The list includes Bill Gates, Michael Dell, Warren Buffett, Rupert Murdoch, Anita Roddick, Richard Branson, and others who all acquired their wealth the same way. They found their spirit and their mission, built a business, and allowed others to share in the dreams, the risks, and the rewards. You can do the same thing if you want. Just follow the same diagram Rich Dad guided me with, the BI triangle. Helen Keller said, "True happiness is not attained through self-gratification, but through fidelity to a worthy purpose." The expression of the mission. Product is at the top of the BI triangle because it is the expression of the business's mission. It is what you are offering to your customer. The rest of the BI triangle lays the foundation for the long-term success of your business. If your communication to the marketplace is strong and your systems are set up to facilitate production, order processing, and fulfillment, your chances of success and profitability are increased. If your cash is managed properly, you will be able to sell your product successfully and support a strong growth curve for your business. The BI triangle and your ideas. Rich Dad said, "It is the BI triangle that gives shape to your ideas." It is knowledge of the BI triangle that allows a person to create an asset that buys other assets. Rich Dad guided me in learning how to create and build many BI triangles. Many of these businesses failed because I was not able to put all the pieces together harmoniously. When people ask me what caused some of my businesses to fail, it was very often the failure of one or more elements of the BI triangle. Rather than become permanently discouraged as many people who fail become, Rich Dad encouraged me to keep practicing the building of these triangles. Instead of calling me a failure when my first big venture failed, Rich Dad encouraged me to continue on and learn how to build new triangles. He said, "The more you practice building these BI triangles, the easier it will be for you to create assets that buy other assets. If you diligently practice, it will become easier and easier for you to make more and more money. Once you are good at taking ideas and building a BI triangle around the idea, people will come to you and invest money with you. Then it will be true for you that it does not take money to make money. People will be giving you their money to make more money for yourself and for them. Instead of spending your life working for money, you will be getting better at creating assets that make more and more money." The BI triangle and the 90-10 rule go hand in hand. One day, while Rich Dad was teaching me more about the BI triangle, he made a comment I found interesting. He said, "There is a BI triangle inside each of us." Not understanding what he meant, I inquired further. Even though his explanation was a good one, it took me a while to realize how true his statement was. Today, whenever I find a person, a family, a business, a city, or a country that is having financial difficulties, to me, that means one or more segments of the BI triangle are missing or are out of sync with the other parts. When one or more parts of the BI triangle are not functioning, chances are good that the individual, family, or country will be in the 90% that are sharing in 10% of the money available. So if you, your family, or your business is struggling today, look at the model of the BI triangle and do an analysis of what can be changed or improved. Solving the BI triangle riddle. Rich Dad gave me another reason to begin mastering the BI triangle that I thought was unique. He said, "Your dad believes in hard work as the means of making money. Once you master the art of building BI triangles, you will find that the less you work, the more money you will make, and the more valuable what you are building becomes." At first, I did not understand what Rich Dad was saying, but after a number of years of practice, I understand more fully. Today, I meet people who work hard building a career, working their way up the corporate ladder, or building a practice based upon their reputation. These people generally come from the E and S quadrants. In order for me to become rich, I needed to learn to build and put together systems that could work without me. After my first BI triangle was built and I sold it, I realized what Rich Dad meant by the less I work, the more money I will make. He called that thinking solving the BI triangle riddle. If you are a person who is addicted to hard work, or what Rich Dad calls staying busy in your busyness and not building anything, then I would suggest sitting down with other people who are busy in busyness and discuss how working less can make you more money. I have found that the difference between people in the E and S quadrants and people in the B and I quadrants is that the E and S people are often too hands-on. Rich Dad used to say, "The key to success is laziness." The more hands-on you are, the less money you can make. One of the reasons so many people do not join the 90-10 Investor Club is that they are too hands-on when they should be seeking new ways of doing more with less and less. If you are going to become the kind of person who creates assets that buy other assets, you will need to find ways of doing less and less so you can make more and more. As Rich Dad said, the key to success is laziness. That is why he could create so many assets that bought other assets. He could not have done it if he were like my real dad, who was a very hardworking man. A summary of the BI triangle. The BI triangle as a whole represents a strong system of systems, supported by a team with a leader, all working towards a common mission. If one member of the team is weak or falters, the overall success of the business can be jeopardized. I would like to highlight 3 important points in summarizing the BI triangle. 1. Money always follows management. If any of the management functions of the BI triangle's 5 internal levels are weak, the company will be weak. If you are personally having financial difficulty or not having the excess cash flow that you desire, you can often find the weak spots by analyzing each level. Once you identify your weakness, you may then want to consider turning it into your strength or hiring someone else with that strength. 2. Some of the best investments and businesses are the ones you walk away from. If any of the 5 levels are weak and the management is not prepared to strengthen them, it is best to walk away from the investment. Too many times I have discussed the 5 levels of the BI triangle with a management team with which I am considering investing, and I hear arguments instead of discussion. When business owners or business teams are weak in any of the 5 levels, they will become defensive rather than receptive to questioning. If they do become defensive rather than excited to identify and correct a weakness, I usually walk away from the investment. I have on a wall in my house a photo of a pig I took in Fiji. Under it is printed, "Don't teach pigs to sing. It wastes your time and it annoys the pigs." There are too many excellent investments out there to waste your time trying to teach pigs to sing. 3. The computer and the internet make the BI triangle more available, affordable, and manageable for everyone. It has never been easier to access great wealth. In the industrial age, you needed millions of dollars to build a car factory. Today, with a used computer, some brain power, a phone, and a little education in each of the 5 aspects of the BI triangle, the world can be yours. If you still desire to build a business on your own, there has never been greater opportunity for success. I recently met a young man who sold his small internet company to a major computer software company for $28 million. All he said to me was, "I made $28 million at the age of 28. How much will I make when I am 48? If you want to be an entrepreneur who builds successful businesses or invests in businesses, the entire BI triangle must be strong and interdependent. If it is, the business will grow and flourish. The good news is that if you are a team player, you don't have to be an expert at every level of the BI triangle. Just become part of a team with a clear vision, a strong mission, and an iron stomach. From BI triangle to business tetrahedron. A business with a defined mission, a determined leader, and a qualified and unified team begins to take shape as the sections of the BI triangle come together. This is when the BI triangle becomes 3-dimensional and turns into a tetrahedron. The point of completion is the introduction of integrity. The definition of integrity is wholeness, entirety, as well as perfect condition and soundness. The more common definition of integrity is honesty or sincerity. While the definitions may sound different, they are in fact the same. A business that is run with honesty and sincerity and is built on the principles of the BI triangle will become complete, whole, and sound. Phase 4. Who is a sophisticated investor? Chapter 37. How a sophisticated investor thinks. Now that you understand the BI triangle, are you ready to build a business? Rich Dad asked me. Yes, absolutely. Even though it is a little intimidating, I replied. There is so much to remember. That's the point, Robert. Once you build a successful business, you will have the skills to build as many as you want. You will also have the skills to analyze other businesses from the outside before you invest in them. It still seems like an impossible mission, I replied. Maybe it is because you're thinking of building huge businesses, Rich Dad continued. "Of course I am. I am going to be rich," I answered vehemently. To learn the skills needed for the BI triangle, you need to start small. Even a hot dog cart or a small rental home needs its own BI triangle. Every component of the BI triangle applies to even the smallest business. You will make mistakes. If you learn from those mistakes, you can build bigger and bigger businesses. In the process, you will become a sophisticated investor. "So, learning to build a business will make me a sophisticated investor?" I asked. "Is that all it takes?" If you learn the lessons along the way and build a successful business, you can become a sophisticated investor, Rich Dad continued as he brought out his yellow pad. It's making the first $1 million that's difficult. After you've made the first $1 million, the next 10 million are easy. Let's discuss what makes a successful business person and investor a sophisticated investor. Who is a sophisticated investor? A sophisticated investor is an investor who understands each of the 10 investor controls. The sophisticated investor understands and benefits from the advantages of the right side of the cash flow quadrant. Let's go through each investor control so you get a better understanding of how a sophisticated investor thinks, Rich Dad explained. The 10 investor controls. The 10 investor controls are control over 1. Yourself, 2. Income expense ratios and asset liability ratios, 3. Management of the investment, 4. Taxes, 5. When you buy and when you sell, 6. Brokerage transactions, 7. ETC, entity, timing, characteristics, 8. Terms and conditions of the agreements, 9. Access to information, 10. Giving it back, philanthropy. Investor control number 1. Control over yourself. The most important control you must have as an investor is control over yourself. It can determine your success as an investor and is why the entire first phase of the book is dedicated to getting control over yourself. Rich Dad often said, "It isn't the investment that is risky. It is the investor who is risky." Most of us were taught in school to become employees. There was only one right answer, and making mistakes was horrible. We were not taught financial literacy in school. It takes a lot of work and time to change your thinking and to become financially literate. A sophisticated investor knows that there are multiple right answers, that the best learning comes through making mistakes, and that financial literacy is essential to be successful. They know their own financial statement, and they understand how each financial decision they make will ultimately impact their financial statement. They're always thinking. And to become rich, you must teach yourself to think like a rich person. Investor control number 2. Control over income expense ratios and asset liability ratios. This control is developed through financial literacy. My rich dad taught me the 3 cash flow patterns of the poor, middle class, and the rich. The poor spend every penny they make. They have no assets. Individuals in the middle class accumulate more debt as they become more successful. A pay raise qualifies them to borrow more money from the bank so they can buy personal items like bigger cars, vacation homes, boats, and motorhomes. Their wage income comes in and is spent on current expenses and then on paying off this personal debt. As their income increases, so does their personal debt. This is what we call the rat race. The rich have their assets work for them. They have gained control over their expenses and focus on acquiring or building assets. Their businesses pay most of their expenses, and they have few, if any, personal liabilities. I decided at an early age that I wanted to have the cash flow pattern of a rich person. You may have a cash flow pattern that is a combination of these 3 types. What story does your financial statement tell? Are you in control of your expenses? Buy assets, not liabilities. Sophisticated investors buy assets that put money in their pockets. It is just that simple. Turn personal expenses into business expenses. Sophisticated investors understand that businesses are allowed to deduct all the ordinary and necessary expenses paid or incurred for the business. They analyze their expenses and convert non-deductible personal expenses into deductible business expenses whenever possible. Not every expense will be an allowable deduction. Review your business and personal expenses with your financial and tax advisors so that you can maximize the deductions available to you through your business. Some examples of personal expenses that could be legitimate business expenses are personal expense, computer; business expense, business equipment; justification, business use; personal expense, phone; business expense, business equipment; justification, use your phone to call clients; personal expense, meals out; business expense, business meals; justification, note business purpose and with whom; personal expense, medical expense; business expense, medical reimbursement; justification, adopt medical reimbursement plan; personal expense, tuition; business expense, education; justification, authorize and document applicability for business; personal expense, home costs; business expense, home office; justification, follow guidelines, track all home expenses and reimburse based on square footage. These are just a few examples of the types of business expenses that are deductible expenses for business owners. The same expenses are not usually deductible for employees. Your expenses must be properly documented and have a legitimate business purpose. Can you think of expenses you are paying personally today that could be deductible business expenses if you owned a business? Investor control number 3. Control over the management of the investment. An inside investor who owns enough of an interest in the investment to control the management decisions has this type of investor control. It can be as a sole owner or where the investor owns enough of an interest that he or she is involved in the decision-making process. The skills learned through building a successful business using the BI triangle are essential to this investor. Once the investor possesses these skills, he or she is better able to analyze the effectiveness of the management of other potential investments. If the management appears competent and successful, the investor is more comfortable investing funds. Investor control number 4. Control over taxes. The sophisticated investor has learned about the tax laws either through formal study or by asking questions and listening to good advisors. The right side of the cash flow quadrant provides certain tax advantages that the sophisticated investor uses thoughtfully to minimize taxes paid and to increase tax deferrals wherever possible. In the United States, those in the B and I quadrants enjoy many tax advantages that are not available to those in the E and S quadrants. 3 specific advantages are: 1. Social insurance taxes, such as Social Security, Medicare tax, unemployment tax, and disability income, are not deducted from passive and portfolio income, right side of the cash flow quadrant, but are deducted from ordinary earned income, left side of the cash flow quadrant. 2. It may be possible to defer payment of taxes, perhaps indefinitely, by using the laws available to you related to real estate and owning a company. An example would be a profit-sharing plan sponsored by your business corporation. 3. C corporations may pay for a number of expenditures with pre-tax dollars that E quadrant income recipients must pay for with after-tax dollars. Some examples are included under Investor Control Number 2. Sophisticated investors recognize that each country, state, and province has different tax laws, and they are prepared to move their business affairs to the place best suited for what they are doing. Recognizing that taxes are the largest expense in the E and S quadrants, sophisticated investors may well seek to reduce their income in order to reduce income taxes while increasing funds for investment simultaneously. Investor Control Number 5. Control over when you buy and when you sell. The sophisticated investor knows how to make money in an up market as well as in a down market. In building a business, the sophisticated investor has great patience. I sometimes refer to this patience as delayed gratification. A sophisticated investor understands that the true financial reward is after the investment or business becomes profitable and can be sold or taken public. Investor Control Number 6. Control over brokerage transactions. Sophisticated investors operating as inside investors can direct how the investment is sold or expanded. As outside investors in other companies, sophisticated investors carefully track the performance of their investments and direct their broker to buy or sell. Many investors today rely on their brokers to know when to buy and sell. These investors are not sophisticated. Investor Control Number 7. Control over the ETC, entity, timing, characteristics. Next to control over yourself, the control over the ETC is the most important control, Rich Dad would repeat often. To have control over the entity, timing, and characteristics of your income, you need to understand corporate, security, and tax law. Rich Dad truly understood the benefits offered through choosing the right entity with the right year-end and converting as much ordinary earned income into passive and portfolio income as possible. This, combined with the ability to read financial statements and to think in terms of financial statements, helped Rich Dad build his financial empire more quickly. To illustrate what proper ETC planning can do, let's review the following case studies about James and Kathy. Case number 1. Sole proprietorship. James and Kathy are the absentee owners of a restaurant. The restaurant is operated as a sole proprietorship. Their net income from the restaurant is $60,000. James and Kathy have one financial statement. Case number 2. Personal plus 2 corporations. James and Kathy met with their financial and tax advisors to structure their businesses to maximize their cash flow and minimize the amount they must pay in taxes. James and Kathy now own 2 corporations. One corporation owns the restaurant, and the other corporation owns the building where the restaurant is located. James is the general manager for both corporations. James and Kathy now have 3 sets of financial statements that impact their financial position: a personal financial statement plus a second statement for the restaurant business and a third statement for the restaurant building, real estate. How did James and Kathy benefit by setting up this 2-corporation structure? 1. James and Kathy can convert certain personal expenses into legitimate business expenses: health insurance, legal and accounting expenses, education expenses, and a home office and auto deduction. 2. They were able to reduce the total amount paid in taxes by $7,885. 3. They were able to put $12,000 into a retirement fund. 4. Both number 2 and number 3 were made possible although they reduced their personal income to 0. 5. They have protected their personal assets by putting their business operations into 2 corporations. The corporation for the real estate company is owned 100% by James. The corporation for the restaurant company is owned 100% by Kathy. Now, let's compare case number 1 of a sole proprietorship to case number 2 with 2 corporations. Taxes paid. Case number 1, $14,200. Case number 2, $6,315. Difference, $7,885. Income. Retirement funds. Case number 1, 0. Case number 2, $12,000. Income personal. Case number 1, $5,600. Case number 2, 0. Income restaurant. Case number 1, 0. Case number 2, $1,275. Income real estate. Case number 1, 0. Case number 2, $210. Total cash flow. Case number 1, $5,600. Case number 2, $13,485. Difference, $7,885. The end result of this financial plan for James and Kathy is that they have added $7,885 to their personal wealth by saving $7,885 in taxes. More importantly, however, they have protected their personal assets by moving their businesses into corporations. By having validly established corporations, their personal assets should be safe even if a judgment is awarded against one of the corporations. For instance, if a customer becomes ill in the restaurant, he or she can sue the corporation that owns the restaurant. Any judgment against the restaurant corporation would be paid out of the assets of that corporation. The corporation that owns the building and the personal assets of James and Kathy should be protected. James and Kathy's example is very simplified and provided for illustration purposes only. It is extremely important that you seek professional legal and tax advice before structuring your own financial plan. You must consider many complex issues to ensure you comply with all laws. More control, not less. Rich Dad would say, once you can think automatically in financial statements, you can then operate multiple businesses as well as evaluate other investments quickly. However, most importantly, once you can think in financial statements, you will gain even greater control over your financial life and make even more money. Money that the average person doesn't realize can be made. Rich Dad nodded, saying, "And technically, what am I doing?" You are taking earned income from your restaurant business and converting it into passive income for your real estate company. In other words, you are paying yourself. "And that is just the beginning," said Rich Dad. "Yet I want to caution you from here on in, you will need the best accounting and legal advice possible. This is where unsophisticated investors begin to get into trouble. They get into trouble because this scenario can be done legally and it can be done illegally." Investor control number 8. Control over the terms and conditions of the agreements. The sophisticated investor is in control over the terms and conditions of agreements when he or she is on the inside of the investment. For instance, when I rolled over the sale of several of my small houses into a small apartment building, I used a Section 1031 exchange, U.S. law, which allowed me to roll over the gain. I did not have to pay any taxes on the sale because I controlled the terms and conditions of the agreements. Investor control number 9. Control over access to information. As an inside investor, the sophisticated investor again has control over access to information. This is where the investor needs to understand the legal requirements of insiders imposed by the SEC in the United States. Other countries have similar oversight organizations. Investor control number 10. control over giving it back, philanthropy. The sophisticated investor recognizes the social responsibility that comes with wealth and gives back to society. This may be through charitable giving and philanthropy. Some of it will be through capitalism, by creating jobs and expanding the economy. Chapter 38. Analyzing Investments. The numbers tell a story, my rich dad would say. If you can learn to read financial statements, you can see what is happening within any company or investment. My rich dad taught me how he used financial ratios to manage his businesses. Whether it is an investment in the stock of a company or purchase of real estate, I always analyze the financial statements. I can determine how profitable a business is or how highly leveraged a business is just by looking at its financial statements and calculating financial ratios. For a real estate investment, I calculate what the cash-on-cash return will be based on the amount of cash I need to spend for the down payment. The bottom line always comes back to financial literacy. This chapter will cover some of the important concepts and thought processes every sophisticated investor goes through in choosing investments for their financial plan. Financial ratios of a company. Financial ratios for investing in real estate. Natural resources. Good debt or bad debt. Investing and saving. Financial ratios of a company. Gross margin percentage is the gross margin divided by sales, which tells you what percentage of sales is left after deducting the cost of goods sold. The gross margin is sales minus the cost of goods sold. Rich Dad would say, if the gross isn't there, there'll be no net income. How high the gross margin percentage needs to be depends on how a business is organized and the other costs it has to support. After calculating the gross margin percentage, Rich Dad's convenience stores still had to rent the building, pay the clerks, the utilities, the taxes, and government permit fees, pay for wasted or damaged goods, and a long list of other expenses. Then they had to have enough left over to give Rich Dad a good return on his original investment. For internet e-commerce sites today, these additional costs are usually much lower, so these businesses can afford to sell and make a profit with a lower gross margin percentage. The higher the gross margin, the better. Gross margin percentage equals gross margin, sales, cost of goods sold, divided by sales. Net operating margin percentage tells you the net profitability of the operations of the business before you factor in your taxes and cost of money. EBIT stands for earnings before interest and taxes, or sales minus all costs of being in that business, not including capital costs, interest, taxes, dividends. The ratio of EBIT to sales is called the net operating margin percentage. Businesses with high net operating margin percentages are typically stronger than those with low percentages. The higher the net operating margin, the better. Net operating margin percentage equals EBIT divided by sales. Operating leverage is the percentage of fixed costs in a company's cost structure. It can be calculated by dividing contribution by fixed costs. Contribution refers to the gross margin, sales less cost of goods sold, minus variable costs, all costs that are not fixed costs that fluctuate with sales. Fixed costs include all sales, general and administrative costs that are fixed and do not fluctuate based on sales volume. For instance, the labor costs related to full-time employees and most costs related to your facilities are generally considered fixed costs. Some people refer to this as overhead. A business that has an operating leverage of 1 is generating just enough revenue to pay for its fixed costs. This would mean that there is no return for the owners. The higher the operating leverage, the better. Operating leverage equals contribution divided by fixed costs. Financial leverage refers to the degree to which an investor or a business uses borrowed money. Total capital employed is the book or accounting value of all interest-bearing debt. Leave out payables for goods to be resold and liabilities due to wages, expenses, and taxes owed but not yet paid, plus all owner's equity. So, if you have $50,000 of debt and $50,000 of shareholders' equity, your financial leverage would be 2, or $100,000 divided by $50,000. Financial leverage equals total capital employed, debt plus equity, divided by shareholders' equity. Total leverage is the total risk that a company carries in its present business. Total leverage tells you the total effect a given change in the business should have on the equity owners, common shares, or general partner. Total leverage is calculated by multiplying the operating leverage by the financial leverage. If you are the business owner, and therefore on the inside, your company's total leverage is at least partly under your control. If you are looking at the stock market, total leverage will help you decide whether or not you want to invest. Well-run, conservatively managed, publicly traded American companies usually keep the total leverage figure under 5. Total leverage equals operating leverage times financial leverage. Debt-to-equity ratio measures just that, the portion of the whole enterprise, total liabilities, financed by outsiders in proportion to the part financed by insiders, total equity. Most businesses try to stay at a ratio of 1-to-1 or below. Generally speaking, the lower the debt-to-equity ratio, the more conservative the financial structure of the company. Debt-to-equity ratio equals total liabilities divided by total equity. Quick and current ratios tell you whether or not the company has enough liquid assets to pay its liabilities for the coming year. If a company doesn't have enough current assets to cover its current liabilities, it is usually a sign of impending trouble. On the other hand, a current ratio and quick ratio of 2-to-1 is more than appropriate. Quick ratio equals liquid assets divided by current liabilities. Current ratio equals current assets divided by current liabilities. Return on equity is often considered one of the most important ratios. It allows you to compare the return this company is making on its shareholders' investments compared to alternative investments. Return on equity equals net income divided by average shareholders' equity. What do the ratios tell me? My rich dad taught me to always consider at least 3 years of these figures. The direction and trend of margin percentages, leverages, and returns on equity tell me a lot about a company and its management, and even its competitors. Many published company reports do not include these ratios and indicators. A sophisticated investor learns to calculate these ratios, or hires someone knowledgeable to do so, when they aren't provided. A sophisticated investor understands the terminology of the ratios and can use the ratios in evaluating the investment. However, the ratios cannot be used in a vacuum. They are indicators of a company's performance. They must be considered in conjunction with analysis of the overall business and industry. By comparing the ratios over at least a 3-year period, as well as with other companies in the same industry, you can quickly determine the relative strength of the company. For example, a company with excellent ratios over the last 3 years and strong profits could appear to be a sound investment. However, after reviewing the industry, you may find out that the company's main product has just been rendered obsolete by a new product introduced by the company's main competitor. In this instance, a company with a history of strong performance may not be a wise investment due to its potential loss in market share. While the ratios may appear complicated at first, you will be amazed at how quickly you can learn to analyze a company. Remember, these ratios are the language of a sophisticated investor. By educating yourself and becoming financially literate, you too can learn to speak in ratios. Financial ratios for investing in real estate. When it came to real estate, Rich Dad had two questions. 1. Does the property generate a positive cash flow? 2. If yes, have you done your due diligence? The most important financial ratio of a piece of real estate to Rich Dad was his cash-on-cash return. Cash-on-cash return equals positive net cash flow divided by down payment. Let's say you buy an apartment building for $500,000. You put $100,000 down and secure a mortgage for the $400,000 balance. You have a monthly cash flow of $2,000 after all expenses and the mortgage payment are paid. Your cash-on-cash return is 24%, or $24,000. $2,000 times 12 months divided by $100,000. Before buying the apartment building, you must decide how you will purchase it. Will you buy it through a C corporation, an LLC, or a limited partnership? Consult with your legal and tax advisors to make sure that you choose the entity that will provide the most legal protection and tax advantages to you. Due diligence. In my opinion, the words due diligence are some of the most important words in the world of financial literacy. It is through the process of due diligence, the careful evaluation of a potential investment to confirm all material facts, that a sophisticated investor sees the other side of the coin. When people ask me how I find good investments, I simply reply, I find them through the process of due diligence. Rich Dad said, the faster you are able to do your due diligence on any investment, regardless of whether it is a business, real estate, a stock, or bond, the better able you will be to find the safest investments with the greatest possibility for cash flow or capital gains. Once you have determined that a piece of real estate will generate a positive cash flow, you still need to perform due diligence on the property. Rich Dad had a checklist that he always used. I use a due diligence checklist as well. It is very thorough and includes items that did not exist years ago, such as Phase 1 environmental audit. If I have questions about the property, I often bring in the experts and have my attorneys and accountants review the deal. Due diligence checklist. 1. Current rent roster with paid to dates. 2. List of security deposits. 3. Mortgage payment information. 4. Personal property list. 5. Floor plans. 6. Insurance policy, agent. 7. Maintenance, service agreement. 8. Tenant information. Leases, ledger cards, applications, smoke detector forms. 9. List of vendors and utility companies, including account numbers. 10. A statement of structural alterations made to the premises. 11. Surveys and engineering documents. 12. Commission agreements. 13. Rental or listing agreements. 14. Easement agreements. 15. Development plans, including plans and specifications and as-built architectural, structural, mechanical, electrical, and civil drawings. 16. Governmental permits or zoning restrictions affecting development of the property. 17. Management contracts. 18. tax bills and property tax statements. 19. Utility bills. 20. Cash receipts and disbursements journals pertaining to the property. 21. Capital expenditure disbursement records pertaining to the property for the past 5 years. 22. Income and expense statements pertaining to the property for 2 years prior to the submission date. 23. Financial statements and state and federal tax returns for the property. 24. A termite inspection in form and content reasonably satisfactory to the buyer. 25. All other records and documents in seller's possession or under seller's control which would be necessary or helpful to the ownership, operation, or maintenance of the property. 26. Market surveys or studies of the area. 27. Construction budget or actuals. 28. Tenant profiles or surveys. 29. Work order files. 30. Bank statements for 2 years showing operating account for property. 31. Certificates of occupancy. 32. Title abstract. 33. Copies of all surviving guarantees and warranties. 34. Phase 1 environmental audit, if it exists. Natural resources. Many sophisticated investors include investments in the Earth's natural resources as part of their portfolio. They invest in oil, gas, coal, and precious metals, just to name a few. My rich dad strongly believed in the power of gold. As a natural resource, gold has a limited supply. As Rich Dad told me, people throughout the centuries have cherished gold. Rich Dad also believed that owning gold attracted other wealth to you. Good debt or bad debt. A sophisticated investor recognizes good debt, good expenses, and good liabilities. I remember Rich Dad asking me, "How many rental houses can you afford to own where you lose $100 per month?" I, of course, answered, "Not too many." Then he asked me, "How many rental houses can you afford to own where you earn $100 per month?" The answer to that question is, as many as I can find. Analyze each of your expenses, liabilities, and debts. Does each particular expense, liability, or debt apply to a corresponding income or an asset? If so, is the cash flow coming in from the income or asset greater than the cash flow going out for the expense, liability, debt? For example, a friend of mine, Jim, has a mortgage on an apartment building for $600,000. He pays out $5,500 each month in mortgage and interest payments. He receives $8,000 rental income each month from his tenants. After all other expenses, he has a net positive cash flow of $1,500 each month from that apartment building. I would consider Jim's mortgage a good debt. Investing and saving. A sophisticated investor understands the difference between saving and investing. Let's look at the case of two friends, John and Terry, both of whom believe themselves to be sophisticated investors. John is a highly paid professional and invests the maximum in his 401k retirement plan at work. John is 42 and has $250,000 in his 401k plan already because he has been adding to it for 11 years. There is no return or cash flow from it until he retires. Then it will be fully taxable at his ordinary earned income rates. Following are John's details, assuming an average tax rate of 35% and a commonly assumed return on investment of 8% annually, although the return can actually be substantially less. Income, $100,000 salary. Taxes, 35%. Investment, 401k retirement plan. Maximum 15% contribution, $15,000. Retirement plan return, 8%. Cash flow from investment, none. Terry is the same age as John and makes a similar salary. She has invested in a series of real estate deals over the past 11 years and just put $250,000 down on a $1 million property. Terry is earning a cash-on-cash return of 10% and expects a conservative appreciation of her property of 4% per year. When she retires, Terry expects to 1031 exchange into another property to take advantage of the high equity and cash flow. Terry has never contributed to a 401k plan. Terry's details are as follows. Income, $100,000 salary. Taxes, 35%. Investment, real estate, $1 million property. Down payment, 25% or $250,000. Real estate return, 10% cash on cash per year. Annual appreciation, 4%. Cash flow from investment, $25,000 per year. They can both retire at age 62, having each worked 31 years. At retirement, John begins drawing out 8% of his accumulated 401k plan, receiving $118,100 per year after taxes, $157,400 before taxes. He plans to withdraw none of the principal amount. After 31 years of investing $15,000 each year in his plan, he succeeded in replacing 150% of his work income. Even though Terry only put $250,000 down on the property, she benefited from the 4% appreciation on the total $1 million value of the property. During the 20 years, the rental income from the property paid off the mortgage of $750,000. So when Terry retires, she can roll over the complete equity of $1 million into a much larger property, worth $8,892,000 according to these calculations. This new property will generate a cash flow of $342,700 per year for Terry. While John's retirement will be comfortable, Terry's will be much richer. If, for some reason, John needs more income in retirement, he must start drawing out the principal from his retirement plan. Terry would only need to do another tax-free exchange into other buildings to capture the mortgage principal paid down by her tenants, leveraging that into higher income. John's example will have taught his children to go to school, get good grades, get a good job, work hard, and invest in their retirement plan regularly to be comfortable in retirement. Terry's example will have taught her children that if they learn how to invest by starting small, minding their own business, and keeping their money working hard for them, they'll be rich. It is easy to see that investing in a building generated much more cash flow and income for Terry than saving in a 401k did for John. I would categorize Terry as an investor and John as a saver. Sophisticated investors understand the difference between investing and saving and generally have both as part of their financial plan. Chapter 39. The Ultimate Investor. So the question remains, how does a person like Bill Gates become the richest business person in the world in his 30s? Or how does Warren Buffett become one of the richest investors in America? Both men came from middle-class families, so they were not handed the keys to the family vault. Yet, even without great family wealth behind them, they rocketed to the apex of wealth within a span of a few years. How? They did it the way many of the ultra-rich have done so in the past and will be doing so in the future. They became ultimate investors by creating an asset that is worth billions of dollars. Fortune magazine ran a cover story entitled "Young and Rich," the 40 wealthiest Americans under 40. Some of these young billionaires were the following. Number 1, Michael Dell, age 34, wealth $21.5 billion, business Dell Computer. Number 2, Jeff Bezos, age 35, wealth $5.7 billion, business Amazon.com. Number 3, Ted Waite, age 36, wealth $5.4 billion, business Gateway. Number 4, Pierre Omidyar, age 32, wealth $3.7 billion, business eBay. Number 5, David Filo, age 33, wealth $3.1 billion, business Yahoo. Number 6, David Yang, age 30, wealth $3.0 billion, business Yahoo. Number 7, Henry Nicholas, age 39, wealth $2.4 billion, business Broadcom. Number 8, Rob Glazer, age 37, wealth $2.3 billion, business Real Networks. Number 9, Scott Bloom, age 35, wealth $1.7 billion, business Buy.com. Number 10, Jeff Skoll, age 33, wealth $1.4 billion, business eBay. You may notice that the top 10 of the top 40 young rich are from computer or internet companies. Yet there were other types of businesses listed as well. Number 26, John Shatner, age 37, wealth $403 million, business Papa John's Pizza. Number 28, Master P, age 29, wealth $361 million, business Recording Star. Number 29, Michael Jordan, age 36, wealth $357 million, business Sports Star. I find it interesting to note that the non-internet related rich people came from businesses such as a pizza company, the rap music business, and sports. Everyone else was in computers or the internet. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett did not make the list because they were over 40. In 2000, Bill Gates was 44 and worth $85 billion. Warren Buffett was 70 and worth $31 billion, according to Forbes. They made it the old-fashioned way. So, how did most of these people join the ranks of the ultra-rich so early in life? They made it the old-fashioned way, the same way that Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Ford became yesterday's ultra-rich, and the same way that tomorrow's ultra-rich will do it. They built companies and sold shares in their company to the public. They worked hard to become selling shareholders rather than buying shareholders. In other words, it could be said that by being selling shareholders, they printed their own money, legally. They created a valuable business and then sold shares of ownership in the business to others. In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I talked about how at the age of 9, I began making my own money by melting down lead toothpaste tubes and forging lead coins in plaster of Paris molds. My poor dad told me what the word counterfeiting meant. My first business opened and closed on the same day. My rich dad, on the other hand, told me that I was very close to the ultimate formula for wealth: to print or invent your own money, legally. And that is what the ultimate investor does. In other words, why work hard for money when you can print your own? In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Rich Dad's lesson number 5 is, the rich invent money. Rich Dad taught me to invent my own money with real estate or with small companies. That technical skill is the domain of the inside and ultimate investors. How 10% own 90% of the shares. One reason the wealthiest 10% own 90% of all the shares of stock, as reported in the Wall Street Journal, is that the wealthiest 10% include the ultimate investors, the people who created the shares of stock. Another reason is that only this 10% is eligible, per SEC rules, to invest in a company at the early stages before it becomes available to the public through an IPO. In this elite group are founders of companies, aka founding shareholders, friends of the founders, or a select list of investors. These are the people who become richer and richer while the rest of the population often struggles to make ends meet, investing the few dollars they may have left over, if they have any dollars left at all, as buying shareholders. The difference between selling and buying. The ultimate investor is someone who builds a company and sells shares in his or her company. When you read an IPO prospectus, ultimate investors are the ones listed as the selling shareholders. They are not buying shareholders. And as you can tell by the net worth of these individuals, there seems to be a tremendous difference in wealth between those who sell and those who buy shares. The last leg. By 1994, I felt I had successfully completed much of the plan Rich Dad and I had created back in 1974. I felt relatively comfortable with my abilities to manage most of the components of the BI triangle. I understood corporate law well enough to talk to an attorney or accountant. I knew the differences among the entity types, S corporation, an LLC, an LLP, a C corporation, and a limited partnership, and when to use one versus the other. I felt fairly comfortable with my ability to successfully buy and manage real estate investments. By 1994, our expenses were under control and we converted as many as possible to pre-tax business expenses. We paid little in ordinary income tax simply because we did not have jobs or salaries. Most of our income was in the form of passive income with a little from portfolio income. We had some income from investments in other people's businesses. One day, while I was evaluating my tetrahedron, it became glaringly obvious that one leg of my tetrahedron was really weak. The leg dedicated to paper assets. In 1994, I felt good about my success. Kim and I were financially free and could afford not to work for the rest of our lives. However, it was obvious that one leg of my tetrahedron was weaker. My financial empire looked out of balance. I took a year off in the mountains between 1994 and 1995 and spent a lot of time contemplating the idea of strengthening the last leg, paper assets. I had to decide if I really wanted to do all the work needed to strengthen it. I was doing okay financially, and, in my mind, I really did not need much more in the way of paper assets to be financially secure. I was fine exactly the way I was, and I could have gotten richer and richer without paper assets. After a year of mental turmoil and vacillation, I decided that the paper asset leg of my portfolio needed to be strengthened. If I did not do so, I would be quitting on myself. That was a disturbing thought. I also had to decide if I wanted to invest from the outside, as most people did when it came to buying stocks and companies. In other words, I needed to decide if I wanted to be a buying shareholder and invest from the outside, or learn to invest from the inside. Either would be a learning experience, almost like starting over. It is relatively easy to get into the inside of a real estate deal or the acquisition of a small business. That is why I recommend to individuals who are serious about gaining experience in the 10 investor controls to start with small deals in those types of investments. However, to get to the inside of a company before it went public, through a pre-IPO, was another story. Generally, to be invited to invest in a company before it goes public is reserved for a very elite group of people, and I did not belong to that elite group. I was not rich enough, and my money was too new for me to belong to the elite group. In addition, I do not come from the right family or university. My blood is red, not blue. My skin is not white, and Harvard has no record of my application to its prestigious institution. I had to learn how to become part of the elite group that is invited to invest in the best companies before they go public. I felt sorry for myself for a few moments, enjoying a brief moment of self-doubt, a lack of self-confidence, and a strong dose of self-pity. Rich Dad had already passed on, and I had no one to turn to for advice. After my few moments of misery were over, I realized that this is a free country. If Bill Gates can drop out of college, build a company, and take it public, why can't I? Isn't this why we want to live in a free country? Can't we be as rich or poor as we want? Isn't this why the barons in 1215 forced King John to sign the Magna Carta? In late 1994, I decided that since no one was going to ask me to join the Insiders Club, I might have to find one and ask to be invited to join, or start my own club. The problem was that I did not know where to start, especially in Phoenix, Arizona, 2,000 miles from Wall Street. On New Year's Day, 1995, my best friend Larry and I hiked up to a mountaintop near our home. We went through our annual New Year's Day ritual of discussing our past year, planning for the next year, and writing down our goals for the coming year. We spent about 3 hours up on the rocky peak discussing our lives, the past year, and our hopes, dreams, and goals for the future. Larry and I have been best friends for many years. We started at Xerox together in Honolulu in 1974. He had become my new best friend because, at that stage of my life, he and I had more in common than Mike and I did. Mike was already very, very rich, and Larry and I were just starting out with virtually nothing but a strong desire to become very, very rich. Larry and I spent years together as partners, starting several businesses. Many of those businesses failed even before they got off the drawing board. When he and I reflect back on some of those businesses, we laugh at how naive we were back then. Yet some of those businesses did very well. We were partners in starting the nylon and Velcro wallet business in 1977 and developing it into a worldwide business. We became best friends through starting businesses together and have remained best friends ever since. After the nylon and Velcro wallet business began to fail in 1979, Larry moved back to Arizona and began to build his fame and fortune as a real estate developer. In 1995, Inc. magazine named him America's fastest growing home builder, and he joined its prestigious list of fast-growing entrepreneurs. In 1991, Kim and I moved to Phoenix for the weather and golf, but more importantly, for the millions of dollars of real estate the federal government was giving away for pennies on the dollar. On that bright New Year's Day in 1995, I showed Larry the diagram of my tetrahedron and my need to increase my paper assets leg. I shared my desire to either invest in a company before it went public or maybe even build a company and take it public. At the end of my explanation, all Larry said was, "Good luck." We ended that day by writing our goals on 3x5 cards and shaking hands. We wrote down our goals because Rich Dad had always said, goals have to be clear, simple, and in writing. If they are not in writing and reviewed daily, they are not really goals. They are wishes. Sitting on the chilly mountain peak, we then went over Larry's goal of selling his business and retiring. At the end of his explanation, I shook his hand and said, "Good luck," and we hiked back down the mountain. Periodically, I would review what I had written on that 3x5 card. My goal was simple. It stated, to invest in a company before it goes public and acquire 100,000 shares or more for less than $1 per share. At the end of 1995, nothing had happened. I had not achieved my goal. On New Year's Day 1996, Larry and I sat on the same mountain peak and discussed our results for the year. Larry's company was on the verge of being sold, but it had not yet happened, so neither of us had accomplished our goals for 1995. Larry was close to achieving his goal, but I seemed far away from achieving mine. Larry asked if I wanted to drop the goal or choose something new. As we discussed the goal, I began to realize that, although I had written the goal, I did not believe that it was possible for me. In my soul, I did not really believe that I was smart enough, qualified enough, or that anyone wanted me to belong to that elite group. The more we talked about my goal, the angrier I got at myself for doubting myself and putting myself down so much. After all, Larry said, you have paid your dues. You know how to build and run a profitable private company. Why shouldn't you be a valuable asset to a team that takes a company public? After rewriting our goals and shaking hands, I walked down the mountain with a lot of nervousness and self-doubt because I now wanted my goal more than ever. I also walked down with more determination to have my goal become reality. Nothing happened for about 6 months. I would read my goal in the morning and then go about my daily activities, which at that time was to produce my cash flow board game. One day, my neighbor Mary knocked on my door and said, "I have a friend I think you should meet." I asked her why. All she said was, "I don't know. I just think the two of you would get along. He's an investor like you." I trusted Mary, so I agreed to meet her friend for lunch. A week or two later, I met her friend Frank for lunch at a golf club in Scottsdale, Arizona. Frank is a tall, distinguished man who is well-spoken and about the same age my own dad would have been if he were still alive. As lunch went on, I found out that Frank had spent much of his adult life on Wall Street, owning his own brokerage firm, occasionally forming companies and taking them public. He has had his own companies listed on the American Exchange, the Canadian Exchanges, NASDAQ, and on the big board of the New York Stock Exchange. Not only was he a person who created assets, he was a person who invested from the other side of the coin of the public stock markets. I knew he could guide me into a world very few investors ever see. He could guide me through the looking glass, get me behind the scenes, and increase my understanding of the greatest capital markets of the world.